Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Are you guys ready for some mad, stupid stuff? I know I am. It's a groovy, groovy day. How are you? Feeling good? Good. Love it. Bob, that's actually really funny you bring that up because I actually saw that this morning and I bookmarked it. I was like, maybe we go through this on stream, but it's like a 2.5 hour documentary. So I don't think that's a good fit for stream, but it would take us like, a week to get through. But what I do think I'll do is I'll watch it off stream and then hop on maybe Wednesday and we'll talk about it. Seems really interesting. Yeah, our titular topic today is a little asinine. I mean, honestly, I'm so baffled that so many people just blindly believe this stuff. Since last night, kind of creating this to-do list and stream topic stuff, I have found out that, CDPR employees have come out and been like, nope, we're not in talks with Sony. This isn't happening, which doesn't surprise me in the least. I mean, as I've said many times, no, this is not happening. But for some reason, there's still people out there who are saying, yeah, well, that's exactly what they would say if they were going to do it. And they're just trying to disperse attention and get it off of them. And you know what? These types of people just want to believe crazy things. But today, what I thought would be interesting is if we go through CDPR as a business and discuss why it probably doesn't make sense for them to sell regardless. Because in some cases like ZeniMax, I predicted that sale because there were a lot of signs that they were going to sell. There were discussions from the owners that were heavily suggesting they wanted to sell that. And there were reasons to believe that that might happen. And honestly, for ZeniMax, it seemed like a good fit or a good thing for them to do. However, with this, it really just doesn't make any sense why they would just sell off and do this. It's the thing where console fanboys who have no understanding of business or the real world start to just say stuff. Because I was talking to my brother Jacob last night and he put it a good way. He's like, I think what it is it's just Sony is so used to winning in a lot of ways that at this point a lot of their fans just don't know where the lines should be drawn for reasonable and unreasonable, for speculation and fact. And also, you'll notice pretty quickly, a lot of people have very selective memories with this stuff, very selective memories. Somebody will predict that, Bloodborne 2 will be at the showcase, and then it's not at the showcase, and you would think that would make their credibility plummet, right? But instead, people are like, well, they might have just moved it at the last second. Okay, so they can never be wrong? Is that what we're saying? They can never be wrong? Okay, then what are we doing? What is this? If we believed Bloodborne would be in the showcase, we can believe anything. There is hope. There is hope. Yeah, dude. It's just, I understand people really want X to happen. But just thinking that it will or projecting that it will doesn't make it happen. And sometimes it makes you look like a dumbass, because you just end up asserting things that are patently absurd. Sorry, turning on the AC. Yeah, vent's open. It's already toasty. It's a toasty day today. Normally I'd have the little AC unit running right here, but I guess it didn't kick itself on this morning. Oops. Anyway, how are you guys? Everybody in here before we jump into it. How's everybody? Brahma, I am having a good stream already. We got lots of people in here. We're going to have even more people, I'm sure. We're going to have lots of people liking the stream as well. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge. Liking the stream actually does help. Let's see. Sony would love The Witcher 4, but CDPR would just leave Xbox, or wouldn't just leave Xbox and PC people like that. There's that. It just doesn't make sense. It's like the dumbass on Twitter that was saying that GTA 6 would be at the showcase and that it would be exclusive to PlayStation. And then it was his list of predictions. And then when people said there's no freaking way that that's happening, the guy said, well, a guy can hope, right? I'm like, okay, so that's what predictions are now. And this is a guy with like tens of thousands of followers on Twitter. People do that all, like, it's just, anyway, it's baffling. Jamie, first stream, started watching you thanks to Mutahar. If you're a fan of Mutahar, I think you'll like one of the videos I'm working on, because we may or may not be working together on something. Yeah, it's gonna be cool. Let's see, Elsie, if we believed Bloodborne, oh, I already read that one, oops, I'm a professional. If they were going to buy CDPR, they should have swooped in after the Cyberpunk debacle. Yeah, well, and I think people just have a total misunderstanding of how much money Sony actually has. People really just seem to have like no perception. People think, well, I've heard of them, so they must be a big company, right? It's no. It's not how that works. That is not how it works. Do I have to log into the Wall Street Journal? Ugh. Oof. Okay. Cyberpunk was a financial success, right? Well, as a product, yes. As a like boost to the stock, no. But as I've said before, I don't buy that basically in the stock market, there are some stocks that are just hyperinflated, right? There's some stocks that are just hyperinflated. For example, there was the insane bubble around GameStop, which is an extreme example because that was retail investors and everyday people that owned one or two shares that were blowing it up to the moon, right? There's also other stocks that are just organically overpriced. Like, what was it? WeWork. WeWork was super overinflated in terms of price. And if we look up like WeWork's stock, oh man. Yeah, this is worse than I remember it, but you know, it's funny, so it's okay. Like if we look up WeWork stock, so right now it's trading at, you know, just under 19 cents a share. But if we go back to the max, I mean, when it first came out, it was trading at the equivalent of 13 bucks a share. And even here, they still consider it extremely overvalued at 18.75 cents. Okay. So WeWork at $13 was extremely overpriced. And then what happened is they had a couple of bad news stories that kind of woke people up to, hey, maybe this isn't actually worth this amount. And they started to revisit it. Oh my God, earnings per share is minus 776. Oh, Jesus Christ. And so what happened with like CDPR, I don't know if they'll actually have this. Oh, it looks like they do. What happened here is you see the stock price started to peak right around the time of Cyberpunk 2077. And most of that was because investors thought that it was going to basically be futuristic GTA 5. And because a lot of investors don't understand the gaming industry, they didn't know any better. And so they were surprised when it didn't do very well. When it wasn't that. It did do very well financially, but it wasn't GTA Online. It didn't just print money. And so then the negative news stories started to come out and they started to adjust their expectations. Like, oh wait, I don't think it's worth 438. I think it's probably, you know, just like it was a handful of years ago, it's probably worth a bit more than like 70, 80, because they've built a lot of their business out since The Witcher 3. But it's not a fundamentally different company than it was when The Witcher 3 released. And so now it trades at like 125, which is probably even still a little inflated if I'm being real. But still, like much more in tune with what you would expect. So whenever there's like terrible news related to a company, usually it like shocks investors to reevaluate everything, and they reevaluate and then they adjust their expectations. So for CDPR, I don't think that just like Cyberpunk caused it to crash, like the bad reviews made it crash. I think the bad reviews were the impetus for investors to reevaluate and realize it was never worth $400+ a share. I mean, never. Like, there were people that were shorting the crap out of this because they were looking at it and they were like, guys, you're pricing this like Cyberpunk is going to be GTA Online 2, and no part of it is expected to be that. There's no long-term recurrent player base. There's no microtransactions built in. It just doesn't make any sense. I may be ignorant, but I don't understand why investors ever buy into something they know nothing about, trending aside. I mean, it basically is just trending. There's some ways that, like, there's dumbasses that might just buy something that somebody on a Discord server tells them to buy. I showed you guys that article about the like TikTok Discord influencer investors. SEC charges against TikTok influencers. Yeah, here. They filed SEC charges against 8 social media influencers in a $100 million stock manipulation scheme promoted on Discord and Twitter and TikTok. These guys are also on TikTok. You can look them up. But what these guys would do is they would tweet out, oh my God, this stock is going to crash. I have inside knowledge. Short it all right now. Or they'd say, oh, this stock's going to explode. Everybody buy in now before it explodes. But just by doing that, everybody would rush in who was following them. They'd pump the stock up. And then these guys, allegedly, would sell their stake that they had bought when it was like bottom of the barrel. And then by the time everybody realized, oh, it's starting to go back down because everybody rushed in, they sold, but most of these people lost their money that were rushing in because they were effectively buying the shares left behind, allegedly, by these people. That's called a pump and dump scheme, ladies and gentlemen. You might have heard of it in like Wolf of Wall Street and a movie like that. It's highly, highly illegal. You cannot do that. And so these guys, you know, are facing serious charges for it, as they rightly should. But like, there's people that do invest based on that. It's not even investing, it's speculation. If you're getting your stock picks from a Twitter account, I don't know how to help you. But with some of this other stuff, I mean, a lot of it is just people are like, oh, I know CD Projekt Red, I love The Witcher 3, so I'll buy it and invest. But it's more complicated than that. As you can see, like in May of 2020, it was at $400 a share. And you might have thought it's still going to keep growing, even though investment at the end of the day is about mathematics. It's about evaluation on companies. And if these numbers don't make sense, if these charts don't make sense, it's not going to stay at that price. It will eventually adjust. So yeah, no, I mean, it just didn't make any sense. Anyway, we'll circle back to that. We'll circle back. Pump and dump, also known as your mom. Yeah, good old 20-year-old Wall Street bros. Whenever I see those guys that are like, oh, dude, I saw one that was hilarious. It was this guy that was talking, like he was holding his microphone and he's turned like this. And he's talking to an empty room, pretending he's on an interview podcast and people are asking him about his magical investment strategies. This guy's like 20. And he's like, yeah, and so what I do is I invest in stocks that have huge upside potential, and I share that with my followers so we can all get rich. It's for some reason they always use their hands a lot. It was the most cringe thing I've ever seen. Like, he's talking to himself, which I'm doing now, to be fair, but in an empty room pretending he's being interviewed, which is where it gets cringe. Like, imagine if I just posted videos where I'm like unironically pretending I'm being interviewed on a podcast or something, looking at the curtain on the window. Like, it's insane. But people see that, and then they see like these 18-year-old, 19-year-old people who are a little bit gullible. They'll see that, and they'll see him post a picture of himself standing in front of a Bugatti that he rented on Turo for $300 for the day. I'm like, oh, well, he's clearly rich. If you don't know about Turo, I'm not sponsored by them or anything. This is just cool in case you didn't know about it. Turo is like a premium car rental service, kind of almost like Airbnb, but for fancy cars. It's really, really weird. But basically what you can do is, I don't know, let's just say LA. So what you can do is you see like there's all sorts of different cars that will be available that you can rent. So if you want to drive a Tesla Model S 2014, $66 a day. And so like these are just rich people who have these cars and list them on here. And you can drive like a Kia Telluride, or you can go all the way up to price. I want to look at the really pricey ones. A Porsche 911 2020 for $220 a day. So what these guys will do is they will rent one of these for $300 or $360, and then they'll pose in front of it. They'll drive around all day, taking tons of pictures, changing outfits even so that they look different in the pictures. And then they'll post these pictures on social media, acting as though they're rich and they have this, when in reality they don't. I wonder what the insurance fee is. I think it depends on what your insurance is. When I looked into it, because I was like, hey, we're going to go to Los Angeles for, it didn't end up happening. But basically there was like a game preview event where we'd be there for 2 days. And I was like, oh, why not rent a Lambo or like a Rolls Royce and do that? I think it could be fun. And it never ended up happening, but yeah, they have like different insurance policies and stuff, but it's pretty wild. 16 miles to the gallon, a 2011 Rolls Royce Ghost. Jeez, dude. That's a monster. Car weighs as much as my house probably. Costs as much too. Jesus. But anyway, that's why when you see somebody on social media standing in front of a really fancy car, be suspicious. Okay? Usually they're full of it. You can see how easy it is. Turo is just an app. You can just download it, and later today you could go get a super, super fancy car. So never believe it when you see somebody on social media that's like, oh, look at my new fancy car. You should believe everything I say. No. I mean, even if somebody is rich and actually did buy it, why would you believe what they say? Like what? Like XQC has more money than you could imagine. And are like, do you think you should take investment advice from XQC? Probably not. Probably not. Like, that's insane. Yeah, if anything, the fancy car makes me believe you less. Well, especially if you're claiming to be like a financial savant. That gets me. Honestly, the only car a wealthy person who claims to be like a small business owner should be driving is like often a big SUV over, I think it's 6,500 pounds, might just be 6,000 pounds. But you have to have a car that weighs past that certain limit, because then you qualify for all sorts of tax incentives. Might have changed under the Trump tax code. I'm not sure though. It's been a minute since I got into all of it, and obviously I'm not buying a super fancy SUV. Like I work from home. I don't go out. I don't get out much. Oh man. Let's see. Why are the prices so damn cheap? You got a Golf 5 here that costs $50 a day. I mean, dude, you're talking about like a day. I don't know why the RAM sticks are like glitching out. The LEDs are glitching out. But then I restart the PC and it's fine. I'll have to call my team at Apex Gaming PCs. See what they're doing. See what this might be. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway. Minivan incoming. Dude, Nikki's been begging me. She's like, can we just get like a nice minivan? Maybe. I mean, minivans are cool. I told her though, like if we're moving to Florida, I think I want to bite the bullet and like we'll sell the like Honda minivan thing we have and we'll get a Tesla, because there's all sorts of tax incentives that make it not insane. Colorado has a lot of tax incentives too, but I think that's when I would actually look at it. But everybody, see, that's the thing. That's the thing, Alfro. Half of the people I talk to are like, oh yeah, Florida's great. Especially like you go live in Winter Haven or something. It's awesome. And then the other half are like that. The other half are like, no, Florida's gross. Never move there. My understanding is that Florida is like great if you have a little bit of money and it's horrible if you don't. I don't know. If we have any Floridians, let me know.
Crisco super chatted $10.
Thank you, Crisco.
That Gollum game is atrocious.
Dude, for real.
I've no doubt that people worked hard on it, but when your product looks like that, you should delay it, or not full price. Also, thoughts on Spider-Man 2 gameplay?
So first of all, Crisco, totally agree. I'm really glad I made that review. I almost didn't make that review. I was like, who's going to give a crap? This game is terrible. Nobody's going to watch the video. And it ended up being like one of the biggest videos of the year so far. Yeah, it's atrocious. But I mean, honestly, there's so many problems with that game's development. I would love to see a documentary made on it because they've shown like the before and after. Gollum game downgrade. It's baffling how much they walked some of this back. Like I talked about the font choice and stuff, but this is what they showed off in the previews. Like this is what they had at one point, and this is what we got at the end. Like the font choice is weird. They went with some sort of weird Arial font. And like this, I mentioned this is insane. Also, as you move the left stick around and move it to select like give bread or beg, it leaves the A button on. So if you move the left stick around, the A button will appear on all of them. And if you press it, at least in the version of the game I played, if you press it, the game just glitches out because it doesn't know which one to select because you technically highlighted all of them. It's just a broken pile of garbage, but it's amazing. How did they go from this to that? It's not even close, dude. So I don't know what happened. I won't even pretend to have the qualifications to decipher this, but something serious went wrong. Yeah, pre-alpha state under development, and this is where we ended. Giga downgrades, dude. It's insane. So I totally agree. And then the Spider-Man 2 gameplay looked amazing as usual. I mean, but I think that's part of the reason people are like, well, the showcase wasn't that bad. We got Spider-Man and Spider-Man looked great. Totally agree. Spider-Man looked amazing. But that was a known factor. People knew that it was going to be amazing. So it wasn't as exciting as if they did something surprising. I mean, it wasn't as exciting as if they just casually showed a trailer for an upcoming like Atreus game. Even just something like they did for God of War Ragnarok back in the day, where they just show like the logo and like, yep, we're working on it. Just something like that would get people excited. But for some reason during this show, they just totally checked out, and it was baffling to me and baffling to a lot of people. I don't think anybody really understood what the hell they were thinking. Mike, I live in Winter Haven and I love it. See, I've been looking at Winter Haven. I've heard very good things about it. Tesla Model X, that's the one with like the butterfly doors, right? That thing looks badass. But that one's also like $100,000. But the other thing is the cheaper models have like 5.6 or 5.7% interest rates on the car loans, whereas the more expensive ones have like 3.9%, which is still a lot compared to like, 2-3 years ago. But in terms of total cost, it makes the discrepancy actually a lot less aggressive from a monthly payment standpoint. I still don't think I'd ever spend $100,000 on a car though. Like, that's crazy. That's a lot. That's a lot. Dude, but on the coast, not cheap either. Yeah, for real. I'm in Orlando. See, Nikki wants to go to Orlando because she likes the idea of being able to go to the theme parks any day. And I'm like, I like that. I'm a fan, but I think you'll get sick of the parks within a little bit. I mean, let's be honest. You probably can only go to Universal so many times before you're like, okay, might need to chill out for a little bit. I just want you to convert into a Florida man. Yeah, I'll start like being in videos. I'll have a rat tail and I'll start casually like eating gator on stream. I think it'll be great. It'll work great. I'm looking to move into Florida soon, maybe around southeast for the weather. The weather's nice. For me, the reason, Luan, that I'm looking at it is just that, for one, no income tax would be nice. Two, the weather. And three, Colorado in every facet is just getting insanely expensive to exist within. It's outrageous here. Like, energy prices are going up by hundreds of dollars each quarter. The housing market's outrageous. Even little stuff like traffic and the highways is all just a disaster right now, because they've been doing this big multi-billion-dollar upgrade to I-25, which is the main highway in Colorado that cuts through the whole state. But it's taken them years and years and years to basically add one lane to the whole thing. It's been like a 3-4 year project. They started it back when I was in college, like starting college right out of high school. And they still are working on it. And now they need 2 or 3 more lanes in the highway because there's so many people moving here. And so, like, they just can't keep up. It's outrageous. Is it true they're working on another Lord of the Rings game? Yeah. Apparently they filed for grants, which honestly would explain why the game came out and wasn't just canceled, because it would be a similar thing to what happened with Skull and Bones, where Skull and Bones applied for government grants, got those, and then as a part of that government grant agreement, they had to release, or they will have to release the game. And with Gollum, it looks like something similar might have happened, where they got a government grant to help with the cost of development, and as a result, they had to release it. They couldn't just cancel it, which to me makes a lot more sense than they thought this was going to be received well, because I don't think anybody thought this would be received well. I'm sure the devs were like, okay, everybody brace. They had to know. Nobody releases something like that and honestly thinks that it was like gonna be successful. I mean, come on. Let's see. I hate the marketing of Spider-Man, just a whole mission spoiled, bro. Yeah, but they did that during the first game too. And I agree, I don't love it in terms of like the final product, but apparently that's pretty early in the game. One of the first things you do. And as far as like the effect it has on the community, I think it's a net positive, because we get to see the game in action. We get to see it actually working, like somebody playing it. And I think that that is, much better than the alternative, which recently has just been that we don't see anything and then we just have to guess what it's going to run like, you know? I don't like having to guess with my games. I would rather have like confidence. Oh, this is what it runs like. Okay, cool. You know? One of the devs at Insomniac said their shown build at the showcase wasn't the final build. In fact, it was quite old, hence the problems with LODs and pop-ins. Yeah, and I think even still it looked great. But that's pretty normal. Like, this is why we usually don't see a lot of gameplay at these presentations and stuff, is because it takes a lot to get something like that working. I mean, a lot. It takes months of work. You have to build this whole thing out. You have to basically finalize this part of the game, even though you're not finalized anywhere else. And so you have to have the artists go through and finalize stuff. The coders have to go through and optimize stuff. It's a big hassle to get a gameplay demo working, which is why most companies just don't bother. Stefan, thank you.
Stefan Constantin Dumitrash super chatted $5.41. Hi Luke. I pre-ordered Top K digitally and today I also bought the collector's edition. Do you have any money saving advice for me?
Oh man. One thing people like, unironically, again, not sponsored. One thing that is great for saving, that's just like super easy. I'm not sure if it's international or not. I honestly don't know. Hold on. I clicked the wrong thing. Is Acorns. Basically what you do is like you hook up your checking account, your debit card, and every time you have a charge of like $1.75, they'll round up to $2, and they'll take the extra 25 cents and put it in a savings account. So it's always small amounts, less than $1, but they just round up and invest it for you. And so without having to do anything, just by sitting on it, you can save money, which is kind of fun. So there you go. That's my advice. Oh, is it US only? There's got to be another option. International, I would guess. Oh, man. No, we're about to get into that, Kevin. I'm just bracing myself because there's going to be a lot of stupidity involved with it. So I'm just trying to prepare my body. Want to know secret? Bloodborne is coming to PC. Wish I was a PC gamer. Mr. K, what a secret that is. Wow. Yeah, it's sad to see that people are amazed to see gameplay nowadays. That's where standards have gotten. I just think, like, whatever the expectation was for that PlayStation showcase, it's clear that it was out of whack with what Sony was trying to do. Because if Sony was trying to do anything similar to what we thought they were trying to do, like dominate the conversation, surprise people, get people excited for the future PlayStation, they failed utterly. I think somebody said there was only technically one truly exclusive game to the PlayStation 5. They had cross-gen stuff, they had stuff that was timed exclusives, and then they had other things that were just cross-platform games. And I don't know, I haven't gone through and counted, but that's at least what it felt like, which is probably just as bad. This is my goo for cleaning my keyboard. Whenever like dust falls on it or stuff. It's awesome. I hope they rework the symbiote graphics. It looked bad. I think they could have more small tendrils and stuff. It did look a little bit like Play-Doh, but as far as like a video game, I understand it's got to be kind of tough to get the symbiote stuff working. Were you one of those people who said it's probably not coming to PC? What do you mean? What I said is if we were going to see it at the showcase, I don't see how it was possible it wouldn't leak beforehand. Like every journalist, every game journalist and podcaster on the planet would love to break that story. And all it would take would be one person taking a photo on their phone of the actual like trailer shot of Bloodborne 2's logo or something for it to be like the story of the week. I mean, it would be very lucrative for somebody to leak that. And you better believe some of these publications would pay good money for those pictures. I don't know if you know how this works, but a lot of more like clickbaity sites will just straight up pay for the rights to like pictures and videos and leaks and stuff. Just like in Spider-Man, you know, when he goes to, is it Joe Jonah Jameson? I think every time I say it, it sounds wrong. So my whole stance was if it was coming to PC, we would know before it was announced. And it wouldn't just be, oh, I have a rumor and I can sort of confirm that I've heard somebody say something akin to this might be coming. Like, dry up, dude. That's not, it's J. Jonah, not Joe. Jesus. So I just, my stance was if it was going to happen, we would have known. And leaks seem incredibly common for big releases these days. Yeah, verifiable leaks. Like Assassin's Creed Mirage has been leaking like crazy. Granted, it's a big team that works on those games. But AC Mirage, there's like actual gameplay clips. And like in development builds. Like GTA 6 has leaked pretty aggressively. And so if you think like Bloodborne 2, which would melt the internet, if that's coming, I think we would see something verifiable about it. And after 8 years, I just have to think that there's a reason we haven't seen it yet. FromSoftware can't do anything about Bloodborne because it's a PlayStation exclusive. What I heard, like my understanding is PlayStation owns like the trademark to the Bloodborne name. And it seems as though FromSoftware owns the exclusive production rights. So if there's going to be a Bloodborne sequel or remaster or something, apparently it must be, or it's supposed to come from FromSoftware, or they have to get their express permission. And one of the things I love most about Hidetaka Miyazaki is that he don't give no craps. If he doesn't want to do a game, he's just not going to do it. If they did Dark Souls 4, that would print money. Like, it would be endless money for him. But instead, he comes out and does this little thing called Elden Ring. Blows everybody away. And then he's like, yeah, instead of jumping right on Elden Ring 2, I'm going to move over and I'm going to do this Armored Core thing that I've wanted to do for years. Like, he don't give no craps. He's just going to do what he wants to do. And that's what makes him so unique and so special in the industry, is he's just going to do what excites him and what he thinks is going to produce the best game in that moment. So I don't know. It's going to be really, really interesting to see how it pans out. But the point of all of this is, if we were going to see a Bloodborne 2 at a showcase like this, I think we would see stuff about it before. Like, if Jeff Grubb was able to find out that they weren't going to show, say, whatever it was, Ghost of Tsushima 2, he knew they weren't going to show that. I think, like, those types of people would at least hear whispers that it's going to be there. I don't think it would just be random people on Twitter being like, my uncle who works at Microsoft told me that his best friend who works at Sony told him that this is happening. Like, come on, dude. Hidetaka seems really low-key and just wanting to put his ideas out there. Yeah, he's like what I think a lot of people have the perception that Hideo Kojima actually is, but Kojima is actually like a malignant narcissist and like loves the smell of his own farts. Like, have you seen that South Park episode where they go to San Francisco and there's the cloud of smug going over the entire country? I think that's what would happen if Hideo Kojima moved to the States. It would just be a constant cloud of smug. And I'm saying this as a YouTuber, okay? I'm saying this as a YouTuber. If anybody would know narcissists and egomaniacs more and accurately, it would be a YouTuber like me. And so I'm telling you that he seems so full of himself. It's insane. Yeah, girls, get yourself a man who loves you like Hideo loves Hideo. Like, for real. And like, you can still love his games, of course. As an artist, he can do great stuff. I don't know how you disagree that he's clearly so full of himself. Like, and it's okay. I mean, at this point, maybe he's totally earned it. Like, if Jeff Bezos wants to get up there and like really feel himself and just love him, like some Jeff Bezos, like if he wants to do that, okay, yeah, you've made more money than God at this point. You know what? You got your bag. You've been on the grind for decades. I guess you've earned the right to be full of yourself. And maybe Kojima's the same way. The S in Stevens stands for skeptical. Yeah. I was trying to get into Metal Gear Solid 5 yesterday. My God, the sheer number of cutscenes. I gave up after 15 minutes. Oh, so halfway through the first cutscene? Because Metal Gear Solid 5, I agree. It gets off to a bit of a slow start. It's a slow burn. A Hideo Kojima stream, brought to you by Hideo Kojima. Oh, yeah. A Hideo Kojima stream, brought to you by Hideo Kojima. I've shown you that thing from the Mr. Bean's Holiday. Carson Clay Productions. Of a Carson Clay film. Have you guys seen this? The Mr. Bean holiday movie? Willem Dafoe plays like this film director and creator named Carson Clay. And the whole intro to his film, you see he's just in love with it. Carson Clay Pictures present Carson Clay in a Carson Clay production of a Carson Clay film. He's just like loving it. Playback time. And then it goes back, rewinds, and then it plays again. Like, that's Kojima. Kojima is Carson Clay. Okay? Like, I don't care what anybody says. I don't think God needs money. Then why do all of his representatives constantly ask for it? Isn't that weird? Isn't that weird how that works? Oh, man. Written by Russ, directed by Russ, produced by Russ. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Anyway, so that's a whole thing. That's a whole thing. I don't know how we got on Kojima. I don't even know. I don't even know. And I'm saying this again as somebody who will probably play a lot of Dark Souls 2. Or not Dark Souls, Death Stranding 2. Because I kind of like Death Stranding. I like vibing to it, but man, I can still admit that some of the stuff he does is just bad or insane. You know? Yeah, Proto, I have that tweet pulled up. I've got that whole thing. So we're not just going to be looking at the question of whether or not, I guess we can just lump right into this. Let's see, where did I put my bookmarks? There we go. Stream topics, boop-a-doop-a-doop. Oh, I want to talk about that. Talk about that. Okay. So all of these rumors started going around about like Sony is buying CDPR, right? Everybody's talking about it. It's like, oh my God, they're going to buy CDPR. And then Cyberpunk 2 is going to be exclusive to PlayStation 5 or PlayStation 6. And then The Witcher 4 is going to be exclusive and it's going to be amazing. And then they're also going to go and they're going to buy all these other companies. It's going to be amazing. And it's just people saying stuff, okay? So I tweeted out this little tidbit. Guys, just saying something doesn't make it a rumor. It's just an assertion. Y'all are giving me a migraine. Sony is not buying CDPR. And then this guy says, okay, now you provide a source that confirms they're not buying it, which we can do now. At the time he posted that, there weren't sources that confirmed that, but we can do that now. There have been sources that have said, no, it's not happening. But even if we didn't have the source that said this isn't happening, this is not how the burden of proof works, okay? If you care about what's true, thank you, Stefan, by the way. I'm gonna read that in just a second, and we'll tackle that next, okay? But if you care about what's true, if you honestly try to like figure out what's real and what isn't, if you want to believe as many true things and as few false things as you can, this is not how logic works. This isn't how any of this works verifiably, okay? And that's what I said. That's not how the burden of proof works. If you say unicorns exist, to which I reply, we have no reason to think they exist, you don't get to flip the burden of proof on me by saying, well, you can't prove they don't exist, therefore they exist, or therefore I'm perfectly justified in believing they exist. The burden of claim is always on the claimant, or burden of proof for any claim is on the claimant. This really isn't that hard. And what was funny is that this actually turned into like, there were some people that like, I think they thought I was like attacking their religious views. I think, cause like this, I got a notification on my phone that just was this last tweet, and it just was like a tweet notification, and it just read, God's poop is the universe. And I was like, what? I was so confused. I was just baffled. But anyway. And like, well, honestly, if you have a problem with how this works, your problem isn't really with me. Your problem is with like basic logical syllogisms and structure. So take it up with that. And honestly, if you believe like Bigfoot exists and you saw Bigfoot yourself, and maybe Bigfoot lives in your basement with you, and maybe you're looking at Bigfoot right now, you might have personal justification for believing that thing. Just like in the case of a video game, if you are one of the negotiators sitting in on the discussions between Sony and CDPR, and you know that this is happening, that they're going to be buying CDPR because you're negotiating it. If you know that, you are personally justified in believing that. But nobody else is until they have evidence for it. So you can't get upset when people don't believe you for just saying something. Now, if you provided transcripts of the negotiations. If you came out and showed your identity, like, here's my ID, I'm a lawyer with Sony and I'm negotiating, I just took a trip to Poland. If you showed all this stuff, then we would have more reason to believe you. But just saying stuff doesn't actually do anything. Just asserting stuff doesn't do anything. This was also kind of interesting, which we'll touch on. Again, we have confirmation from somebody, which we're going to look at right here, a PR rep for CDPR that debunks all of this. But this is another thing to just think about, which is confirmed. I checked this. So CDPR is on Warsaw's stock exchange, and only around 36% is with the founders and board, where the rest with many investment funds with a lot below 5%, etc. So like industrial, or not industrial, institutional investors. This is not any insider info, just information that's publicly available. And this is what we saw. Like, if you look up the stock, like here, you can see it's in Warsaw delayed price. Earlier, I think I said it was dollars. I think it's Zvolta is the Polish currency. It's PLN. I think it's Zvolta. You'll have to let me know if I got that wrong. But either way, this is all in the Polish currency. This isn't directly converted over as far as I understand it. But, yeah, look at that Q2. Ooh, baby. Ooh, baby. That was rough. So very, very interesting how it breaks down. But all told, you can't just walk in, and Sony can't just walk in and buy a company that's publicly traded. There are regulatory agencies you have to tackle with, as we've seen with the Activision Blizzard stuff. This is small enough. Zvolty? This font's too small. Zlolty? I don't know. Anyway. Well, so this is the thing. If you do OTGLY, these are American depository receipts. So this might just be converted directly over. But you can see how much less frequently it updates. It's like once every 2 hours or so it updates the price. And this is because liquidity is extremely low with these. And so looking at something like this isn't super helpful, honestly. You kind of get a rough idea, but I mean, still, it's kind of... it's easier to just look at the native pricing, you know, at least in my opinion. But with all of this, what was I saying? Yeah, there's regulatory stuff you have to deal with. There are problems in terms of negotiating with the board of directors. What will happen with something like, say, Twitter, because Twitter was publicly traded. And what happened is when Elon Musk went to the board of directors and said, hey, I want to buy this. Basically, the board makes a decision and votes on what they think is best for the company. And so the board of directors might be like, hey, Elon's offering to buy this at however many dollars a share. We think that this is best for the company. We're not going to get to that price within any reasonable amount of time. And our duty is to the shareholders, so we're going to effectively accept this offer. Now, in some countries, you still have to vote. You have to basically get majority approval of the acquisition or of the sale before it can happen. You guys might remember the Vivendi takeover of Ubisoft. I should say the attempted Vivendi Ubisoft takeover. This happened like years ago. I think it was like 2014, 15, 16 is when it was really taken off, I think. But basically Vivendi, which is like a huge company, they tried to come in and buy out Ubisoft. So if we look at here, come on, Vivendi's website. I think they're also French, so the websites are super slow. Come on, you can do it. You can do it, Vivendi. There we go. So they own a bunch of different brands, a bunch of, like, they own Dailymotion, Gameloft. I haven't seen that logo in a while. Oh boy. So they own a bunch of stuff, but they were trying to basically come in and buy up shares of Ubisoft until they had a majority share. And what is interesting about this is, like, Ubisoft didn't want to sell. And so what is known is they're trying to avoid what's known as a hostile takeover, which is where the board of directors and perhaps the shareholders don't want to sell the company, but somebody's coming in and trying to buy up all the shares. And so there's some ways where you can kind of tackle it, where you can like issue shares to dilute it. So like an example would be, let's see if MS Paint's working again. I haven't been able to get MS Paint launching. Yeah, there we go. But like if we have this and we have just a big pie, if Vivendi comes in and buys this share of the pie and they're slowly buying more and more and more, taking a bigger cut until eventually they have 51% or a controlling share, what you can do is you can either try to buy back shares from the corporation side to inflate the price, and that might turn them off of it because it'll be too expensive to justify, or you can start issuing more shares so this pie gets bigger, and in turn this little sliver becomes smaller because you just flooded the market with more shares. Problem with that is usually that drives the price down, and then this company will just come in and buy more shares at a lower price, so it doesn't actually do a whole lot. But there's a bunch of little maneuvers and things that you can do to try and get around this. So like you can see, they eventually had to come to an agreement, which is just crazy. But basically to the agreement right here, the sale netted a capital gain of 220 million euros, roughly 250-ish million dollars. Vivendi said it's no longer a Ubisoft shareholder and it's maintaining its commitment to refrain from purchasing Ubisoft shares for a period of 5 years. So they had to, like, to avoid this, they had to agree not to try to buy them out for 5 years. But then they're going to come back in. And what I've heard, like I read a book on this in college. There were stories of like some of these hostile takeovers where big corporations that say, I think the example they gave us was of a small like oil company that like drilled oil basically in, I think it was Wyoming. And this big oil company wanted to buy them out. And so what they did is they came in and they built like 100 little LLCs and little bitty companies that were basically just shell companies that they then used to go and buy shares of this oil company. Again, I think it was in Wyoming. I might be wrong there, but buy little bits of this. And because it was all splintered across all of these different companies owned by one big company, but it was splintered across all of these, it got past the board of directors and the people that worked at the company for a little bit further until they basically couldn't avoid the takeover anymore. So it was a very hostile takeover. So these people came in, this big corporation created all these companies and was able to kind of secretly buy up little bitty shares of this oil company until eventually they could just kind of combine all of it under the parent company and then collectively vote to sell the company to this big oil company. So it can get dirty in corporate America when hostile takeovers are involved, but I don't think Sony has the capital to do something like that. Okay. I just don't think so. Because in order to do a hostile takeover like that, you pretty much always need cash because you have to actually go and buy shares. Like you can't do that how some companies do acquisitions, which like Linus talked about this, for example. Linus from Linus Tech Tips was just offered $100 million for his company. And how they broke it down, it wasn't $100 million cash. I believe he said it was 60 million cash, 40 million in stock that from the company that was buying them. Might have been the other way around. Might have been 60 million in stock, 40 million in cash, whatever it was. And so for that, that's how some of these companies can basically come in and acquire stuff without having to have all of the cash on hand. As they say, okay, I'll give you this big wad of cash and I'll give you a cut of my operating profits of this business that I've also built. You can't really do that with a hostile takeover. Honestly, the only way that a company like Sony could probably take over a company like CDPR or other big publishers and developers is with a hybrid payment structure, like with a mix of cash and a mix of stock, which honestly not many companies are going to take because Sony has had a bit of a rough ride the last little bit. As you can see, they're not exactly on the up and up. They've had some trouble And a lot of it's just because Sony's a lot bigger than just their video game sector. Sony has a camera business. Sony has an insurance business in Japan that they're thinking about selling. They have a ton of different irons in the fire. And so it's not as simple as just looking, well, but God of War did well. Why didn't their stock explode? It's more elaborate than that. But anyway, they seem to have a very competent management team. They have actual net operating cash flow. 2019 over $1 trillion. 2020 about $1.5 trillion. 21 it dropped. I think this is supposed to be 3, maybe. I don't know. Capital expenditures. Man, this is all in. No, it's in USD. Okay. Operating profit. Balance sheet. I mean, they're sitting on some cash, but this is nowhere near. This is usually in thousands. Do they have it? The note? So in this case, this would be like, no, all values are in JPY millions. Okay, so this, we need to convert it. And then another 3 to USD. Oh, sorry. Where was I? JPY. That's the abbreviation. JPY. So 1.8 billion Japanese yen converts to roughly 13 million. Which is a little... Oh, no, it's in millions. I gotta add another 3. So it's a little better. A lot better. I don't know. All told, it's just, I don't see this compared to like the magnitude of like Microsoft. You look at Microsoft's financials and it's just mean. Like they make everybody else look stupid. It's just outrageous how much money they're sitting on. In millions. Dude, that's outrageous. They're sitting on an actual Scrooge McDuck pile of money. It's insane. It's just nasty. So all told, I mean, it's just Microsoft is sitting on piles of money. Like they said, this is in USD millions. So 104,757. So that's what, $104 billion? That they're just sitting on? That's crazy. So whenever it's like, oh yeah, Sony could definitely take them on. I mean, they might be sitting on like 12 million equivalent in cash or cash equivalents, but like you're talking about different worlds. Okay, it's just another planet. Activision Blizzard didn't even put a dent. My understanding, I don't know, did they say ATVI acquisition all cash? I don't remember if they said it was all cash. Yeah, it's an all cash deal. All cash. And the reason they have to say all cash and why that's significant is because most company acquisitions are like that Linus Tech Tips one, where it's, oh, we're paying you 40 million or 40 billion. Jesus, sorry. 40 billion in cash. And the other 28.7 billion is going to be in stock, Microsoft stock, that will pay to the people who currently own it, to the shareholders or something. It's not usually something that happens with like publicly traded companies. Usually those are, you know, a little bit more, they lean more towards cash because it's easier to distribute to everybody, but still. it's just outrageous. Like the sheer differential in money we're talking about is just crazy. But you can see Microsoft's been sitting on a cash pile for a while. Hello? Hello? Open. Hello. Can you say hello, everybody? Hi, everybody. Hi, everybody. Microsoft should make a public offer for Sony just to troll them. Dude, if they did that right after they get this Activision deal through, that would be freaking hilarious. They're like, no, we don't really have any like intention of buying them, but still. Is Microsoft and Apple the same? I mean, we can check. I don't know. I haven't checked in on Apple recently on how much cash they're sitting on. Financials, balance sheet. I mean,
No.
oh, did he dip his fingers? Yeah. I don't think so. Yeah, I know. Is that crazy? Luckily, it just started. Yeah, oh, I do. Last sheet. How are you doing, dude? You're gonna smell great for the rest of the day. You're gonna smell great. He grabbed a bunch of the wax. Grabbed a bunch.
No, don't do it again.
Do you want to sit? Sit up here? Yeah, say hi to everybody. Hi, everybody. Is Apple overvalued? I mean, a lot of people have carefully evaluated Apple. They're expensive as a stock, sure, but I don't think. Good tip. I don't think it's crazy overvalued. Tesla, by all accounts, is like, it's less so now, but Tesla for a while there was insane. Like no sense, rhyme, or reason to how expensive Tesla was. It's just outrageous. The thing with tech stocks is people invest in tech stocks and they're just okay with any price because they assume, well, it's tech, so it's going to be eventually worth this. And that's just an insane way of investing. It's crazy. Are you going to go have fun with Mama? Yeah, it's a pyramid. Oh, good. I totally got eaten alive on our walk yesterday. I have like mosquito bites everywhere, man. Oh, okay. Hey, dude, can you say bye-bye, everybody? Goodbye. Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye. Yeah, he has Shutter Island. Yeah. Yeah. Look. You have fun with Mama, okay? Daddy's gonna get back to it so he doesn't lose his train of thought, okay? Okay. I love you. Have a good time. Yep. There's a baby there. There's a
There's a whole lot of baby there. Too much.
Oh, yeah. What would Elon's net worth be if SpaceX makes it to Mars and he makes SpaceX public? I mean, it doesn't really matter if it just makes it to Mars. It matters on what the business is like. Like, I don't think SpaceX really... Yeah. Bye-bye, dude. It's like I was just getting started with the Legos. It just depends on how much money is involved with it. I think he has the potential. Like, who's the guy? I think he's the guy that owns Armani and Louis Vuitton and those companies. He's the world's richest guy right now. But honestly, if you look at businesses, I think Elon far and away is the richest. Because Elon runs SpaceX. He has Neuralink. Like, each of these are easily multi-billion-dollar companies. He has Starlink. Is Starlink owned by SpaceX, or is it a different company entirely? I think they use SpaceX to launch, but it's a different company. I don't know. I just don't know how you could classify it in any way other than Elon is far and away the guy that owns the most companies that are worth the most, like by a lot. So if he ever lists SpaceX and lists Neuralink and Starlink and those things, I mean, you're talking about a guy with a net worth that's probably I mean, he's got to be well over 500. If we go by Apple economics, he's a trillionaire. Well, I just don't know how much of each of those businesses he owns. Like, he's not the sole owner. There are other investors in SpaceX. There's other people that own chunks of it, but I don't know how much he owns, which is why it's private. Griffith, thanks for coming by. Okay, let's finish this up, and then I'll get to those super chats real quick. All told, the whole idea that Sony was going to come in and just unilaterally buy out CDPR is insane. Even after one of these updated tweets from somebody who would know, in this case, it is Ola Sonde, I don't know, replying to this. People asked me to talk to the recent rumors, or talk about the recent rumors of Sony buying CDPR. I didn't want to bother with it because it's not happening. It's possible, but it's not happening. That is like the 10th time that rumor is floating around ever since these Cyberpunk 2077 pre-release days. And Ola said, yeah, we're not in any such talks with Sony. And if we go over, you can see she's a PR rep with CDPR. Just stating clearly, it's not happening. Okay. Is it hypothetically possible in some world that they negotiated some deal to possibly make that happen? I guess. It wouldn't make any sense because, frankly, CDPR is on a pretty good track right now. They're on a bit of a comeback, and they are grinding it out. They have a bunch of stuff they're working on, a bunch of big games that they're working on. And, I mean, honestly, the only reason you go public is usually to get a big influx of cash for a major expansion, or it allows for early investors to get out with their bag and, you know, live happily ever after. But CDPR is a company that's pretty old, it's established, and the owners are very, very well off, and they don't strike me as the kind of guys that are just looking to quickly get out. So I just don't see it as something. They don't have like a lot of venture capital investors or anything. They've just slowly built it for a while. Where's your evidence, Luke? So I like, it just doesn't really make any sense, as far as anybody can tell, for CDPR to be sold to anybody. I don't think they would want to sell to Microsoft or to any of these companies. Their goal is to eventually be one of those companies like Steam with GOG, another business they own, or to be a giga publisher on the scale of like EA or Ubisoft. They want to be huge everywhere, not just releasing one or two games every couple of years. So it takes time. Okay. But I don't think that they're going to sell. I will be shocked if at any point it's announced that they're selling to anybody. Because it just frankly doesn't make sense. And in the case of Sony, this is what really is like triggering to me. These people will say this stuff month after month, year after year. They'll just say, hey, rumor is Sony's buying CDPR. Rumor is Bloodborne 2 is going to be at the showcase. Rumor is Bloodborne on PC is dropping. Rumor is Abandon is actually a Hideo Kojima game. They'll just throw all of this stuff out, just saying stuff and saying it's a rumor. Or they'll say, blah, blah, blah. Also, take it with a grain of salt. Just making stuff up for clicks and engagement. And some very gullible people, or in some cases a lot of very gullible people, will buy into it and will start to distribute it. And then everybody starts talking about it, even though it's just nonsense. And then the moment that it's clear and confirmed, like in this tweet from the CDPR rep, they either just say, well, yeah, it was a rumor, so whatever. Anyway, Bloodborne 2, I hear a rumor, it's coming. They just throw stuff out. And the moment that they're proven wrong on something, they just move on. It's like psychics. They'll get a prediction wrong and then like, yeah, well, it wasn't clear in my head. Anyway, this one is real. And they just move on. Like, at what point do people go, well, maybe you just don't know what you're talking about. Maybe I shouldn't listen to you anymore. It's infuriating that these people still have a platform after doing all of this, I think very intentionally spreading misinformation for engagement. It's baffling. And then inevitably, like when something does happen that lines up with what they said, if they throw out 1,000 BS claims like this, and then one happened to end up being true, then they're like, see, I was validated. Here is the evidence. I know what I'm talking about. It's like, dude, your track record, you are like batting .00001. Okay. You got one thing right. What are you talking about? Like, the reason why people listen to journalists like Jason Schreier is because they have a track record, a proven track record that's well established over a long period of time, where he can demonstrate, I know that this is happening, and then he writes the article and it's happening and it's true. And that's why, like, he has the career that he does and works with Bloomberg, because he has that reputation. There's a reason these Twitter people don't have jobs at big publications, because they just make stuff up. Does clickbait contribute to misinformation? I think it depends on what you mean by clickbait. If all you're doing is making somebody click on your article because it sounds catchy or it's attention grabbing, not necessarily, but bad clickbait is certainly a virus upon the internet, and honestly, just any public discourse, because it's particularly tied up into deception. If I have to lie to you to get you to click on my thing, then, like, I think you're scum of the earth. Like, it's insane how many videos will just be outright lying about something just to get a click. Like, what I always try, and what me and my team always try to do, is we try to make sure that whenever we make a video, thumbnail, title, contribution, combination, whatever, that they complement each other and that they intrigue, but that they don't deceive. The moment that a thumbnail is, like, deceptive, it doesn't, not only does it not really work in my experience, looking at all these other creators who have tried it, but it also is just kind of pointless. I don't really understand it. Like, if I say, what was it? Was it Jake Paul or Logan Paul, one of those guys, where they just started putting Mr. Beast in all of their thumbnails, even though he was never mentioned or in the video at all? And their videos started, like, exploding. And people were like, what is happening? Why is Mr. Beast in your thumbnail if he's not in your video? But it was just because they realized that would get more clicks. And you can see what it did to their reputation. Now, they exploded, certainly, but their reputation suffered as a result. And if you care about your reputation, I think you should steer clear of it. But the problem with, like, Twitter and a lot of these other places is that reputation doesn't really matter, because everybody is just of this super, super narrow perspective and perception. Nobody thinks more than, like, 10 minutes into the future or an hour into the past, unless they're trying to dig up dirt and get you canceled, in which case they suddenly have a phenomenal memory. New Twitter algo didn't used to be this bad. I don't know, man. I think it's always been this bad. You remember back, like, old days of YouTube, where it would just be like a picture of a rack, and then it was a video on, like, how to install a drawer with wood glue or something. It was just, like, clearly nothing about this thumbnail had anything to do with the video, but it was everywhere on YouTube. And, like, on Twitter, I think, you know, with articles and stuff, it's been a thing for a while. I think just the Twitter community notes has done more for fighting misinformation than anything Twitter did in the years, like the decade before community notes. YouTube recommendations are worse, or are the worst they have ever been. Really? I honestly, I've been getting recommended random stuff on YouTube, like very small channels that have like 5 views on a video or something. I've noticed a lot more of those in my recommended feed. So they're trying clearly to help little creators get out there and get noticed, which is cool. But I haven't really seen, like, my recommendations that off. Honestly, they all are pretty on par. I think people think it's worse because their side is getting called out on it too. Oh, maybe. I keep getting recommended videos I've already watched, even videos I've disliked. Oh, really? I will say I have gotten recommended a good number of videos that I've already watched. That's true. That's true. I have gotten recommended a lot of those. But yeah. Anyway, let's see. Let's get back to these. Hold on. These super chats. Stefan, thank you for the 5 earlier. Have you seen the Lies of P gameplay trailer? If so, do you have any thoughts on it? I have. I think it looks awesome. I'm very excited. And that is a Game Pass Day 1 title, my friend. So that's a pretty good grab. I think that would have been an easy one for PlayStation to grab up, to hype up fans who are like big Bloodborne fans. And the fact that like the game that is a spiritual successor to Bloodborne is an Xbox exclusive has got to be a little bit like rubbing salt in the wound. And I think we're going to see that at the Xbox showcase. Pretty confident. Brandon, thank you for the $4.99. Any good game drops coming this June? If not, I got to get going on the backlog. Alan Wake, Red Faction Guerrilla, and maybe start Death Stranding. Red Faction Guerrilla, that's a throwback. I haven't played that in a while. But yeah, I played the crap out of that way back in the day. Alan Wake, of course, classic. That's a good one to play right before the sequel comes. And Death Stranding, you just got to be buckled up and ready to spend like a month and a half working through it. It's a lot. Grab a napkin, damp it with some vinegar. Mosquito bites disappear instantly. I will try that when I go upstairs. Take a ride with me. Thank you for the 5 Australian. I will do that because this is itching like crazy. Liza P only on Xbox since when? I don't think it's only on Xbox, but it's on Game Pass day one. Sorry, if I said exclusive on Xbox or something, I meant day one, like Game Pass. But Last of Us multiplayer delayed. Yeah. Did they say anything further, or is that the same thing we were talking about the other day? Naughty dog. Naughty dog. Yeah, I don't say anything new, so it must just be the previous thing. Let's see. Luke, have you seen the indie game called Spaceborne 2 on Steam? It's like Star Citizen, but made by one developer. It's kind of nuts. I'm curious about your thoughts. Spaceborne 2? I don't think I've seen that. Maybe if I look it up, I'll recognize it. Spaceborne 2, the innovative space game that challenges the genre. What is this?
Spaceborne 2 is not your average space game. With thousands of star systems, a heavy focus on deployment.
By the way, this is Obsidian Ant. I'm going to share this in chat real quick, just so you can give him some love. Thank you, Ham, by the way, for the 10. Appreciate you. Do you think Death Stranding sequel merited? I like the first one, but the story seemed more wrapped up by the end than most of Hideo's games are. I really don't know what that sequel is going to do. The trailer didn't really give us anything to go on, so I really have no idea. I hope it's just taking all the knobs, cranking them up to 11. I hope they can trim down the cutscenes a little bit, the long discussions a little bit. I think that would be great. I think they hopefully, like, if they can widen the tool set for building stuff and crafting different routes, like if they can even get it to the point where you can like build a tram or like a train system, and so you build tracks through the map so you can move tons of cargo around, I think that would be awesome. They started playing around with like the automated shipments with the robots in the director's cut, so I think they have an idea for some of that. But if they can just get it to the point where by the end of the game all these deliveries basically run themselves, I think I would love that. Tons of like automation. I think that would be sick, because they started doing that a lot in the director's cut, which suggests to me they might be leaning into that during the sequel, I would guess. Better combat, I would agree. As is, it's super clunky, not really in a good way. And they got to improve the vehicles too. The vehicles all drive like absolute donkey ass, and I don't care what anybody says, it just drives like crap. So yeah, like Satisfactory, kind of like what I imagine is like you build the trains kind of like in Death Stranding, where you build the roads, or where you could send out the robots to deliver stuff for you. What I'd like to be able to do is to build like a train network from major cities and points of interest, and then from each of those I can have stops where I then build zip lines off and branching off. So by the end of the game, it doesn't start like this. Like as it starts, you're kind of running stuff by foot, but by the end of the game you have a whole network of delivery systems. Some you'll just load up on a train and you'll move like a truck's worth of stuff across the map in just a couple of minutes while riding on the train. almost like a bullet train. And then others you might take to this stop, and then you get off and you send this off with a robot to deliver there, or you ride it on a zip line over and then you come back to the train and take the rest over. I like tons of stuff like that. I think would be super cool. More tools, because it just felt like you could only take big deliveries in big trucks, which the big deliveries were the most satisfying to do. But the big trucks weren't very viable unless you had built all the roads, which by the end of the game, you'll certainly get very close to doing that. And even then, there are certain parts of the map that, frankly, you can't really access with the trucks. A lot of them you have to unload, put onto like the floating carriers, and then carry them the rest of the way by foot over rocky terrain that's super inconsistent, and it's not as satisfying. Like it gets very clunky with those bigger deliveries, which maybe is the point, but I think if they gave us more ways to transport that, it would be awesome. Also, ways to transport large deliveries through the zip lines would be greatly appreciated. I hated that the carriers would always, like, you were screwed if you got to your zip line finally, but then you have a carrier full of cargo that you can't get down the mountain. Anyway.
Diplomacy
What is
and
this?
the ability to create your very own faction. This game is shaping up to be a truly unique experience with some highly lofty goals. Now, what's especially intriguing to me here is the sheer number of times that this game has been recommended to me. I've seen many recommendations in YouTube comments, on Discord, as well as across the internet. The game has very favourable reviews on Steam, with a very positive rating at 82%, so looking very good. That's not to say it's perfect, it is very janky, as we'll talk about in just a moment, but this is a game in early access, and underneath all that jank is a game that just may be very special indeed.
This may be one
what is
guy.
Spaceborne 2 all about? Well, it's a massive single-player space-based RPG. Here are some bullet points about the game.
Tens of thousands of diverse solar systems, massive planetary surfaces, character customization, ability to establish and control a faction, rich diplomacy system, companions, guilds available for the player to join and progress within, side missions scattered throughout the galaxy, living galaxy with a vast array of spaceships.
There's tens of thousands of solar systems, massive planetary surfaces to explore, character customization for people who like that sort of thing.
Oh, he's just reading
Almost
what I just
sounds
did.
too good to be true, doesn't it? And this is where opinions may become a little bit divided. It does have absolutely everything that we just listed, but as to whether it's too good to be true, that will be dependent on your point of view. This is an indie game, and it is, rather ambitiously, being created by a single developer. So this means we get a space game that contains many of the features that people have long been asking for, but also means that the game...
Already, this is insane for one guy. Like, that's outrageous. Like, look at all this.
is not, and probably will never be, anything on the scale of something like Starfield. But that's not the goal here. Just simply pointing out that...
Okay, this is already, like, triggering me, and this is not his fault, okay? People have been saying this a lot. But, like, the constant, like, people just saying, it's not on the scale of Starfield. Like, we don't really even know much about Starfield other than him just saying 1,000 planets. Like, we don't actually know how big that game is. If it's just 1,000 procedurally generated planets that are empty with a couple of, like, copy and pasted buildings on top, that to me is not that impressive, honestly. Like, especially coming off of No Man's Sky or Star Citizen or some of these other games. It's like, that's not that impressive to me. But maybe it is that impressive. Maybe it's like crazy and it is 1,000 planets with huge cities and very carefully built out quests and things that are, you don't even realize they're dynamic. Maybe it is going to blow me away, and I really, really hope it does, because dear God, I need another space game to play other than Star Citizen. But we don't know that yet. Like, this is where, like, the danger of hype comes in, because everybody's just assuming it's going to be amazing. I'm like, let's chill until we've seen it. Because if we see it and it's amazing, we can be hyped. Okay, we can be excited. I still maybe not hyped, because they've lied to us many times before. But still, you get what I'm saying.
people will need to set their expectations accordingly. So, keeping that in mind, and if you're willing to accept all that, Spaceborne 2 is certainly worth a look. It's currently available on Steam, priced at around £16. I believe that's roughly $20 if you're in the US. And what you get for your money is a game that absolutely feels full of potential and ambition. but one which also feels full of jank, bugs, and, well, a few problems here and there. It's a contradiction within the game itself, and one which is backed up by the reviews you'll find on Steam. These reviews, you'll notice...
I wonder if only having one developer is actually helpful, because it seems like there's a lot of bloat in a team like the one working on Star Citizen, where to get anything done, it takes like 6 months for them to build a ship, whereas this guy can probably just put it together, get the control nodes working, and pump it out. Like, it seems like with a lot of these companies, the bigger they get, the more it slows things down. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, the quality of work is probably higher. They have more specialized designers and artists and stuff. But it seems like the bigger the teams get, sometimes it just slows things down to a crawl, you know?
have made dozens of hours, in some cases hundreds of hours within the game itself, very likely from a pre-access build, and here you can see those contradictions at play, with some people absolutely loving the game and other people being more than a little frustrated, shall we say. The general feeling, however, is that it's worth wading through all the jank to find what lays beneath. Now, the game does go through a very extensive tutorial, a little bit too much in my own opinion, but it does get you used to the game itself. It'll place you in a little shack and a building at the start of a city. From here, you'll have to go and talk with your grandmother, I think, or maybe it's an aunt, and she will moan to you about being a bit behind on your rent. It's far cheaper than using voice actors and far more convenient. I'm sure full-on voice actors will come at a later date. Now, this start area, which you can see on the screen right here, this is the first city that you're introduced to, and it really does have a wonderful vibe. Absolutely loved the feel and look of this. A very nice style that is evocative of a Star Wars galaxy at its best time. That said, you'll also notice that all the NPCs here simply are standing around. Yet even still, they managed to convey a sense of hustle and bustle to the city. That's largely aided by the wonderful ambience, the wonderful audio to accompany this. The first time you encounter your starship, it really does feel like a hunk of junk, especially in comparison to some of the other ships you'll see flying around. And this is a fact that will be brought to your attention more often than not. So very easy to jump inside your ship. You just press the F key and you'll automatically spawn inside your ship, similar to how it works with games like Elite Dangerous.
No, does this have surface to space transitions? Like, or rather no transition, surface to space? Has anybody played this? Do they know?
And No Man's Sky. The flight model is more simulation than it is arcadey, but that for me actually
is it
works.
seamless?
Also play from a first person
or is it like a load screen?
I did have a bit of an issue here. Once I got into the third person camera, I couldn't figure out a way to get back inside the ship again. Kept pressing C, but it just kept cycling around the various external cameras. Getting up into the sky and flying around the
seamless. Jesus Christ.
Wonderful feel to it. The planets, for the most part, seem to be fairly empty and fairly bland, but they do look really nice, and it's a wonderful feeling to fly up into the sky and get amongst the clouds. This is something I always wanted to see in the likes of Elite Dangerous. Unfortunately, it never actually delivered that, but it is available here if you want to try that out. Unfortunately, though, getting up into space is not seamless. There will be a transition screen here, a load screen to all intents and purposes, but it doesn't take very long to transition to space. So once you're up there...
See, to be clear, so if this is what BGS is doing to transition from planet surface to space, I don't think that's that bad. Is it as smooth and sexy as like Star Citizen? No, but honestly, that's not that bad. Okay, like I think that's fine. Like white screen, you're blistering through the space or whatever, then you arrive in space. I think that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. However, if it's an actual like load screen where it pulls up the little spinning item and object from the game, then the loading bar slowly builds out. If that's what Starfield does, I'm going to have more of a problem with that. But if it's like this is really not that bad. And honestly, I think if it's anything but this kind of thing, where it's, I mean, look how quick that was.
Try that out.
You're on
though, getting up into space,
the planet surface effectively, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 seconds. Doesn't feel like a load screen, and then you're in space. If BGS has anything other than this, I would find that unacceptable. This has been put together by one dude. One dude. And he was able to get the surface to space transition technically in a load screen, but within 5 seconds, just like here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 if we're being generous. Like, that's... Come on. Like, seems seamless to me. Well, if you're playing the game and that's what we're dealing with in Starfield, I don't have that big of a problem. I think that's fine. If that's how they cover the load screen. But again, if it's an actual load screen like we had in Fallout 4 or Fallout 76 or something when you load in, then we have a problem. Then we have a real problem, because that is painfully outdated, especially when you see that a game being built by one dude does it better. You know, like, come on, dude. Like, at some point, you got to stop making excuses for what is just outdated design. Like, one dude was able to figure it out. Why can't Bethesda, with millions and millions of dollars, figure it out? Come on. I'm going to clip that for a TikTok, and we're going to piss a lot of Bethesda fanboys off with it, okay? Buckle up. Yeah, the graphics are nothing to gawk at, but the game is awesome. Well, and I mean, it's a work in progress. And I mean, if the game itself is solid, then what's the problem? Again, this is Obsidian Ant. Go check them out. I linked the video in chat already, so go show them some love. That's interesting, though. That's interesting. It's probably a little too much, like, clunk for me right now, but it could get there. You guys know me. I don't have a super high tolerance for it. But yeah, go check it out. Parsa, hello, Luke. I hope you're having an amazing day. I hope you're having an amazing day. Much love. Good to see you. Well, outdated Creation Engine is the answer. Well, so Elitist said Creation Engine 2. This is something I've seen a lot of people say. And I just want to, maybe I can find something. I'm doing a collab with Mr. Matty Plays on this. But like, look at some of this. Like this right here. These clowns haven't even gotten a next-gen game. They will play Starfield and Skyrim graphics and thank Todd for it. And then Wispy Willow said, I'm not going to click on their profile based on how they label it, but Creation Engine 2, but nice try. And then they show a screenshot. I've seen a lot of people say this. Like, bro, can you please just, well, I guess let's read this. While in the past this engine could have been considered good, it is well behind modern industry standards and isn't suitable for the types of games that Bethesda wants to make in it. The engine of the game is polished garbage, in short, I guess is what he's trying to say. And then Exicide said, bro, can you please just reply to your own reply or wait for my reply? It's super annoying. Okay, so he's complaining about that. But then he says, once again, we don't know the features for Creation Engine 2 yet. That is fair, okay? I think it's fair to say, listen, we haven't seen a deep dive on the engine. We don't really know what it's capable of. I would say that Bethesda's like clear fear of stating whether or not this thing can run at 60 frames is concerning to me. I would hope that they would be a little bit more transparent with it, but you know what? Maybe they have their reasons. Maybe they're going to blow us away at this Xbox event and show it running at 60. That would be cool. Talk about a way to get a standing ovation easily. If it launches at 30, that's just going to be one more thing for people to make fun at. Probably effectively not that big of a deal, but still. Let's see. As for other stuff, yeah, I don't know where this Creation Engine 2 stuff started. Does anybody know? Like, was it a YouTuber that put out videos on Creation Engine 2 to get people like super hyped? Let's see. Maybe this is from Gaming Bolt.
The overhaul on our engine is probably the largest we've ever had, maybe even larger than Morrowind to Oblivion, proclaimed Starfield game director Todd Howard in a rather candid interview from the tail end of 2020.
Okay, and he's not at all known for exaggerating things or for lying to people. He is very reliable, right?
Officially, fully fledged gameplay trailers of Starfield were still a way off at the time of this interview, of course. But Todd's assertion that their already super powerful Creation Engine, now called Creation Engine 2, was being overhauled.
I'm sorry. Now they're super powerful and also sexy. Creation Engine that now is called Creation Engine 2 is capable of all this stuff. That right there is a little slip, I think, if he's trying to hype people up on this. If it's just the Creation Engine, but now it's called Creation Engine 2, it's not a foundationally different thing, okay? Emphasis on listen to the words I'm saying, because this is going to be clipped into a stream clip, and I know we're going to have like people jump in here and be like, actually, Creation Engine 2 is amazing. Foundationally, we know what the word foundation means, right? On the ground level, the thing that it's built upon, the bedrock of this engine, is the same as the Creation Engine we've had for ages. It's just seen some upgrades, and they've branded it as Creation Engine 2, as a new engine. And you know why they've branded it that way? Because they've received so much crap for years for their engine being an outdated pile of technical garbage in comparison to what all of these other engines are able to do. And so they're trying to get ahead of that by rebranding it, right? They're trying to get around that. It's like when Samsung released those, like the first generation of their QLED TVs. I'm saying this because I used to work selling TVs, so I know these TVs very, very well. And when they first announced QLED, the reason they announced it the way that they did is because there was a huge influx of people very interested in a new type of TV technology called OLED. And so you know what Samsung did? Because their technology they were using was just LED. They were still just using this. They couldn't compete with OLED in terms of the technology they were bringing to the table. So they rebranded it as something else to make people think that it was different than just LED, which is what it was. So they put a Q. And so people would come in and try to buy a QLED or QLED TV thinking that it was just a fancier version of an OLED. After all, it's got an extra line, doesn't it? But no, it's purely marketing crap, okay? Now, to be fair, eventually QLEDs ended up taking on a life of their own. I do think QLED TVs can be really good in certain situations, like really bright rooms. If you have windows, a lot of ambient light, they can be phenomenal for that. Whereas OLEDs still are not very bright in comparison to those big LED TVs. So, you know, honestly, in a lot of cases, I think most average people who are putting a TV in their bedroom or their living room or something are probably better off with a QLED than just an OLED if they have a lot of ambient light. But that's all beside the point. When they started, QLED was basically built just to be a marketing trick to get people to buy it instead of an OLED TV. That's what it was. And when I see something like the Creation Engine 2, it screams to me of the same thing. A technology which is outdated and can't compete with its competitors on the stats in a pure form. And now they're just rebranding it to try and get people to think that it's fundamentally different than what it actually is, which is still just kind of outdated, right? So whenever you hear Creation Engine 2, you just have to be a little bit, again, skeptical, okay? A little bit skeptical. Use big brain, big brain.
Served as an enticing statement of intent. Starfield is going to be massive. Fast forward to 2022, and we've just had our first good look at Starfield's gameplay thanks to the trailer revealed at this summer's Xbox and Bethesda Game Showcase. And
also, I saw somebody trying to say that it didn't look at all similar to No Man's Sky. Bro, like, I don't have a problem with it looking similar to No Man's Sky, but like, call a duck, call a horse. If it looks like a horse, it's a horse. Like, come on, dude. It looks very similar in terms of structure, analyzing things to get the like micro pieces of it analyzed so you can mine it and use that to build a base and to upgrade your ship. All of that's fine. There's no problem with it being inspired by No Man's Sky. That's totally okay. But like pretending it doesn't look a little bit like it is just really weird.
And on first impression, ambition, whilst an apt descriptor, is a word which undersells Bethesda's commitment to fully.
Hold on, let's go back. Hold on.
22.
Too many syllables. I need a breakdown.
And we've just had our first good look at Starfield's gameplay thanks to the trailer revealed at this summer's Xbox and Bethesda Game Showcase. And on first impression, ambition, whilst an apt descriptor, is a word which undersells Bethesda's commitment to fully realizing Starfield's entirely traversable universe.
So ambition is not an accurate term. So it undersells it. What they're doing is even more than ambitious. It's gigabitious. It's bubitious. I don't know what the next version of ambitious would be. Is there another word for it, for like super ambitious? Is there another term? I have no idea. Okay. I agree. It's very ambitious to have 1,000 planets that you can explore freely. I totally agree. That's very, very bubitious. Okay. I'll give them that.
See, there are whole solar systems packed with completely explored.
Uber vicious. Okay. Fanatical. Fanatical, I think of like as obsessive. It's not as like super vicious. Stupidity. Irrational. Okay.
Explorable planets. And with over 100 systems dotted throughout the universe, Bethesda are saying there are 1,000+ planets in which to investigate. While stating finite numbers somewhat contradicts the awe-inspiring, unquantifiable vastness of space.
Okay, was this written with like ChatGPT? I tried this the other day. I was like, take this sentence. Like, it contradicts the awe-inspiring, unquantifiable vastness of space. I mean, you could just say the vastness of space. I mean, it seems like you're trying to hit the word count limit a little bit, but like, let's try this right now. Let's do an experiment, okay? Let's actually try this in ChatGPT, okay? I'm gonna go in and pull up ChatGPT, and we're gonna do ChatGPT 4, and I'm gonna say, convert this sentence into one with much more intelligent and sophisticated. What did it? Sophisticated vocabulary. And then we're just gonna like do this exact thing. Starfield, the video game, looks super, oh my god, I can't type, cool. Okay, we're just gonna see what it does with this. Starfield, the interactive digital entertainment experience, exudes an unequivocally captivating aesthetic appeal. Yeah, see? Boom. Boom. Never believe a YouTuber when they're using big words, okay? I'm guessing most of them don't know how to pronounce them, including myself. I mean, like, you saw me try to type that, come on. But I'm just saying, like, if you see something like this, be a little skeptical hippo eyes, you know? maybe a little bit. I'm not so sure. Where's the tab? Okay, here we go.
Space, 1,000+ planets, which you could cherry pick for open exploration, sure is impressive. Together with the game's purported deep RPG skill tree, plus resource harvesting, researching and crafting, FPS combat, spaceship design, and
again, I've said it before, I'll say it again, the spaceship design thing I am pumped for. I think this, no joke, looks awesome, okay? I think this looks amazing. I love the idea of being able to craft my own ship. I love this kind of thing, and I'm all here for it, okay? No hate. Like, being very clear, I think this looks great, okay? People are like, you don't give it a chance to really excel. No, this looks awesome. I don't care what anybody says. This looks great. I love this. I'm worried about like how you get these crafting materials or like money and things to be able to build this. But honestly, if you're playing on a PC, I could see myself just going into like the command prompts or into console commands and just giving myself unlimited credits to just build a crazy spaceship, just to have fun with it. Like I'm looking forward to this. I think this will be awesome. Imagine what mods are going to be able to do. They'll just build the Millennium Falcon or something. It'll be crazy.
And character creation.
But just like I can say that that looks awesome, we have to be honest and say that these characters look like absolute ass. Okay. $4.99 spaceship armor coming. Dude, or like it's horse armor for your spaceship, and so it's just like if they took horse wallpaper and stretched it over the ship, that, you know what, I would probably buy that. But this is the thing, we have to be honest about this, otherwise we're just being stupid. Okay, if I'm looking at this and I'm complimenting the spaceship design, if I pretend that this looks great too, that makes me what class? What does that make me? A dumbass. I'm sorry. Okay, no, not a dumbass. It makes me a fanboy. And we don't want to just be fanboys for the sake of being fanboys, okay? We want to be level-headed with it and honest, because when we're level-headed, it makes everything more realistic. It's like what I said earlier with people pretending that there aren't No Man's Sky inspirations. And then he shows like clips of the mining and stuff. Where's the mining beam? Come on. Where clearly there's inspiration from No Man's Sky with the mining beam. Like, come on. And that's okay. Yeah, right here. You're telling me that this doesn't look a little bit like No Man's Sky. Come on. If you do that, you lose all credibility. And I don't think that you're being serious. I think that you're just trying to hype it up for the sake of being hyped up. And for some reason, you think that No Man's Sky is bad. Therefore, if something looks like it, it's also bad. Like, no, No Man's Sky has a huge player base. People love it. And honestly, a lot of them are probably going to be moving to Starfield when this launches. Just being real with you. But to pretend that this doesn't look like No Man's Sky is asinine. Come on. Get out of here.
And character creation, then the game should lift off without a hitch. We're looking.
Sorry, lift off without a hitch. What are the odds that there's severe hitching problems when this launches? Pretty high. And like I've said before, we have reason to believe that, okay? It's not just being like negative Nancy or a Debbie Downer, okay? Every game that Bethesda has released, when I said this in a previous live stream clip, somebody said, well, but Redfall was okay. Redfall launched pretty good. When did Redfall launch? Just take a guess, okay? How far back do you think they had to go? Oh, Daggerfall, not Redfall. Redfall didn't release too well. Redfall was a different thing. But Daggerfall released back in 1996. This person unironically was saying, okay, it's not fair to say that pretty much every game they've released, as far as we can remember, launched super buggy and lacking in performance. If you have to go back to 1996 to find an example of when they did something well, I think we're getting stupid, okay? So I'm going to stick by it. Every game from the last, 27 years that they've put out, we'll go 26, just give ourselves some extra wiggle room. Even if that's true, that Daggerfall launched great, which I don't think it is. Like, we got people in here that are saying, no. Yeah, Bal says that it didn't run well. But even if that is true, if you have to go back 27 years, I mean, what are we doing? What are we doing? So I will amend it. For the last quarter century, every Bethesda Game Studios title has launched with major performance issues. Clearly, they just don't prioritize QA or polishing and refinement. There was that story that just broke a few days ago about Tears of the Kingdom launching a year after they initially expected it to, because they delayed it a year for polish and refinement. They spent a year refining it and polishing it, getting rid of bugs and exploits and stuff. And that's just not how BGS works. And frankly, it doesn't work that way because they don't need to work that way, because people will still buy the game, still play it, even if it launches buggy and broken. Which is why I've said from the start, this is why you have to hold their feet to the fire. This is why you have to get upset when they launch something broken. Otherwise, we're just getting stupid. Like, we're just being ridiculous. So, anyway, let's just continue.
At a technical marvel. A game with an unrivaled sense of freedom from a developer who spent decades building the reputation on large-scale, open-world RPG experiences. Firstly, though, there's somewhat the unfortunate fact that the recent gameplay trailer was broadcast at 30 frames per second.
Okay, let's hear what he has to say. Interesting.
So any notion that performance will be 100% smooth and seamless in the finished product is impossible to confirm at this stage.
And we've also done, in previous videos, we've actually gone to the official gameplay video that they put up, and there are dropped frames in that footage. Now, maybe that's an encoding issue. Maybe that's an issue on the video side, but at least in the footage that they put out running at 4K 30, it drops frames. Only one or two occasionally. I think we only saw one frame drop actually at any given time. So it dropped down to like 30, or it would just drop a frame randomly. And again, that could be just an encoding issue or something. I don't know. But there's reason for people to be like, so what about that 60 FPS though? What about that though? And honestly, if you're playing in third person, it's probably not that big of a deal. But first person, I do think frame rate matters, which is why people got so upset that Redfall only ran at 30 on console.
Of course, Bethesda has a track record of releasing games which, on launch at least, exhibit performance issues, most notably in lackluster frame rates. It's a year until the game is slated for release, so the benefits of Bethesda's revamped game creation engine still have time to materialize. Frame rates can improve in line with the advancement of the systems Bethesda's developers are using, so long as the intricate level of detail and visual fidelity they're pushing doesn't prove too resource heavy. That said,
That was like, what even was that sentence? It was just like, yeah, if you can get frame rates up, it'll be good because they'll be higher if the image doesn't prove too heavy. Like what? What's the full thing here? So materialize frame rates. Okay, this is the sentence. Frame rates can improve in line with the advancement of the systems Bethesda's developers are using, so long as the intricate level of detail and visual fidelity they're pushing doesn't prove too resource heavy. So frame rates can improve in line with the systems they're using, as long as the systems they're using don't push the fidelity too high. This seems like a script written by an AI, even though this was 11 months ago and ChatGPT wasn't really a thing. This seems like super... I don't even know, like, what's the point of that? Okay, whatever. I'm one for being very verbose, and I tend to pontificate at length. Okay? So, I know that sometimes I might verbalize, gesticulate more than I need to. But I don't even know what this is. Like...
With exploration being the forefront of Starfield's appeal, it was likely more important for the gameplay trailer to convey a sense of scale realistically, and for it to portray a believable sense of distance, rather than pushing frame rates closer to 60 FPS. From discovering the windswept climbs of craggy mountaintops, to casting eyes across barren desert icescapes, to traversing deep into lush tropical forests, a game centered on interstellar exploration must appear limitless, with not even a breath of poppin' breaking the wonder of gazing across an alien landscape for the first time. So, it's remarkable that from what we've seen so far, there appears to be very little in the way of distractions or subpar visual fidelity. Sure, if you look closely during exploration of the hostile moon Crete at the trailer's outset, there's the odd texture pop-in, but by and large, this wouldn't be noticed by the player. Textures appear photorealistic too, perhaps owing to photogeometric maps that are procedurally generated onto hand-placed assets like rock formations and cliff faces.
Okay, but like what he just said is patently false. Like we've even seen this demonstrated at GDC. He said that these are hand-placed. That's not true. They're procedurally, photogeometric maps that are procedurally generated onto hand-placed assets like rock formations and cliff faces. These rock formations and cliff faces are procedurally generated as well. Like, what are you talking about? I don't even know. This video is a waste of time. Well, this is the thing that drives me crazy. So many of these videos that we try to watch, like describing Creation Engine 2 or describing some of this stuff with Starfield, just end up being mind-bogglingly stupid. Like, they don't say anything. It's just 8 minutes of fluff. And if all you're saying is, hey, it looks good to me, the gameplay footage looks good enough. Okay, cool. Just be real with me like that. But like, what? I just don't understand it. It's like that video from the Colt guy. What is it? Colt Eastwood? Is that who that is? Like, I've never watched a video that was more fanboy and more corporate hype piece than any of that. Like, it was insane. Like, listen to just how he talks.
Xbox
Listen to this.
has been in need of a strong, mature, open-world action-adventure game, and Starfield has been in development for nearly a decade. And this is Bethesda.
Oh, wait. You guys remember what that was? You guys remember what that is? Look. Wait for it. Amua. Were you guys here for that stream? Amua.
In development for nearly a decade, and this is Bethesda's return to true form of the massive RPG since Fallout and Elder Scrolls. There are certain very important aspects of Starfield that Bethesda and Xbox have hidden away from fans for the big reveal, but this week changes all of that. This is Cole Eastwood. Welcome back to the channel. Today we're going to talk about Starfield and big updates for the game, what we can expect, and what we...
I will give him credit. He's got a great voice, but man, this guy just like is the hype beast machine.
know before the big reveal in June. If you end up enjoying this video, let me know by liking and subscribing to the channel. Hit the bell to be notified of new...
By the way, I'll share this video. I'll post this in chat. So if you want to go check it out and watch it yourself, you can. If you want to go toss him a sub, I'll give you this. He's endlessly entertaining.
Content, and let's talk about Starfield, the rating, and what to expect for performance on consoles. Starfield was...
Okay, he's going to talk about performance, okay? He's going to talk about performance. Okay.
teased in 2018, shown in full for over 10 to 15 minutes in the summer of 2022, and is now being pushed for release in September 6, 2023. Recent interviews with Bethesda's Todd Howard and Phil Spencer reveal some information about how Starfield will play and how it will run on Xbox Series consoles and PC, and what to expect from a long-awaited, mature title for the Xbox platform. This week, the ESRB released the details that Bethesda submitted for the description for Starfield that gives us an insight into the gameplay features, the type of mature themes that we'll be dealing with, and what type of weapons we'll be wielding in this huge galaxy-wide RPG. It says, quote, "This is an open-world role-playing game in which players assume the role of a miner, tasked with finding artifacts across the galaxy. From first and third-person perspectives, players interact with various characters, complete quests, and search for supplies while battling enemies. Humans, robots, alien creatures. Players use futuristic guns, lasers, axes, and explosives to..."
I don't know why the way he did this, like the text over the transparent, oh, it's like making me sick.
Kill enemies.
Trying to read something while it's moving in the back behind it. I don't know why this is like making me super, ugh. Hurts my brain.
Combat is fast-paced with frequent gunfire, cries of pain, and explosions. Attacks on some enemies can result in blood splatter effects. Several environments depict bloodstains on the ground around corpses.
Several. Wow. I mean, this is something we already talked about. It doesn't seem like there's any gore system in the game at all. This was something people had initially gotten kind of frustrated by in the first gameplay reveal, that there's no gore system. Even blood spatter seems very inconsistent based on the footage we saw. But you know what? If you play a game like Starfield and your biggest gripe is that limbs don't fly off when you shoot them, like, I don't know how to help you. I mean, honestly, that should be a very small complaint, but I will say it is a noticeable cut, especially coming off of Fallout games, which had gore systems. There'll be a mod for that, probably, yeah.
Little has been said about the weapons we will be using in Starfield outside of seeing SMGs or assault rifles and futuristic shotguns, but melee weapons such as axes have not been shown in the game other than small hints from the early trailers. Here in the trailer from 2020, it appears like the player character sets down an assault rifle next to a lightsaber type weapon.
Lightsaber type? I don't know. That looks like a grenade or a healing kit or something like that. That doesn't look like a lightsaber. Maybe it is. I don't know.
Starfield is
that's like very large for a lightsaber or battery. Yeah. There's no blood in space. Oh, well, there you go. I didn't know.
Going to have any type of laser swords. This is something that Bethesda wants to save for a surprise for fans at the showcase in 1 month. Fans all too familiar with Fallout 4 and the range of projectile bullet firearms and laser guns from the Institute will feel right at home with some of the advanced weaponry we will have in Starfield. The rating goes on to explain the more mature themes that we'll see outside of gore and blood. It says, the game contains some suggestive material in the dialogue and after sharing a bed with characters, for example, life is a sexually transmitted disease that's 100% fatal. Or, I'm all for getting a little wild, but next time let's try it without the jetpacks. Or, talk about seeing stars. Whew, that was amazing. A fictional drug, Aurora, is prominent in the game with a section involving...
Are you guys ready for like the cringy sex dialogue? I'm so ready. I'm buckled up. He's going to describe everything that he reads, so I'm just going to skip past it because that makes me super nauseous.
That were shown in 2020 outline the fishing colony on planet Neon, where the drug Aurora is farmed from the sea life and used in a hot market commodity amongst the Crimson Pirates and down-and-out citizens across the galaxy.
Isn't that just Avatar?
What you're looking at here is the Pleasure City of Neon. The Xenofresh Corporation
Pleasure
built a fishing platform
City!
for a rather nondescript aquatic world. They wanted to catch fish until they discovered a fish with psychotropic properties. They could make way more money selling a drug than they could fish. That drug is Aurora and is legal only on Neon. People come from all over to experience it and everything else Neon has to offer.
It's fair to assume that the drug Aurora will also facilitate your player character in Revelation drug-induced dreams to come in contact with the anomalies we'll find across the universe, which are magical space powers that are running life forms across the galaxy. So there are the drugs in Starfield, but what about the sex? Sleeping with companions.
But what about the sex? What a question to ask. This guy, you know what? I was wrong about Colt. He's asking the heavy-hitting questions, the important ones. Oh, man. I love it. Again, I haven't heard any critical evaluation. This is just like, if you told me that this was put out by Bethesda, I would believe you. Like, no part of this seems like it's independent. It's baffling.
Certainly not a new thing in the Fallout series, and Fallout 4, it was used to get better perks for players as they roam the open world, and we can expect this to also play a part as we meet potential love interests and companions to fight alongside us.
I don't know, man. I think Fallout 4's NPC, this is on console. Maybe he's playing on controller. But like, even that NPC looks better in my view than the ones we're seeing in Starfield. Am I crazy? Like, I think that this one actually looks better. The skin looks better. Maybe it's just the lighting. I don't know.
It's unknown if your robot companion Vasco will become a sexual partner, like we saw hilariously in Fallout New Vegas with Fisto the robot, but I'm assuming that most love interests will be tied to just humans in the game. And speaking of humans in Starfield, there are hints in this description that there will most likely not be humanoid aliens across the galaxy, meaning we will not find bipedal, alien language-speaking, human-like creatures like we would see in Mass Effect. So alien life might only be relegated to creatures, critters, and monsters. So we'll be able to shoot, hack, and romance.
Which I'm fine with. I mean, evolutionarily speaking, it's always triggered the crap out of me that so many aliens are depicted as being basically humanoid. I know that's very stupid and that's like a very niche and kind of dumb problem to have, but it's always triggered me that all of these aliens from vast expanses of the galaxy evolved to look just like us, but bald, green, or gray. Like, it's always triggered me. I just don't like that design. I always want them to be a little more creative, you know?
Humans across the galaxy, but what about the game? How will it look and run in the hands of players on the Xbox Series consoles and PC? All technology, software, and hardware combinations for Creation Engine 2 running Starfield and the advanced power of the new consoles and new capable gaming PC points to the fact that Starfield should run at 60 FPS, or at the very least have a performance mode for 60 FPS on the Xbox Series X. This difficult question was recently asked on Kinda Funny Games Xcast when Snowbike Mike asked Phil Spencer.
60 frames, 30 frames. Should Xbox players expect a clear message this summer with Starfield with 30 and 60 frames? That's a big lesson learned, as you brought up. Should we expect that answer as clear as day?
Yeah.
Okay.
Phil's answer here just...
Should we expect that answer? Yeah. Okay. I mean, like I said, I think it's a layup. If they just want a quick applause, just announce that it runs at 60. But what was that exact question?
60 frames, 30 frames. Should Xbox players expect a clear message this summer with Starfield with 30 and 60 frames? That's a big lesson learned.
Should Xbox players expect a clear message with Starfield this summer? Okay.
As you brought up, should we expect that answer as clear as day?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So we're going to get an answer about 30 or 60. Okay. Well,
Phil's answer here does not garner a ton of confidence for 60 FPS on console for a couple of reasons. First of all, Phil is giving a quick, brief yes that shows he is critically trying to protect the big announcement that belongs in the hands of Todd Howard and the team at Bethesda for the Starfield Direct. But also looking at Phil's face when he answered this question, we could be looking at another disappointing reception of Starfield having to be announced at only 30 FPS on console like they had done with Redfall this past month. Inversely, when Phil was discussing the advanced technology group for Xbox that had been sent out much earlier to work on Starfield, he says,
but when Matt Booty and Jamie Leaders, Renan Zenimax, and I sit down, I think we can engage earlier with our different studios. We did a better job with Starfield. Again, nobody should believe it until they're playing the game, but that game was earlier on in production, and it was easier for us to kind of swarm a bunch of people to go and kind of help with some of the technology on our platform and ensure that we're going to ship a quality experience there.
Which I love. And I got to hand it to Phil Spencer. He's been very upfront and honest about this, where he's just like, well, all that really matters is when you get your hands on the game and you actually try it, whatever. You know, I can appreciate that. He's being real with it. It's amazing to me, though, that we're watching a video that claims to, like, take a look at whether the Creation Engine and 60 FPS on console can be expected, all this. And the critical one, the one who has the higher standards, is the CEO of the company that the video creator is sucking up to. Like, the CEO of the company is the one being more level-headed about this and critical about it than the fanboy that's making the video. It's amazing to me. You know, you'd think that the CEO would be the one that's like, yes, my company's amazing. The game's going to be great. The game's going to be all this. But no, he's like, well, all that really matters is when you try it and you play it, and, you know, we need to deliver a quality experience, blah, blah, blah. But the fanboy that's making the video is like, and this is going to be the second coming of Jesus Christ. He's going to emerge out of your Xbox console, sliding cleanly through the disk drive, unless you have a Series S, in which case he will evaporate through the grate on top like Play-Doh going through the spaghetti filter, and then he will emerge. Like, you get what I'm saying? Just that bit was going on too long. We're just gonna move on.
He alludes to the game getting the support and technical assistance that it needs to run at 60 FPS, which Redfall did not have early enough in the months leading up to release. A few months ago on this channel, I would have been very certain that Starfield will run at 60 FPS on the Xbox Series X.
We know. That's the problem. Yeah.
But looking at the state of AAA games on console and PC with big major performance issues, I start to wonder if Todd Howard and the team behind Starfield were able to get this massive world that is so interactive running at 60.
This massive, sexy, attractive world that's going to be amazing running at this higher frame rate. Like, you don't have to qualify every little bitty thing. Like, are you that insecure about the game? Like, if the game's going to be great, you can just be like, yeah, so the question is whether they could get the game running at 60 frames. You don't have to be like, and the massive, expansive world. I see what you're doing, dude. It just screams insecure. Like, this is the thing. I think these fanboys know. I think they're aware. Like, they're not dumb. I don't think Colt is dumb, okay? To be very clear. I just think he's had a big old gulp of the Kool-Aid, even more than the CEO of the company he's covering. And he's lost sight of any sort of question of whether you can be level-headed with this type of thing. And he doesn't seem to really care if he's hyping people up irresponsibly, which triggers me, because when people get hyped irresponsibly by YouTubers and creators like this, it can get them to the point where they're going to potentially waste their money, waste their time on a game that's a mess. Was this guy one of them that was hyping up Redfall before it came out? Is that the same guy?
The Xbox.
Hold on. Let's see if he scrubbed him yet. I think he was.
Bethesda has long delivered.
Zach, by the way, what are some things you want them to show us in the upcoming showcase? I want to see how complex the story is in Starfield. I think if they came out, they, for one, say, this whole showcase is going to be at 60 frames, because yes, the game runs at 60 FPS on the Xbox Series X. Like, if they came out, started like that, that's awesome. They then come out and they show an extended gameplay sequence, demoed in real time, on stage. I think that would be great. I mean, on stage, it'll probably be pre-recorded, but still. Maybe with Todd playing like the good old days, something like that. Where it seems much less staged. It probably still is staged, but just something like that I think would go a long way. And then they, I think, need to discuss roleplay. And the biggest question with all this is, frankly, whether or not the 1,000 Planets is going to be varied enough and interesting enough to justify their existence. So I think what it needs to be is they need to show the planets what it's actually like to play the game, an extended gameplay look. The best way to do this would be to get like actual creators, and I'm not saying this because they won't talk to me, so I would never be invited, but they need to get creators out there to play like an hour of it or 2 hours of it and go to any planet they want just to see what it's like. That's what they need to do, frankly. Like, each one of the creators that we invited got to try exploring a different planet. If they did that, that would make me much more confident in it. But I don't think that they're going to do that. I think they'll do what they did with Fallout 4, Fallout 76. They'll show a very carefully orchestrated presentation that makes it look pretty good and gets people excited and doesn't tell us much about how it's actually going to launch. But we'll see. We'll see. Anyway, I think this is the same guy that did the Redfall hyping too, which
the best Western RPG.
This is going to be awesome because it's going to show what hype can do to your brain.
Bethesda has long delivered some of the best Western RPGs and action-adventure games, and now with Xbox, they are ready to release Redfall, a brand new IP for the platform, and one of the most revealed games in the catalog. Many feared it would flounder like Back 4 Blood, and now we are finding out that Redfall is better than you expected.
Hype makes you stupid. Hype makes you stupid. Again, I don't think cult is stupid. I think this is your brain on hype. I think when you're hyped for something, you lose sight of like the things that should be warning signs. Hype makes you stupid. Oh, dude, we should totally do that, Sean. Should we do that? Would anybody want a hype makes you stupid t-shirt? I think that'd be funny.
Recently, Games Radar had an extensive interview with Harvey Smith and Ricardo Bear of Arcane Austin, the team behind Dishonored and Prey, now tackling their biggest game ever. Harvey Smith, the lead director of Arcane, boasts, if Redfall comes together at the quality level we think it will, then it will be a different beast. It's really tremendous. It does a lot of cool stuff. Now, doubters of the Redfall new IP have long made comparisons of the classic Left 4 Dead or even comparing it to Back 4 Blood as an insult. We get an answer from Ricardo Bear. He says, the way you play and experience Redfall, it's not like Left 4 Dead or Back 4 Blood at all. Redfall is more like loading into Far Cry. The combat will be far more meaningful and emergent, meaning you won't be
Just blow past it. Don't talk about that. Oh man. Huh.
mowing down hordes of undead, holding down the trigger mindlessly. You'll be attacking smart, pack-heavy vampires, squads of power-hungry militant groups, and violent cultists. Ricardo says, quote, we wanted to take a familiar setting and go deep on it. Redfall's island should be a place where, after hours of exploration, you feel like you know it the way you know Talos or Dunwall. And this is referencing the Dishonored world and Prey from last generation. Ricardo adds, quote, you're in a big open world. We have a home base where you can talk to NPCs and get side quests. You can go to the mission or run into the big open world. Because Redfall is much more organic and freeform, a true open world with hubs to take on and discover upgrades, combat missions, and unlock the mystery of the growth of the vampiric evil. He says, quote, you'll want to see if you can get into a barn you found, climb a fire lookout tower that you spotted in the distance, or try and get into a house to read all the notes scattered inside. Some of Redfall's most powerful moments come from wandering around, absorbing the world, and getting caught in the high action for a moment. That was the atmosphere we set out to create from the beginning, Harvey Smith explains. It's nice to know you'll have the freedom to approach mission areas and in-world locations with the same exploration and curiosity that you could in their other games. He says, quote, Redfall is an on-foot game. The scale and the pace is a little slowed down in that respect. We want you creeping through a cornfield at night in the fog, hearing vampires whisper in the dark. Maybe you'll spot a farmhouse in the distance, sneak over to it, only to find that it's full of cultists and a few trapped survivors.
See what I mean when you can't distinguish what's his commentary and what's just PR speak from the executives or marketing people that work on the game? Like, all he's done so far in this video, to be fair, is read statements from the game's developers and directors and stuff. But it's indistinguishable from his own commentary because his commentary is basically just marketing talking points.
Who you can save. That's the kind of vibe that Redfall has. An exploration and story-based RPG. Redfall is divided into two districts, one rural and another a crappy tourist town with a full day-night cycle, even though there is an eclipse sun rising and setting each day. Vampires become stronger and more lively at night. And liberating these parts of the town for people will open up safe houses, harboring citizens who are cut off from civilization. You'll encounter survivors who may ask you for a favor or two for side missions with the opportunity to level up or earn new gear waiting as a reward. Nests can emerge from a shared psychic space. These are the psycho-realistic and semi-realistic spaces.
Like, and this is where I'm like, do I just not understand his content? Is his content really just like to make hype pieces? In which case, like, okay, I just find that content inherently dishonest, but like there is no critical evaluation whatsoever. Like, there just isn't any. So maybe I just misunderstand the kind of videos that these are supposed to be. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe I'm the problem. I don't know, man. It's painful though. It's painful. It's pandering, I guess. I mean, they get views, like decent views, honestly. Like, I'm not gonna shame anybody for bouncing between 40 and 150,000. Like, those are good views. That's pretty solid. And yeah, I guess you could say that he's mainly just like at this point an Xbox hype person. But man, I played 2 hours.
All right, I got hands-on. I finally got to play Redfall from Arcane. Let's look at what the game looks like. Let's see what it feels like. Let's talk about Redfall.
I remember watching the video Maddie did, and Maddie actually had a lot of concerns.
LA to sit down with the team from Arcane who are working on Redfall releasing May 2nd this year in 2023, a major Xbox exclusive from the studio that brought us Prey, the Dishonored series. I've been waiting a long time for this. I was very fortunate to sit down with 20 other content creators and listen to Ricardo Bear, the head of the studio, get us ready and get us excited to play this game in single player. Here is the footage they provided of the experience we had to play in a mission, but we had full access to the game a couple of hours in. Of course, the first thing I did was chose to play as Layla Ellison. She's a biomedical engineering student who volunteered for a medical trial where something went very wrong, and now she's got these telekinetic abilities. She actually reloads her gun with telekinesis.
Like, again, not even questioning why they didn't allow them to use their own footage. Like, that to me is concerning.
And she has the huge purple umbrella shield and that purple elevator that takes you up and gets you into combat and over big obstacles to get a jump on the enemy. The lead of the studio, Ricardo Bear, said, I'm going to have all of you guys play this game by yourselves because if I let you loose multiplayer and in co-op, you'll all run around like a bunch of hyenas killing everything in sight and you won't get a feel for the tone of the game. And this is exactly what we got with big headphones on, with an Xbox controller in our hands. We were set out in the open world. We could go over to the main mission, which was a mansion up on a hill where a rogue doctor and scientist had been experimenting up in his attic and is partially responsible for the major vampire outbreak. But I chose to look around in the open world, and this is the open world of Redfall. It is much like a tourist town, but if you want to compare it to other games, the very first thing I thought of was State of Decay 2, mixed with a more compact version of Far Cry. In fact, most everything I saw and played felt like a version of Far Cry without the vehicles to drive around and the wingsuiting nonsense. But you could go over to every building, go into most shops, and loot like you would expect in Dishonored.
He doesn't like wingsuits? Man, this aged great, didn't it? But like, this is your brain on hype. It just breaks you. It breaks you apart. And then you see all the people down in the comment section that are like, awesome video. Can't wait to play this game. Looks incredible. And like, even Maddie went to that preview event and was like, no, this is, I mean, it's fine, but it doesn't seem to be coming together. And then obviously his review wasn't that great. Redfall is Arcane's Fallout 76 moment. It was just garbage. Well, just as I thought. Trash. Man, take a ride with me. Thank you for the 2 Australian. He speaks like a literal corporate shill. Well, whenever you like write out, it's why I like pulling up the transcripts for these videos, because if you pull up the transcript and you actually read out what's being said and you imagine it like within an article, can you tell the difference between the stuff that he's describing and the stuff that the developers are saying or the marketing guys are saying? You know, like you can't really tell the difference, and it's because it is indistinguishable. There is no difference. He's just parroting their talking points. But I think most people are at least aware of how unhelpful this is. Even like this. Should we make fun of Maddie a little? Should we? You guys know I love me, Maddie. You guys are probably even seeing it somewhere in like my recommended video feed. I watch Maddie's Defining Duke podcast. Yeah, you can see it like right here. I listen to his Defining Duke podcast. I love me some Maddie, okay? But look at this right here. Do you think we're going to agree with Maddie? Raw reactions to the Starfield gameplay.
Salutations.
Should we do this? I don't know. Yeah, everybody, if we can get to 350 likes, we can. I mean, I know we can, but if we could get there, that would be amazing. Should I talk like one of these guys? Guys, if we get to 350 likes, Phil Spencer will give me a back rub and maybe a little more. Get to 350 likes and we'll find out. Is that pretty good? But Luke, Radiant AI is a game changer. Yeah, it was a game changer when they announced it for Oblivion too. This is I'm guessing, Andrew, that you're joking and you're memeing on the Radiant AI, because in that video I showed that they announced it for Fallout, or for Elder Scrolls Oblivion in like 2006. They announced it. But yeah, it was, man, I hope you're at least joking. If you're saying that with a straight face, all you need to do, go back, like literally just do this, look up the making of Oblivion. In here,
They're not.
transcript, hold on, Radiant, right here. This video is from 2006. Okay, it's during the development of this in like 2005. Okay.
I think the big thing is the AI we have in the game. We designed this system, Radiant AI, that allows the people in the world to react really intelligently, and they sort of have their own goals, so they can...
They're recycling talking points. So, okay, Andrew, I'm glad it was a joke. I'm glad. But this is the thing. I can't tell the difference anymore because the people who are joking sound identical to the people who are serious saying, well, but Starfield has Radiant AI, because they're recycling talking points from 2005. It's insane. But anyway, yeah, I can't tell the difference. Okay, let's see Maddie. Maddie, I love you, my brother. We're working on a collab, like I said, on Starfield on the Creation Engine 2. So we're going to delve into this with him. It's going to be interesting. But look at this. He's got his Christmas suit. He's ready to go. Let's see.
Everybody, it is Maddie here today. We finally did it. We saw Starfield. I reacted to it live here on my YouTube channel. And unlike what I did with Fallout 4, I never archived that moment. And having the chat there, we had 10,000 of you.
I'm going to share this
with
with you
me
guys.
here on YouTube. It was...
Hold on, I'm going to share the video. You guys can go check out the video yourself too. There we go. Boop. Let's do, where did it go? Dapper. I know, right? I need that suit.
Just a special moment I'll remember for the rest of my life. So I just wanted to make sure I had this archived, not only for you all to maybe one day look back on, but something for me as well, just to look back on like a huge moment, to see something new. I keep watching it over and over, and I just can't get over it. I'm really excited for this game, but now it's time for the reaction to begin.
He's such a fanboy. I love it.
A legendary moment indeed, as you'll see the...
Rocky's here. Hello, Rocky. Hello, Rocky.
Slow crescendo upwards, and I lose it by the end. So enjoy. I'll have much more content out today. Fret not. We're not a reaction channel, but we're making an exception this one time. So enjoy, and I'll see you all soon in the next video. Peace out. Okay, this is it. I can't believe we're about to see Starfield.
See, this is like, I've been like this before. I've been on this level of hype before, and it's fun. It is fun, okay? This level of excitement is just awesome. However, it can screw you up pretty quick. It'll mess with you pretty bad. Amua. Did I get a Diablo 4? I'm assuming is what you mean. Review code? No, I did not. I didn't really try, though, to be honest. I did not, but I will be playing it. It's gonna be awesome. Luke, don't do this to Maddie. Oh, this is fun. This is fun. I want to see what he's gonna say. I don't think I've seen this.
Holy shit. I don't know what to expect. It's not Elder Scrolls and it's not Fallout. Holy shit. Okay. My heart is like racing. Okay. Okay.
Maintaining exit vector course. Steady till ready. Coordinates input.
I wish this wasn't in 1080p because I will not be able to judge these graphics at all, if it's going to even look good. Alright, Bethesda, what
Okay, already he's trying to be like, let's evaluate it. Let's critically evaluate it.
Started after Fallout. Oh, fuck me. Okay. 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 Did I see two people at some point? Did I see like...
We got to work with Matty on his
Imagine they
bit
did go
rate.
up. That'd be funny.
It's hard to express how excited all of us at Bethesda are to be here with you today. We're so grateful you're spending the time, and we know you've waited a long time to finally see
Target the fresh cut.
It's easily our most ambitious game ever. Like our previous games, it's an epic role-playing game where you get to be who you want and go where you want. But this time, you'll be exploring space. So let's jump right in. This is early in the game as you arrive on the mysterious moon.
So like earlier, you guys were asking me what should they do for their showcase. What I think they should do for their Starfield showcase, it's going to be something like this. I think it's going to be pre-recorded, kind of like it, and they'll be on the stage and all that. I don't know why they would do it live when they don't have to. So I would guess it's pre-recorded, but what I think they should do is they should show it running like in real time. Even if it's just propped up on a table here and he has the controller in hand and then they cut to the screen capture, just that little bitty thing of like, we're going to run this in real time. Even though it's pre-recorded, I think that would go a long way. Just to show like, listen, we want to be transparent. They have to show or send that message. Because again, their last game was Fallout 76. I know it's a different team. I know it was all that blah, blah, blah. But technically speaking, the last game from BGS was Fallout 76. They need to win people back, in my view. Do you think Todd and Jensen dock leather jacket? For real. For real. Luke, you should dress up like that for the reaction. I actually looked up the company that makes his jackets. I wonder if I could find it again. It's like a nice jacket. It's not as crazy as I was expecting. Todd Howard leather jacket. I think I found it through a Reddit post somebody had found. No, it was this article. Somebody asked him. It's from Soul Revolver. Soul Revolver leather jackets. And I think this is the exact one. Does this look right? Antique brown. It has like a little armband kind of looking thing. I can't tell. Maddie's stream is too low res. Starfield gameplay reveal. Should I order like the jacket and we dress up like Todd for the reveal? That would be freaking hilarious. Is it? No.
Our most ambitious game ever.
It doesn't have the shoulder straps. It doesn't have the strap. So it's not this one. Because this has these leather kind of things on it. The game. No, it's not that one. I did find the one he wore for the Fallout 4 reveal. I did find that one. I remember finding that one. No, not quite. Might be that one, but in a different finish. No, it doesn't have the pleats. Did they discontinue it? Or like, are there any other identifying marks? Are we really doing this? This is what you come to the stream for, right? Okay, it's 2 pockets on either side and then a button on the collar. Okay. Okay, so 2 pockets on the sides and then a button on the collar. Not quite like that. You should wear this. You should totally wear that. Fight Club Antique. Look at this monstrosity. Red leather, baby. Ooh, baby. Or the trench coat. Oh, dude. That's not bad either. That looks pretty good. That's good. It's pricey, but man. Oh, Todd, where's your jacket? Was it Cafe Racer? Oh, did they say it? Did I just not read it? Classic Cafe Racer. They even leaked it. God damn it. No, okay. Is it? Okay, I think this is it. Okay. This is it. It looks like he's polished it, though. His is shinier. His is nice and like glossy. I think he's actually oiled it. Well done, Todd. Taking care of that leather. That's the jacket. So that's the exact one. It's made of calf leather. They kill baby cows to make this. But that's it. Oiled it. It's all the cope. It's all the cope from all the fans. Probably get a large. Yeah, that's it. That would be really funny. What are the odds he actually wears it? In terms of like a custom, like a handmade in Italy leather jacket, it's not insane in terms of price. I've seen some that are like, you know, $2,000. But he wore this at the Fallout 76 reveal. He's wearing it in the Starfield reveal. Do you think he wears it again? Please do it. Wear the blue jeans, the blue shirt. I'll get the shoes. I have shoes like that. That would be really funny. Should we do it? I think that'd be really, really freaking funny. I'm going to go to my accountant. They're going to be like, Luke, why the hell did you spend $400 on a jacket and then try to write it off? I'm like, it was a costume. It'll make sense, I promise. He did oil it though, so he probably uses it again. It looks like a jacket he actually wears a good amount. So, and like I said, I think what was his outfit in the Fallout 4 reveal? Fallout 4 reveal. I think it was the same jacket. No, it was a slightly different jacket. Slightly different. A lot different. It doesn't look... Is it all leather? No, it looks like fleece or something. But I think Todd is worth a lot more now than 2015. But this was awesome, man. I miss these live reveals and live demos. I hope E3 makes a comeback. I think that would be awesome. Actually, like, they have enough people that revolt and are like, we want it back. We want to play these games live. I think that'd be great. Anyway. Let's let Maddie finish his fanboying.
Of Crete.
Say less, buddy. Say less, buddy. Okay. All right.
Hold on. I think I need to clip that. Hold on. What's this soundbite?
Assassins.
No, I need that one.
Valaha. So you get.
No, I'll use this one. Hold on.
Buddy. Okay. All right. Okay.
I'm sorry, Maddie. It's just so good. Every time we see something good from now on.
Okay.
Yeah, oh yeah, sorry, my face is in the way. There we go. Sorry.
Okay.
That's a deep, visceral feeling right there. He's not faking that. That is pure pleasure seeping out.
Okay.
Oh, dude.
The mysterious moon of Crete.
Yeah, this is raw.
Ooh,
A raw,
music.
uncut reaction.
Ooh. It's kind of got Star Wars vibes. Moon of Ansalon. Okay. This is the moon of a planet. This is big. This is open. Okay.
Big chunkus.
Gotta chill. Okay. Nice. Man, they're like building me up. Okay, we're in the game. Okay. Vasco, look at you. Oh, so this is like a step out moment for sure. This is a step out moment for sure. Give me the step out moment. Oh, fuck yeah.
According to the scanners, the abandoned research facility is in this direction.
Oh my god, that's like No Man's Sky type energy here.
I know, right, Maddie? There's still fanboys that refuse to acknowledge that. It's really weird.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Oh, man.
What? Okay, so the HUD leaks were real. Oh my gosh. Can you just go anywhere on these planets? Yo. Yo. Oh. Okay. Yo, the animations look way fucking better. Way better when he was aiming in and putting the gun down. Okay.
Question, have we seen any gameplay showing like flying on the planet's surface, like actually flying, say, through a mountain valley like this? Or has everything we've seen just been like the cinematic takeoff and landing stuff? Nope. 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 No. Because I just had this moment of like paralyzing concern. I was like, I don't think we've actually seen that. And I was mentally like, we know that there's load screens to go from space to the planet's surface. And if it's like, if it's this thing where you transition from space and then it lands for you and you can't fly on the planet, man, that would be totally unacceptable as far as I'm concerned. Maybe, I don't know how on earth they would do that though. How do you make a space game with giving you a spaceship and not let you fly around on the planet? I don't know how they would do that. That would be unacceptably stupid. So I'm going to go with they just haven't shown it yet, but that is a thing because that would be unreal. Like, that would be ridiculous. I'm getting a little emotional. Dude.
Survey thing that you could... Yo, No Man's Sky for real?
That's what I'm saying.
Wow. It really is like... I don't know how to feel about that.
Oh, thank you,
You're
Maddie.
collecting resources for something. Oh, God. Did they just confirm settlement building? Oh, God.
Yes.
Dude, they gotta show dialogue.
It would appear that pirates of the Crimson Fleet are
Can you
using
steal
this facility.
ships?
Okay.
I need them to
Wait, that's
say
a
if
big
we can
jump.
steal ships.
Okay.
They confirmed
How
it?
crispy
Okay,
is this
good.
game as a first-person shooter is the question.
I want to see what Maddie thinks of gunplay. Because when I talked to him like a month after this, he was like, I said during the reveal that it didn't look super tight.
Okay. That weapon is kind of underwhelming.
Thank you, Maddie. See how much Maddie has
Okay, that was
grown?
a strafe slide, I think. Oh, grenade.
I'm so proud of Maddie.
Nice. I was kind of expecting gore there, I'm not gonna lie.
Confirmed, not in there.
Ooh, a little new lockpick mini game? Nice. Yeah, I'm gonna be real with myself. These guns don't look like they shoot great at all.
Maddie.
There we go.
I also, this is something I've mentioned at this point now once or twice, but I totally agree that this revealed was kind of underwhelming. I agree with you, Poison Dart. But like one of the things that nobody talked about, and I didn't even really think about this or notice it till after the fact, was just how many weird little things were going on in the gameplay they showed that don't make any sense. So like this, look at this. This is that clip. But what's going to happen, we're going to play this back at like 25%. What's going to happen is you're going to see this guy, he like runs back to get cover, but when you turn back to him, he's just standing on this box for some reason. There's no reason for him to be standing. He's just standing there. And then the player character will run over here towards the ship, and there will be another pirate right here in this back corner that just starts to try to run past you. So like, watch this. So he's shooting you. You might think, oh, his AI is going to have him get behind cover. That's smart. That's good. Radiant AI, as it were, right? But watch what happens. Watch what happens. So he turns away to look at this, which is fine. I mean, you're getting behind cover, reloading, looking at the dynamic event. That's totally fine. No problems there. I wonder if this is like ship summoning, if you're able to summon your ship anywhere on the planet to you if you get far away from it. That would be cool. But you see right here, look, he's standing on the box, facing away from you, using this little circular vent as cover, I'm assuming from you or maybe from the ship. It doesn't make any sense. Like, I don't understand what the AI is trying to do here. And why is he on the box? Did he clip into it? Did he climb up onto it for some reason? Like, in the age where AI has been a major point of contention in recent years, and especially recent releases, seeing AI perform like this in a hand-selected gameplay sequence is concerning to me. Yeah, he's flashing his ass at me is what he's doing. See, he's facing away. And then watch this guy over here. They cut it and clip it forward. There's going to be a guy right here. See, he turns. He's running away from you for some reason. Which this I could forgive a little bit more. It kind of looks like for some reason, maybe his like, he got aggroed to the ship. And so I would argue he still should have like heard you and seen you killing his friends. So he should be aware that you're there and not just walk with his back out. But you know what? If he's aggroed to the ship that's coming in, I wouldn't say that that's unacceptable. It just doesn't look very good that he's just like letting you shoot him in the back for no reason. But whatever, I can kind of forgive that one. He's just shy. That's why he's facing away. Yeah, maybe. Shooting the jetpack, having it explode is a good touch. I'll give that. And I've said before, I don't think that the particle effects and smoke stuff looks very good. Maybe it gets better, but even running at 30 frames, if we go normal speed, I don't think this looks very good.
Stefan Rodriguez super chatted $20. Was a die-hard Xbox fan until I switched over to the P3 for the free online play, been Sony ever since. Finally built my PC so I can get the best of both worlds. Any Xbox exclusive recommendations? Haven't played since 360 days.
Oh, interesting. Well, first of all, thank you for the $20. Very generous. Yeah, if anybody in chat has recommendations for like Xbox games that are also on PC, put them in chat. As for me, like, what are games on PC, or games rather that are not on PlayStation that are on PC that you can enjoy? It honestly kind of depends on what type of game you like. If you like sim games, I mean, obviously there's a ton. Sea of Thieves is really good. As Dusk Falls, that's a quirky sort of like choose your own adventure game. I enjoyed it a lot. That one's good. Good fun. I mean, the big thing for me, like the games I get a lot of pleasure out of are like Factorio. If you've never played Factorio and you like sim games, Factorio will steal your life, okay? Like it'll, like, goodbye life. Other games, if you like the cover-based shooters, you could get into Gears. They've got some more Gears stuff. It's good stuff. OMG, Luke, have you seen Destiny play Factorio? I know in like all of the clips I've been recommended of him on like TikTok and stuff, he's playing Factorio while talking to people. So I have seen him playing it. It seems like it's, at least in the clips I saw, it's been his go-to game for a while. I love it. Grounded is fun. Grounded is a good time. Well, exactly, take a ride with me. There aren't a lot of Xbox exclusive. There's a lot of PC games. So there's a lot of PC games that are not on PlayStation, but in terms of Xbox games that aren't there, not a ton. Halo Infinite's campaign is a good time, especially on Game Pass. It's a good time. One thing here, I just wanted to point this out. There's like hardcore popping on this loading dock. I don't know if it's a compression issue. It might be. Actually, you know what? Now that I'm looking at it, it looks like popping, but I think it's a compression issue. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. Because you see here, for 2 frames, it disappears. And then it comes back. But you also see there's like a dropped frame, which is probably why it glitched out. So it overcompressed it into just gray blocks and then brought it back. So I don't think that's actually... I'll recant that. I don't think that's actually pop-in. You can see it if you're looking at that dropout platform. You'll see it here, but I think it's a compression issue. Right there. Well, I don't know. Now I'm... Okay, hold on. Did the whole platform do that? Because that's not just a singular couple micro blocks of pop-out. They got me questioning everything. I'm losing my mind. I'm just slowly losing it. Okay, actually, that's not a compression issue, I don't think. Looking at how much of the frame it is, I don't think that's a compression issue now. The entire platform glitches out. If it was just like a couple of micro blocks, because it's H.264 encoding, okay, but it's literally just this object. And it's a high contrast object too. Those rarely have that bad of a problem.
2013 super chatted $20.
Disco, thank you.
Live for over 2 hours. Are there rumors of Sony buying CDPR? I have not heard anything. Does it seem likely to happen though? Sorry, I'm sure you already spoke about it. I just popped in now though.
Oh, you're fine, Disco Cobra. Thank you for the 20. That's very generous. And no, it's just Twitter people being stupid. It went viral yesterday for a little bit, and then CDPR had reps that said, nope, it's not happening. I said, guys, just saying stuff doesn't make it a rumor. You're just asserting stupid stuff. Like, chill out. And then we spent some time looking at it and explaining why it doesn't really make sense for them to sell, and that Sony can't just walk up and buy whoever they want to buy. They don't have the money. They can buy companies, and I think they intend to buy more companies, but I let's just say I think it would be much more likely that a company like Apple tries or Embracer Group or Tencent buys CDPR than that Sony tries to buy them. Even though I think it would be a great addition to your team, I just don't think that it's going to happen. Anyway. But here you can see like this enemy, the AI just gets me concerned because the AI in Fallout 76 sucked ass. And then to see some stuff like this also concerns me because you'll see another enemy run out and he just runs out into the open here instead of using the ship as cover. Like, what is this guy doing? I don't really know. But I guess his pathing just had him go there. But again, it just might be a couple of sections that look kind of stupid. Who knows? Who knows? But you see, like, when the ship flies in here, this is what I meant when I was saying that I was concerned that maybe there's no, like, free flying ship. I will say I would bet money there is ship flight in atmosphere. Because it would be amazing to me if they didn't. Yeah, right here. If they didn't have that. I don't know how on earth you release a game about like space travel, having spaceships, and don't do this. But this is most of the shots that we've seen is the ship coming in a cinematic and landing in a landing pad. And so I'm like, actually, we haven't seen somebody just like flying the ship freely. And it might be that in order to get into the city, you have to enter a cutscene and then it lands the ship for you so you can't crash it into buildings or something. I could see that being a thing. But all of the gameplay bits that they show, I don't think we've seen anything of like free flying ship exploration on planet surfaces, which concerns me. But you know what? That's another thing that they could show. Even this, like when he takes off, look at this. When he takes off, it also goes into a cinematic camera angle and shows you taking off. And so I'm guessing settlements or something, they escort you effectively out of that area. Like right here, you see you take off. Maybe this is just for the trailer, but you see they go to a cinematic camera angle showing you fly out. And I don't know if that's just to make the trailer look cool or if that's because there's no in-atmosphere flying. I can't imagine they don't have in-atmosphere flying though. That makes the game, if they don't have it, that makes the game an instant flop in my mind. I don't know how on earth you would do that without realizing how bad that would be. But like, we're going to give you a planet to explore. By the way, you can't fly your spaceship anywhere on the planet. You have to walk or like use a car or something. Like I can't imagine they do that, but we'll see. Disco Cobra, 100%. Since I'm in the mood to chat, I wanted to hear your official stance on the latest PlayStation showcase. Seemed pretty lackluster to me. Not enough exclusive content. Not really anticipating Starfield either. Think it will flop. I will say, first of all, again, thank you for the 20. You are pogging right now, I think is how the kids say it. Is that right, guys? Oh, sorry. In the words of Mr. Matty Plays.
Okay.
I love it. Anyway, I agree. I think the PlayStation Showcase failed to live up to any standard or expectation that anybody had. And it wouldn't have taken much. If they just looked on Twitter for 2 minutes, or if they talked to any PlayStation fan, they would understand people were expecting a couple of surprises. Just like a couple. Just a couple. However, it makes me wonder what the hell they were thinking, because it just doesn't make sense. They wait a year and a half, they come out and they don't really have anything surprising to show, any big announcements that get people excited. They're sitting on something. Like, I know they said afterwards that The Last of Us Factions was supposed to also be there, but they cut it after the Bungie guys went in and said it wasn't ready. So maybe that's it. Maybe like they just decided that was a problem. I don't know. It's just really, really weird. But they're going to do another showcase, I'm sure, by the end of the year and announce stuff. It was just a really bizarre showcase. And I think everybody, even hardcore PlayStation fans, were like, what is this? Like, it was really confusing. It was just strange. As for Starfield, I think, again, the easiest way to describe this is that I am not willing to give Bethesda the benefit of the doubt, giving them extra credit for Starfield. And like for most companies, if I saw, oh, it's spaceships, 1,000 planets, blah, 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 I can fly my spaceship on the planet, not just in space. But with Bethesda, I'm not going to give them that benefit of the doubt of like, oh, well, anybody would, like, nobody would greenlight a game where you can customize a spaceship and where there's 1,000 planets to explore, but you can't fly a spaceship on the planet. Like, for any other company, I would give them the benefit of the doubt, assuming that, yeah, they're not that stupid to not allow that. But with Bethesda, I just don't know. So that gets me concerned. That gets me really concerned. As long as they have some form of online vehicles you can use, I'm okay with no atmospheric flight. If they have smaller ships for you to use, I still think that's stupid, but you know what? That wouldn't be the end of the world. I could still see playing that. But like, seriously though, look at these planets. Like, they want you, allegedly, you can go to this planet and travel anywhere on it. Otherwise, what's the point of calling it a planet, right? If it's just like a big ball where you can only go to this little area right here. It's just like Jedi Survivor or Fallen Order. There's no reason to call it a planet. It's not actually a planet. And they've been clear that these are procedurally generated planets. So I think you have to be able to go anywhere on the planet. And some of these planets have like water on them and oceans and stuff. And I just don't know how on Alpha Centauri you allow the player to have thousands of planets to explore and you don't let them fly their ship freely in the atmosphere. But again, if you give them the benefit of the doubt and just assume they're not freaking dumb, I'm sure it's available and I'm sure you can fly around on the planet's surface. We haven't seen it yet, but we've only gotten like one gameplay trailer, so it's just not a thing. It would be unbelievably stupid if they don't have that, but you know what? That's one thing they have to show at the showcase. No atmospheric flight is make or break. Don't sit there and try to tell us you're making best space exploration game out there when No Man's Sky has done it 10 times better. Well, it's just like, I don't understand how you could defend a planet-sized map, but you effectively have to ride around on a go-kart, or you have to, like, even if you give the player like a pickup truck or like a speed bike or something like in Star Wars, that's still just like laughably stupid compared to being able to just travel anywhere on the planet with your spaceship that you have and that you've customized. So I think it's a must. I don't know how on earth they would justify it, but again, it's the fact we have to discuss the possibility of it not being there, I think shows just how low the bar has fallen for Bethesda. Like, people now, and it's funny because fans will say that it's the opposite way. Fans will say that we've risen the bar or raised the bar too high for Bethesda, so we'll never be happy. But the fact that we have to debate whether or not there's actual like in-atmosphere flight shows that our confidence in the studio's abilities is pretty low. I mean, does anybody in here think that it would be acceptable to have no in-atmosphere flight? Let's do a poll. Would it be acceptable to have no atmosphere flight? Yes, no. So would it be acceptable to have no in-atmosphere flight? So yes, it would be acceptable. It would be fine if you can't fly around. Yeah, it'd be fine. No, it would be totally unacceptable, and they should be embarrassed if they release a game where you can't fly around freely on the planet. Let's see. Do you think let's see, Bernardo, hold on. Let me do this one first. Bernardo, I feel like it's a must for you. I don't think it's a deal breaker. Would it be a lot better? Yes. Yeah, I guess if you want me to clarify, it would be a deal breaker for me. Yes. Do you think PlayStation fans are a bit more sane in terms of coping and delusions compared to Xbox fans, since PlayStation fans called out the showcase being extremely mid? Well, they immediately spun around and said that there was going to be another showcase and that Bloodborne 2 was going to be at that one, and that they were buying CDPR, even though there's zero evidence they're buying CDPR. So I don't think so. I think they just immediately flipped and moved on to the next thing to be hyped about. So while I'll give them credit that they at least said, yeah, that was kind of mid, they did just spin around immediately and go to the next thing. So I think the fanboyism, either way, you're going to end up looking kind of ridiculous. I get the No Man's Sky comparison, but I also don't. Does No Man's Sky also lean more into a survival aspect? If so, it's like comparing DayZ to Dying Light. I mean, I'd say in terms of overall design structure, you're talking about procedurally generated planets, a lot of them, and you're talking about using like a multi-tool mining beam to collect resources to craft stuff and to upgrade equipment and your ship and your base and all that. So fundamentally, I think it's very similar. No Man's Sky certainly is more survival exploration, whereas Starfield is supposed to be more narrative RPG. So I'd say they're in the same family, but yeah, they're not one-to-one. But like to say that the mining beam and that stuff is not similar, which I'm not saying you think it's dissimilar, but to pretend like there's no similarities, I think is a little silly. This amazes me. 28% of you think it would be acceptable for you to not be able to fly your ship around the planet. Guys. Really? Maybe I'm not being clear. Is this what... Am I being crazy right now? Am I losing it? Am I losing it? Maybe I phrased that really poorly. What we're saying is No Man's... or is Starfield... Would it be acceptable to give you a planet like this? You might be familiar with it. And to have a spaceport, let's say, right up here in Reykjavik, okay? This is the spaceport. So you land in here, there's a transition load screen, you pop in here, boop, you land. You have a spaceship, and they say you have access to this whole planet to explore. You can go anywhere on this planet, wherever you want. Build a base wherever. However, you can't fly your ship. If you want to explore, you need to walk or use like a car or a motorbike or something. You guys are saying you'd be okay with not being able to use your spaceship? You'd be okay with that? Lucas says that I'm overreacting. I'm just genuinely shocked that you'd be okay with that. I give you a game where you can explore a planet. I plop you down into the middle of Mexico, And then I say, yeah, it's free to explore, but you have to go on foot, or I'll give you a Ford F-250. What? What's the point of having a planet? Effectively, I misunderstood the question. Okay, maybe we misunderstood. Let me try this again. Hold on. Because I'm like, my brain is fried right now. If a third of you guys are like, yeah, no, it's fine. I'm baffled. Hold on. Is that acceptable? Okay. I'm just going to leave it like that. Is that acceptable? What I'm saying is, in a game like Starfield, they give you a planet. They plop you down over here in Reykjavik and say you're free to explore the whole planet, but you can't fly your spaceship. If you use your spaceship, you'll be taken out of the planet. And then if you load back in, you can only go to that spaceport or another spaceport around it. So you can go anywhere, but you'll have to travel on foot or using like a car or motorcycle or something that they give you. But you can't use a spaceship to explore. Would that be acceptable? Would it be acceptable to give you the planet but not allow you to use your ship? Yes, it's acceptable. No problem. No, that's not okay. They should definitely make it so you can't do that. So you can use your spaceship and travel with your spaceship. Flying your spaceship from Reykjavik, fly it over into Central Africa real quick, check out the Congo, and then lift off, head over here. We're going to pop into Japan, and then, we're going to pop up, and we're going to go back down. We're going to chill in Australia for a little bit. Oh, my God. We're going to pop into Australia for a little bit, get beat up by kangaroos. Then we're going to pop out, and we're going to go back over, and we're going to head back to Reykjavik. Like, there it is. See, okay, now you guys are trolling me. Okay, never mind. Okay, we're done. I walked into that one. You guys are just trolling me. Screw you guys, okay? You got me. I'll give you that. Anyway, again, I'm sure that they're, and when I say I'm sure, I would be stunned if you're not able to use your spaceship to explore the planets, okay? Because that's asinine. They just haven't shown it yet, but this is a giga detour. I don't know how we got on it. And I mean, they do show some stuff, which I guess you could say is maybe indicative of that. Like this shot right here, the ship is landed not on like an actual landing pad. It's out in the middle of nowhere. So I would guess this says that you can fly your ship anywhere, but still. By the way, Jacob, if you're in here, don't worry about putting this into a stream clip because I just don't think this is that interesting. I went through a pretty big detour and diatribe, but still. Big old crater right there, boys. Oh man. Anyway. James like, thank God. I'm just like, you know what? If it's not clicking, what's the point? Okay, let's see. Jeff Grubb has updates about the PlayStation showcase posted 4 hours ago. Should we see this? What did Jeff Grubb say? Jeff Grubb, if you're not familiar, Jeff is like a well-known games journalist. He has a lot of sources. He gets a lot of stuff right. So he is somebody to pay attention to because he usually gets stuff right. He doesn't just make stuff up. He has actual sources, okay? Hey, Luke, have you hypothetically played Tears of the Kingdom on PC? Hypothetically, if I were to try it, it would have been before all the patches and stuff were out. So hypothetically, it's possible. But in terms of, like, actively, no, I don't think I would hypothetically do that. I'm fine with the Switch for now. But maybe for subsequent playthrough, I could see hypothetically doing that. But As of right now, hypothetically, no. What are the odds of getting a Jordan or Joe Raptor, Luke and Maddie podcast? I think we could probably get Maddie on as a guest. I think we could do that for sure. Maddie has like 2 or 3 podcasts already, so he probably doesn't want to jump on another one full time. But as a guest, I think he definitely would come out. Okay, let's see this from the one and only Jeff Grubb.
Let's do this. I'm Jeff Grubb, and this is my Game Mess channel. I want to do more of these videos where I kind of talk about what people are talking about in games, especially when they have anxieties and they're not exactly sure about the future of something. I feel like if I have some insights, I'd like to come on here and talk them out and talk through them with people. And I think it's clear what people are having anxieties about this week, and it's the future of PlayStation. And I think a lot of that is really overblown, although I understand where it's coming from. Some of it's coming from some mischaracterizations of stuff that Sony has said to investors. Some of it feels like it's a gut feeling based on kind of the direction the company's headed and what they showed at that PlayStation showcase. And I get all that. I completely sympathize with people who are worried about the future. And there almost certainly is something to those concerns. It's just not as drastic as most people are making it out to be. There are some key issues, and I am going to write that down so I don't forget as it like occurs to me. Like, what's a key issue? This is how I make the videos, by the way. Ideas pop in my head. Let's type it down right now.
Real time.
Making sequels is harder than ever. We'll get to that in a little bit. A little teaser for you. So where does this really start, though?
I miss his long hair. I'm going to be real. I miss his long hair. He used to have like long flowing locks and he got a haircut. It's not the same.
Starts from this little...
Jeff Grubhub. Why you got to do him like that? That's funny. You should have Mutahar on as a guest too, Luke. He was recently on a chat with Vaush, which was super weird to see. Oh yeah, what did he talk about with Vaush? Did he talk about, was it the phase stuff or... I feel like I saw a thumbnail for that. I didn't watch it, but there was something like that. I think so. That rings a bell. I don't know. I didn't watch it, just a weird crossover. Okay, yeah, I don't know. I could ask him. We're working on something for the Yakuza series. So little tidbit there. We'll see what that turns into.
Little chart here where people are reading this, and a lot of people are reading it correctly, but a lot of the headlines said that by fiscal year 2025, Sony PlayStation is going to begin investing 60% of its video gaming development budget into live service games. So therefore, the other 40% will be, traditional games. It's actually how Sony puts it. Now that means, on the face of it, Sony will be spending more money on live service games than on traditional games. If you look at the chart a little closer, though, you could kind of see like this isn't too much of a real concern because they are, and this bar graph that we're looking at scales this way. That bar graph is growing overall, and you can see that compared to fiscal year 2023, they're going to be spending more money. That light blue is bigger than the year before. Well, then not the year before. That's fiscal 25 versus fiscal 2023, but you can see that it's growing. It's just not growing as fast as the live service bar. If you want to like go back to fiscal year 19, you could see that it's about even with the investment there, but they've had a lot of really great games since fiscal year 19, so you can kind of expect the same pace of big single-player games from PlayStation just based on this chart alone. Also, boy, it just makes sense that they're going to keep doing that. You kind of know they're going to do that. They know that's what gets people into the door. They're just making these bigger bets that, well, not even bigger bets. They're making a lot of smaller bets, not much smaller, but smaller, that one of these live service games, maybe 2 if they're lucky, are going to hit, and they're going to hit big, and they're not going to be, a game that makes $1 billion in revenue. They're going to be games that make $10 billion of revenue over the next 10 years, and that is definitely something that they want.
And this is the thing, like, PlayStation so far has had, love it or hate it, a somewhat antiquated view of building out their gaming portfolio. Most of the big companies like EA, like Ubisoft, like Activision, like Take-Two, the reason they're big companies and continue to grow bigger is because it's because they have these live service games that just print money. And love it or hate it, live service games make a hell of a lot more money than single player games do. People will point at like, oh, did you see that Elden Ring has made over $1 billion? And I'm like, yeah, that's great. You know how much money Call of Duty makes? Do you know how much money GTA Online makes? Do you know how much money like Rainbow Six Siege makes? Like these games are massive. And so you can have the best game of the year, best game of the last few years, and it still pales in comparison to what a game like FIFA or Madden or Call of Duty does on an annual basis. Okay. So Sony's whole goal is to create a portfolio, not just of the big bangers that get game of the year and do really well that way, but also games that have long-term support. And you can see like digital full game sales. You can see in terms of these pricing estimations, you can see that they're actually expecting people to start spending less and less as a total compared to the amount that they start leaning into add-on content. So they're projecting that people will start to spend more money on fewer games effectively and lean into carefully selecting a few games and doing that a lot. Now, this might end up being true. It might also end up being just a mischaracterization or a misunderstanding of the client base. You guys remember back in like 2014, 2015, all the news was about how consoles were dying. All of gaming was moving to mobile devices. Diablo Immortal is what every big game would turn into. All these games were only going to be on mobile from then on. And that didn't end up happening. It just didn't end up being the reality. So sometimes these projections are real and accurate. Sometimes they're not.
But so is that, is this a concern? Is this a problem? Yes and no. The yes is that, well, clearly, if you work at Sony or you want to get acquired by Sony, it does maybe behoove you to bring them a live service game. That's where a lot of the money is going to go if you're coming up with a new idea.
For real.
Disco Cobra 2013 super chatted $10.
Thank you, Disco.
I can see why Sony or Microsoft might want to focus on live service. I just don't want it to take away from good single-player content. They want their GTA Online of COD-style game.
Yes. Yes. I agree. As long as it doesn't take away from the single-player stuff, we're probably good. The question just becomes at some point, do companies like Rockstar, do they start to ask, well, if we're only making the money from GTA Online, why bother with the single-player stuff? And so far, they've still done the single-player stuff. They still come out with Red Dead Redemption 2, even though they kind of abandoned the online component because it wasn't making the money they were hoping for. But my concern is eventually, do these companies just say, the single-player stuff, we're good. We'll just start focusing on the multiplayer stuff. That would be lame. And as of right now, there's no indication they're doing that. You can see they still project to spend a ton of money on single-player stuff, traditional games. But it is a concern. Like, at what point do they make that decision? Because all of these big companies like EA and Activision and Take-Two, they've started to make those decisions, which blows. For real. Let's see. Also, again, thank you for the 10. That's very generous. Thank you.
Now, I think that works backwards from the reality a little bit, though. And this is the real key point. That number that they're investing in traditional games isn't remaining stagnant because Sony's like, well, we just want to make bets on live service games. If they could, they would spend more money on traditional games. They just don't believe that there is any real opportunity to do so. What do I mean by that? They are already putting the maximum amount of money that they can into studios like Naughty Dog and Insomniac and Sucker Punch to get great games out of those studios. And you can't just spin up another one of those studios. Those are development teams that have been honed over a long period of time. And, Sony does try to bring some of those other studios up to that level. They're trying that with Housemarque. They previously tried it with Bend, but I think that's evidence of it not working out necessarily, where.
This is absolutely true. And another great example of it not working is Ubisoft. I mean, Ubisoft has thousands. Don't they have like 15,000 employees or something? They have a just insane number of people that work at Ubisoft. And they have Ubisoft, Singapore. They have Ubisoft, Montreal, Ubisoft, Quebec, Ubisoft, like all of these, Ubisoft Paris. They have all of these different studios all around the world. Is it up to 20K now? Yeah, 20,000 employees. And some of those studios do really good work. Others are just like support studios. Others create stuff like Skull and Bones, which has been in development for like a decade and has no end in sight. So you can spend more, but it doesn't actually necessarily get you anything. You can just keep pumping money, hiring more and more people, but creating a team, a group of people that works well together is not as easy as just throwing money at the problem. It's not that simple. And so I understand what he's saying. Like, yeah, I mean, there's not that much money, that much more money that could be spent on this type of thing. It's just not that simple. And so I can see that. Still, I find it hard to believe that they wouldn't want to significantly grow their total investment, either with expansions into new studios, like building a second team for Naughty Dog to work on different projects, supervised by the same management or something like that. But you know what? I don't have specifics on how this breaks down, how this 40% breaks down. Maybe there is a clear breakdown to be had, but they seem confident that they don't need to spend significantly more money. Yeah, Amazon is the perfect money doesn't mean a good game example. Yeah. No, Amazon tried throwing lots of money at their games and it hasn't really worked out.
You know, we were trying to make Ben to the next Naughty Dog or the next Insomniac, and we made a big bet on them with Days Gone, and it didn't pan out. So if they could, they would love to have 10 Last of Us quality caliber games coming out at any one time. That would be great for them. They just don't know. That's $200 million is a lot to put on a game when you're not sure the development team can actually execute on the parameters of that project. So why does that make live service more compelling? Well, listen, live services is got problems of its own. There's no guarantees for success. In fact, you're almost guaranteed to fail. But it is more affordable to make a live service game, or at least get one off the ground, or see if it's a good idea, than it is to do that with a big $200 million first-party, single-player, campaign-driven Sony PlayStation game. Those are the most expensive games that there are for the most part, outside of like these long-running like Destiny-style games, or boondoggles like Halo Infinite or something like that. So they're going to make a lot of bets on live service games, and that maybe flips us back to, okay, so they're
and I think this is one of the reasons people have gotten concerned, because what did we see during the PlayStation Showcase? We saw a lot of upcoming extraction shooters. According to some sources, the Last of Us multiplayer game is a hybrid extraction shooter with narrative elements. And so a lot of people were like, what are they doing? All of these multiplayer games they're working on, these live service titles, they all seem to be targeting the same player base, people who like extraction-based shooters. Seems weird that they would just create like 5 games all trying to grab the same 10 people or same 100,000 people or million people, whatever. And I think it is just like they've seen that out of all of these projects that people put together, they just like 4 of them flop and 1 turns into a hit, and you just got to get lucky and market it right, and it's got to be a good game, and there's a lot of things that have to go right, and you have to be a little lucky too. So they're just going to throw stuff at the wall and see what sticks. And it's a very different philosophy than what PlayStation has had previously, which is we're going to spend 4 or 5 years working on this crazy huge single player game, and then we're going to release it when it's ready, and it's going to be amazing. So it's just different. It's just different. Let's see. Luke, did they axe The Last of Us multiplayer then? No. What they did is they took most of the people off of the game, moved them over to another team, presumably that's working on the next single player game that Naughty Dog is making with Neil Druckmann at the helm. And they have a very small group of people still kind of working on it, doing stuff in it. We don't know what they're doing, but still working on it. And at some point, they will probably bring more people over to continue working on it or revamp it or something, or they'll just cancel it. It's not really clear. I can't imagine they walk away after like 3-4 years of development on it and just say, oh, well, but maybe it's that bad. I don't know. It was apparently bad enough that they decided not to even show a smidgen of it. They just decided to keep it secret, take the team off of it, and like they just were like, okay, this is, if it gets to see the light of day, it's probably going to be very different than what it is right now, which is interesting.
We're not making these a lot more bets on single player games because the studios just aren't there to do that. And that's where I'm like, I want to stress, like, if they could, they would, but they believe they just can't. And so they are trying to eye the best opportunity for them to do something with the more money that they're making. You could see the money that they're putting into the games is growing. It's fiscal year 19, it's this little thing, and then you get to be this little big when it's fiscal year 23, and then it's growing massively by fiscal year 2025. They want to be putting more money into games. They just don't think they're going to be able to accomplish any sort of return on investment that's worthwhile to them with traditional games. Now that is maybe where people are still going to be. There's a cause for concern. You can look at the rest of this chart, or I'm sorry, this financial report from Sony. We could see, let's see, life to date. These are the things that Sony cares about. This is the thing that all these companies care about, but Sony's just putting it out there. Life to date spending per console. It's way up on the PS5 versus the PS4. This is what they care about. This is what matters to them. This is because, yeah, sure, you bought a PlayStation for God of War.
Yeah, isn't this interesting? So for PS4, during the same time period of the generation, so from launch in 2013 through 2016 versus launch of November 2020 for PS5 through March of 23, The average spend per connected device down 10% for full game purchases. People are spending less money on games on PS5 for just the game than they did on PS4 during the same period of time per console, which to me actually makes sense because I feel like there haven't been that many, at least it doesn't feel, the perception is that there haven't been as many like big PlayStation 4 releases coming to justify big expense purchases for full price titles. But I mean, honestly, that might just be the perception. As a count, there might be more. I don't know. But it feels like we've had a lot more cross-generational ones than we had back in like 2015, 2016. Which is interesting. Add-on spending is up 210%. 210%. That's crazy. The prices too. Well, I would say I know that the $10 difference between 60 and $70 makes a big difference. I don't think the price rising from $60 to $70 is that big of a turnoff to justify a 10% drop. I think it's more like macroeconomic factors, people not wanting to spend a huge chunk of money for that. But also, if you look at, like, I don't know if these numbers are adjusted for inflation or not, but in terms of inflation, $70 in 2023 is worth roughly equivalent to $60 in November of 2013. So it just gets kind of messy once you start factoring all of that in. But subscription as a total percentage of console spending is up 52%. Accessories, people are spending 60% more on accessories. That's crazy. So more controllers, I guess. Controllers, headsets, that type of thing. And I'll give them credit. Like, they've been trying. They've got the DualSense Edge. They've got some of these more, these higher end accessories and stuff. So that's good. I'm still shocked they haven't done custom panels and stuff for game releases, like a custom Spider-Man PlayStation 5. That seems like a layup. Easy money. But the point is, people are spending more money on individual consoles than they did during the same time period in the last generation, which is wild. It's wild.
PlayStation for Demon's Souls and Ratchet and Clank and whatever else, and the promise of a Ghost of Tsushima sequel, all that. Yeah, you bought all that stuff, but so did all your friends, and your friends are probably hopping into other games as well. Maybe you're not a multiplayer gamer, but your friends are always going on and on playing this multiplayer game or that multiplayer game, this live service game. If your friends are there and they're playing something, boy, that might suck you in, and that network effect is very powerful, and you can see it's already having a huge effect on PS5's life-to-date spend per console. They're making a lot more money per user than they were before, and that's due to subscriptions. You can see that plus 52%, accessories up 60%, add-on stuff, 210% increase. That's microtransactions. It's DLC, but it's microtransactions. That's huge. So they spotted a potential, sorry, am I getting chimes over here? They spotted a potential, like, huge growth opportunity, and that's also what's driving this. Yeah, sure. Making these games is hard. I teased, like, making sequels is hard. And maybe that's where we do flip back to, okay, there's some concern to be had. And why do I say that? Just think about it. They made God of War, and they made God of War Ragnarok, and now they're ready to reboot. And I made a video about this before. We have, you know, these two massive, big, expensive games, pretty similar to one another. Nothing wrong with that. I'm playing and loving Tears of the Kingdom right now, and that's the same goddamn map. Nothing wrong with that. But they know that they could get away with that for 2 games. The third game, likely, possibly, maybe not likely, possibly, they might be seeing a diminishing returns on that investment. And then the fourth game is like, well, people get kind of sick of it. Some people get sick of it. Reviewers start, like, docking points because it's the same thing over and over again. This is where a lot of Sony properties are at right now. You saw it at the showcase with Spider-Man 2. That looks great. It's Spider-Man 2. We know we're going to love that. That first game that's the PlayStation 4 game I can go back to and have a great time right now without question. And yet, we saw that showcase, and a lot of people are like, yeah, it's Spider-Man. We get it. That's not going to hurt Spider-Man 2.
That's a really good point. I hadn't really thought about this. So his point is that some of these franchises, a lot of them actually, are enough into their franchise life cycle that now people are frankly expecting something different, and that requires reinvention, and reinvention is really expensive and also risky. Because, I mean, you think about the transition of God of War 2018 off of God of War from like whatever the last one was, 2013 or 12 or whatever. Big difference. And even though now it's like, yeah, of course it was received well. It was awesome. They didn't know that when they were making it. They didn't know how it would be received. So because of that, it's interesting to think of that now they're at this point where they're like, yeah, we just need more time to work on these sequels and these updates and things because we need to be more transformational. We can't just do God of Boy 3.2 and then like shift it around where it's God of War Ragnarok, but this time you play more as Atreus and you can ride monsters and it's open world completely, and you also have a spaceship. Like, they can add stuff, but it still feels the same. And with Spider-Man, the unique thing about Spider-Man is that they, of course, had Spider-Man, the original game. They also released Spider-Man Remastered, and then they also did Spider-Man Miles Morales. And all of these are close to the same game. I mean, I thought Miles Morales was a fun foray into something else. You know, different playable character, different setting, or not different setting, but different time of year. So like it at least looks a little different. So there were tweaks, but it was, I mean, it's very, very similar to the first Spider-Man game. I mean, let's be completely honest. It's very, very similar. Very similar. And so by the time we're getting Spider-Man 2, it's like, yeah, this feels like the God of War Ragnarok to God of War 2018. It feels like, yeah, it's cranking the knobs up again. But I think by the end of Spider-Man 2, it's probably going to start to feel a little like, okay, they need to reevaluate. It was like a DLC. Yeah, but they spun it off into its own thing, and I think they charged $40 for it. I think is how much it was. I'm pretty sure. I feel like you can get away with it for 2 games, but 3 feels too much. I think so. And it'll still review pretty well, I'm sure. But like, imagine if Nintendo comes out and it's like, yeah, the next Zelda game is also going to be on the Switch, and it's also going to look just like Breath of the Wild, and it's going to like, maybe this time we're going to have an alternative dimension, and we're going to have big boss fights, and we revamp the combat system. Like, it'll be cool, it'll be more, but it's not going to be significantly different, and I don't think it would be enough to justify them sort of rehashing the same broad skeleton, you know? So it's a really interesting point. I hadn't really thought of this before, but yeah, a lot of PlayStation's biggest franchises are kind of at that point. Uncharted, the reason Naughty Dog's moving on is because they reached that point. The Last of Us reached that point. So both of like Naughty Dog's big franchises have hit this point where they kind of need to let it sit. They need to reevaluate, figure out if they can reinvent it or something. And they need to do something more significant. Same with God of War. Like, it's not as simple as just make God of War 3. Like, just figure it out. I would say, like, yeah, just bring it to Egypt and like let us fight Egyptian gods. But I think you got to find a way to get the narrative compelling enough to do it. So it's going to be really, really interesting. Yeah, Assassin's Creed reached that point, passed it, and now they're going back to the beginning. Yeah, well, they reached that point around like Assassin's Creed. Honestly, probably Syndicate is when people started to get really sick of the annual releases, and they're like, okay, God, let's calm down, please. Jesus. And so then they reevaluated and they came out with Origins. And then Odyssey was like, wow, this is Origins, but way bigger and crazier. And then Valhalla came out and everybody's like, oh, so it's just the same thing, but like kind of worse. They didn't even really improve it. And so now they're reinventing and they're refiguring everything out. You know, it's I think he's right. They have a lot of franchises that need reinvention and reboots, if you want to use that term. And it's all lining up around the same time.
It might start to hurt Spider-Man 3. I know this is kind of a Spider-Man 3-ish because of Miles Morales, but no, people are still ready to go for this series. So a lot of Sony properties are sort of in this zone. Now, Ghost of Tsushima, this is why Ghost of Tsushima is so important, because that's proving that they can keep making new things that are going to shoot into that stratosphere of success, and they want more of those. But they might, I mean, man, if like these games start going bad as they come in going bad. Now, sorry, interrupted by a kid.
It's so relatable. Did you hear that? You can hear his kid yelling in the background, and then he has to pause recording and he loses his train of thought. Dude, it's so relatable. So relatable. I don't know if you guys can hear it, but the whole stream, like, you can hear Lachlan running around upstairs, and you'll just hear a little like As he's running across and dancing and stuff. It's so funny to me. I love it.
None of this is to say that any of the future PlayStation single-player games are going to be bad. They're not going to be. They know how to make them. They're going to deliver them. They're going to be just fine. But they will probably, or again, possibly, see that diminishing returns on investment. And I think Sony knows that, and they're a little bit worried about it. Because how do you reload every single time with something that is equal to or bigger than Spider-Man? That's not going to happen. I think what Sony is like maybe going to try to feel out here is, can they do what Nintendo has done with its franchises, where when it really comes down to time to innovate, time to do something new, they do so, and it grows the audience even bigger. I'm sure Sony is eyeballing that and seeing if they can pull it off, but traditionally they've not done this. They have done a handful of games, sometimes a lot of games in a franchise from one studio, and then as that gets sort of played out, like, all right, you're moving on. Going from Resistance to Spider-Man or whatever, going Killzone or whatever they were doing before Killzone. Now they're doing Horizon, and a lot of these studios had games going way back before that as well. I mean, how many PlayStation 1 franchises does Sony still have going around? How many PlayStation 2 franchises does Sony still have actively in production with a new game? I mean, Ratchet & Clank got one. There's a handful. There's some, but for the most part, Sony's strategy is let's get as much as we can out of this, and then the next time around, we're going to do something new, and maybe it'll probably be bigger. And usually they've been right about that. It's a completely.
And this is what I think was so baffling about the showcase, is that Sony has shown that they understand the power of exciting new stuff. It's simple, but apparently it's not like a given. If you have something that's new and that looks really good, people will be excited and they will buy it. And a lot of people will buy it, especially if it's something that gets people excited a lot and everybody starts talking about it. Maybe that's because graphically it looks great, or in terms of the animation quality, it looks amazing, or it's from a team that everybody remembers doing really great work. There can be all of these other little pieces to the puzzle that add to it, but people like new stuff that excites them. And as much as people say like, oh, we want Bloodborne 2, we want this, maybe it's as simple as just, like for Bloodborne, they're saying, listen, we have a vision for it, but it's going to take some time, and we want to like do Elden Ring, but with Bloodborne, like a Bloodborne coat of paint version of Elden Ring. Maybe that's what they want to do, and they're just like, that's going to take a little while, so bear with us. I still think that like a trailer just announcing it would be an easy layup for community points, but I'm sure they have their reasons to do it. But it's going to be interesting. It's going to be really, really interesting to see how they navigate the next few years, especially putting so much effort into live service games, because I think we're going to see a lot of people that are just kind of like, this isn't the Sony that I know and love. The Sony I know and love focuses a lot on single player games. Why are they like, why is the centerpiece game for this showcase a live service game? That sucks. And the live service fans will be all about it, and the single player fans will hate it. Just like when we watch the Game Awards, people are getting pissed that there's like mobile games mixed in. And listen, I'm not a mobile gamer, but there are people that while watching the Game Awards are like, oh my God, they announced Candy Crush 2, The Reckoning. I don't know Candy Crush. I have no idea. But there are people to whom that appeals. And I think Sony's just trying to grow the tent at this point.
Viable strategy because they've been right. But they are getting to a point where it's like, does it get bigger than Spider-Man? Does it get bigger than God of War? God of War, obviously, they're not going to give up on that. That's going to have a sequel that's going to probably try to reboot.
Do I think Ubisoft will show us more gameplay of AC Mirage on UB Forward? Yeah, I can't go into details, but yes, they will. Yes. We'll see a lot more. Yes.
Things in some ways, maybe expand some things in some key ways. They are on the next-gen systems now. They're the new-gen systems. They can do some new stuff. There's a lot of promise there, but it's really, really hard. This is the key. These sequels are going to happen. New franchises, new IP from these studios that have made a franchise that we loved before, that's going to happen. But it's all very difficult, a high degree of difficulty, and the return on that investment, while high, there's a ceiling. And so they go back to live service, and we all know this. Now I'm just saying stuff that everyone fully understands. So really the illuminating stuff I wanted to bring here is kind of it. Yeah, I get why people are concerned. There is something to it. But if you've been happy with the cadence and the output of PlayStation's first-party single-player games so far, I mean, we can go back there. We can go back there right now. Let's scroll there. The bar is as big as it's ever been. It's the same size as it was in fiscal year 19, and it's bigger than it was in fiscal year 23.
So the broader point is he just doesn't expect them to be able. Sorry, Jeff.
And if they could find,
I didn't mean to do you dirty like that. His point is that they just can't find ways to realistically spend more money than they are or have spent in years past. So they just don't really know what to do, and so they're investing into live service. I get that. I understand it. Doesn't mean people have to like it. And I mean, this again is built on the assumption that they just aren't seeing a return on investment when they go and they spend more than this. So they found that this is just a good amount for them to spend. And, you know, it's clear you can take really good teams, you can give them a check to work on a game, and then they put something out like Redfall. You know, it's like that team should be capable of putting out something really cool, and they failed. They had the money, they seemingly had the time because they delayed it, and yet they failed. So it's not always as simple as just write a bigger check. And it's why I've expressed previously concern with like Microsoft's approach to some of these games and studios, where sure, they have money. They have more money than they know what to do with. But they haven't demonstrated an ability to actually turn that into results, you know? And that's what worries me. I've been saying for a while, games need to scale back to what it was in the PS2 era. Taking 8 years to make a game is too long, and the fall is too big if it fails. That's something. Who are we talking to? We were talking to somebody. Oh man, it's gonna kill me. Who was it? I don't know. We were talking to somebody. I don't think it was on stream. Maybe it was just a conversation I was having. But oh man, it's gonna fry my brain. I was talking to somebody, and we were going through like game development budgets and stuff. And I asked him, like, realistically, where's the time being lost? Like, why is it that games take so much longer now? We see these like demos of what modern game engines can do. Unreal Engine 5 stage something. It was, or no. Like, we've seen what some of these engines can do, and it's crazy how streamlined they can make a lot of this stuff become. Like with the metahumans, or what Unreal Engine can do with like the dynamic placement of animations and rigs and stuff, like this texturing stuff. What they're showing in this is just outrageous. And so I'm looking at it and I'm wondering from the consumer side, if things are this quote unquote easy to do now because the engines can get so powerful, why does it take developers 5-6 years to put a game together where it's like 10 hours of this and then some exploration and then some other stuff? If the engines are that powerful, like what am I missing? And basically what he said is he thought a lot of it came down to mismanagement, to unrealistic production schedules and unrealistic scope. So they spend a lot of time developing stuff that ends up getting cut and doesn't work. And so there's that. Yeah, the nanite system's insane. Yeah. Everything is miscommunication and mismanagement. Well, and that's what makes FromSoftware. Yeah, this is that nanite system. The bit rate of the video is like, oh my God, stop it. So many little dots. This is a nightmare for video encoding right now. This is like actual hell on earth. Little bitty pixel size different colors. This is a streamer's worst nightmare. However, it's what makes FromSoftware so exceptional is that they seem to be just a really lean, mean game dev machine. Yes, there have been rumors and discussions about crunch and things like that, but all of this, like, they've demonstrated that they're able to just pump out pretty high quality titles, let's just say. Some would say pretty good games. They've been able to put out phenomenal titles very quickly, like surprisingly quickly. And it's because in my opinion, they know what they're doing. And they're like, this is the game. Hidetaka Miyazaki is like, yeah, this is the vision. They plan it out and they're like, this is the game. We're going to do this. And then they work on it and they make it happen. And it's amazing when it does come out. It's just tremendous. There's questions regarding optimization too. Unreal might be difficult to optimize for devs. It certainly seems like it. What I had, what was explained to me was for Unreal Engine, because we were going to do a video with this guy, and I'm not sure if it's going to happen, just frankly, because he was he was interesting to talk to, but as you guys can imagine, I'm sure some game devs are not great like on camera or speaking and clearly communicating what they're trying to say. So my idea was to get a Unreal Engine game developer on, and we were going to do kind of a conversational thing breaking down why we've seen so many Unreal Engine games launch so totally broken. So I guess I could summarize it, but anyway, effectively what he was saying is that there's issues with like the blueprint system where basically in Unreal Engine, you can have these sort of like hybrid scripts that do a lot of code for you that make game dev super fast and easy. So you can get stuff done really quick, but they're really inefficient, especially on PC, because a lot of people will try to play these games on lower end hardware while you're developing the game on a supercomputer, right? So what they'll do is they'll then go back in and they'll try to recode the thing by hand, but they only realize how difficult that's going to be towards the end of development because you only start to really worry about optimization towards the end. So they're like, okay, well, now we got to polish it because we got the game coming out in 6 months or 3 months or whatever. So they go back in, they try to rewrite the blueprint code to make it run more efficiently. And they realize that that creates 100 different issues. And so it just causes a lot of problems. But that was one thing. And then the other piece, he said Unreal Engine 4 just has a lot of weird quirks to it. And there's a reason why companies like Rocksteady rewrote entire chunks of the engine code because they just wanted to get it working better and more efficiently, which is why it was Unreal Engine 3 was what Arkham Knight ran in. And Arkham Knight, I still insist, looks way better than most games we're getting now. It's insane how gorgeous that game is. Animation quality, texture quality, post-processing effects, everything. It's outrageous. If Unreal Engine is so difficult to optimize for, then why is half the industry switching to that engine and discarding their in-house ones? Apparently, yeah, I'm 95% sure Arkham Knight was running on Unreal Engine 3. Somebody fact check me, but I'm like 95% sure. So with it, apparently Unreal Engine 5 is actually different. And the commitment that Epic has made to developers is that their goal is basically to work with the devs for these open world games and these RPGs and stuff to build tools using their in-house coding team and to effectively bring those features to the Unreal Engine. So it's kind of like a tit for tat. Somebody like CDPR is like, hey, we need a system for populations because we want NPCs to generate and fill the city and have schedules and routines. So Epic goes, okay, we're going to use our world-class coding team and we're going to build that system for Unreal Engine with your help. They build it and then they bring that to Unreal Engine. So everybody benefits from that technology because everybody can then use it. And the developers got to save all the time and money and effort of trying to develop that system all by themselves because now they have a world-class team helping them do it. So it's a tit for tat kind of thing. And for a lot of companies, that's a huge, huge perk. Let's see. Yeah, it was Unreal Engine 3. I knew it, dude. I knew it. Yeah, it's true. A lot of companies do end up retooling engines for their own pipeline. It is true. They customize a lot of it. The fact that Arkham Knight runs on Unreal Engine 3 should tell you just how much that engine was reworked, for real. Isn't it really expensive for devs to use Unreal Engine? There's royalty fees and licensing fees, for sure. However, I think compared to developing your own engine, it's far superior. It's just because you think if you're developing your own engine, what Naughty Dog has to do, for example, Naughty Dog has like a full team or a full-time team of software engineers, and all they do is work on that engine to crank the graphical fidelity, make things look and run as well as they possibly can. And that's over the course of years, that's millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars developing that. Whereas if you use Unreal Engine, you just get to use it. There's another team from Epic Games that's working full-time doing that work for you, and you get all the benefit, and in turn you pay at the end of the game's development in the form of royalties, like little cuts of each copy that you sell, which is a net positive. for a lot of studios. What would you say about and their game engines? Maybe different companies. Anvil, Ubisoft's engines. Anvil, CryEngine, Snowdrop, all those. They have a lot of strengths. I mean, the Anvil engine, which I believe is the one they use for Assassin's Creed, is certainly powerful. I think a lot of people agree.
Assassin's Creed Valhalla
Is in many cases a beautiful game. That Assassin's Creed Mirage footage that we saw looked pretty good. Yeah, it looked like reskin Valhalla, but that's because that's what it is. Like, no shade. That's what it is. It's reskin Valhalla because it was made in the same engine, same tool set, same exact thing. So in terms of tech, they have a lot of stuff going. And I still insist, Ubisoft's data streaming tech for streaming objects into the world and loading stuff in is cream of the crop. Like, it's up there. It's not quite as good from what I've seen as what Insomniac is able to do with their like Ratchet and Clank stuff, where they just like warp you to a different world entirely instantly, or in Spider-Man, like we saw recently, where they just warp to different like to Peter, and then they warp back to Miles instantly without issues in totally different parts of the city. So it's not on that level, but Ubisoft's streaming engine has been very, very impressive for a long time. And the stuff that they've done for years with like the birds, like I remember just maybe 5-6 years ago, they showed taking your bird and flying it like in Origins across all of Egypt. And then you just hit B or whatever the button is to bring the bird or the camera back to the player character. And it's like instant, or at the very least it comes back and then it fills back in within a second or two. It's always been very, very impressive to me. And we haven't seen what their next gen version of their engines look like. We've heard stuff about it, some pretty impressive stuff that they're claiming, but we'll see what they actually manage to pull off. But like this, we're seeing here, this is another Unreal 5 demo. This is where I'm just like genuinely baffled at how it could take a team of 1,000 people or 500 people a ton of time to figure out how to build levels and design the game and stuff. Like, the hard part is building this asset, right? Like, because they built this asset and then they have rules and contingencies for laying logs and foliage and all of this. So this has to be coded, and this has to be like, artists have to work on it. But you can have a team that's all they do, and they do that during the first year or 2 years of game development, when you're conceptualizing stuff and creating like different animation sets for character animations and stuff like that. And all the while they're building assets like this based on what the vision is and based on that scope. And then the level designers can build out stuff like this that's just crazy impressive super quickly. Like, look at that. This is outrageous. And you can see they procedurally generated this, or what did they say? They say it, I don't think it was procedurally.
Much larger play space, much more quickly. Now let's see how we can use these procedural tools to make larger sweeping changes to the environment.
Yeah, these are procedurals,
So
so look at
let's
this.
start by removing some of the trees in this area.
Absolutely, that's easy enough actually.
All right, a little too much. Let's add some trees back in.
Okay.
And let's also add in some cliff formations, give it a little bit more variability. So the procedural systems are all deterministic, as Jacob is experimenting with different sets of input parameters. Once he finds a set that he likes, he can always go back to it and get out exactly the same results. And the procedural systems aren't just placing trees and rocks, but also fog cards, bugs, birds, everything that's needed to bring this environment to life. And everything that you've seen here works at scale.
And again, this is nothing new. This has been a thing in engines for a long time, to have the tech for procedural generation and stuff. This is something that people have been, like, game devs have been using for like a decade or 15 years or something. This is nothing new, but it usually, or previously, required usually proprietary tech. And the fact that they now have introduced this to the mass public with Unreal Engine is pretty crazy.
This environment is 4 kilometers by 4 kilometers. If we hide all of the procedural elements, we can see that original hand-built area about 200 meters by 200 meters. We believe that there will always be the need for hand-building environments, so we design these procedural systems to be tools for artists
Like, look at that.
work in concert with hand-built content. Both Substrate and the new procedural tools will be available in experimental form in 5.2.
And this one. So, yeah, this is a demo from R&D Engine. Does not reflect the quality of the final product. Yeah, there's still some hitching and stuff. There's some little stuff. But I mean, that's a work in progress. Yeah, I find it amazing that even with these tool sets, these games still take 5 years. And apparently there's good reason. You know, it's not easy. It's not as easy as they make it look on stage. I mean, and obviously dragging and dropping stuff into a project is not game development. Finding a way to make that fun or interesting is the tricky bit. Did they say they populate bugs? Is this something new? Well, there's your problem. Yeah, exactly. No. They just admitted to it. No wonder all these games are so buggy. Ubisoft Star Wars game has the potential to bring back some excitement. I'm under the impression it'll play much like a Watch Dogs game, though. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't heard anything. I haven't seen anything. The fact that it's coming from the Division team is interesting to me, and that it's not like, as far as we can tell, it's not a multiplayer game. It's a multiplayer team that's coming in and doing like a single player thing. So that could be interesting, but I agree. If they come out at this Ubisoft Forward event and they show AC Mirage, maybe a trailer for Red, and then they also show that Star Wars game, not in a cinematic trailer, but like an actual gameplay trailer, I think people will have reason to be excited and interested. I think that could be really, really cool. I want to see an actual game run in Unreal Engine 5, not just a tech demo. Haven't we gotten one? What was that game relatively recently that came out on Unreal Engine 5? Wasn't there one? Well, Fortnite runs in Unreal Engine 5. Yeah, that's true. And I'll tell you, Fortnite looks pretty good. I'm just going to be real with you guys. I mean, it looks pretty good. Let me launch it for you, okay? Because Nikki and I have been playing this. Okay, we've been having a good time. Hellblade 2. Yeah, but we haven't seen that in a while. Is Jedi Survivor Unreal Engine 5? No way, is it? Is that what I'm thinking of? Oh, Immortals of Avium is Unreal Engine 5. Yeah, that's right, and that's coming soon. It's 4? I don't think so. It's 4. Okay. I was like, that'd be really funny if that's what I was thinking of this whole time. That'd be hilarious. I don't really want to boot into like a whole match. But Nikki and I have been playing this. This is like our couple husband-wife game we've been having fun with. And I mean, it's a good looking game. It's good looking. I don't know. Is there like a creative mode? Can I just go in here? I just want to show you what it looks like cranked to the max on PC. Because I mean, it's a good looking engine. Some of the stuff they're doing with like Lumen is just outrageous. It's pretty insane. Yeah. You like that skin? You like that? Nikki sent it to me. She's like, oh my God, look at this skin. And I saw it and I had enough like of the in-game credits from how much we've been playing that I was like, oh my God. And then, hold on, can I show you her face? I gotta show you her face. I've never loaded into creative before. I have no idea what to do. Yeah, this is all Epic settings. So you see some popping in. I don't know what that's about. It's still loading. You're making me look bad, Fortnite. I think it's just because it's creative. The regular game doesn't load in like this, but like if we go in here just to test the lumen lighting stuff. Can I go in there? No. Can I jump down there? No. I don't understand creative mode. I don't get it. Oh no, right up the skirt. Oh, so it's like free build. Okay. Like it's pretty the lighting engine's pretty crazy. Something just so deeply funny about a dancing fish. Oh man. Oh man. Best V-Bucks I ever spent. I'll tell you what. Oh god. But yeah, I don't think we've really seen the full potential of Unreal Engine 5. I don't think so. I'd like to though. Take you as a Fortnite kid. Oh man. Oh, and I wanted to talk about this. Because this is like, I don't know what to do with this, but I saw it and I thought we should address it, especially after that Gollum review has done well. Fozzie Mesmar tweeted out a retweet of the Gollum post. So this was the thing where they apologized for how bad it was. Opera GX. This game sucks. Release it. So they came out and they were like, yeah, we know it sucks. Sorry, we're going to work on fixing it. Who cares? And this guy is the VP Global Creative at Ubisoft, award-winning designer, author, and public speaker, serial expat. One of the Habibi's opinions are my own. So I don't know what Global Creative is, but it's something at Ubisoft. Said it would be great if we all exercise empathy and kindness. If we remember that there are people on the other side reading what we write, that most people have the best intent, that they want to do good games, and that piling on them with more negativity for clicks is very cruel. So listen, yeah, this applies for doubly to game devs. You of all people should understand and relate. And then Ramby replied, I agree, but also stop releasing utterly beyond belief broken games. And then shared the list of all of these apologies that have come out relatively recently of just broken garbage games. So I understand the sentiment and I agree. Like, this is where I was kind of conflicted in my review, where I was like, I feel bad. I feel bad saying this feels like an amateur title. I don't know how they possibly released it in this state. I think there's bafflingly stupid design decisions. It's like nobody checked this before it released. Like, I went through and I tried to describe that I don't enjoy this. I don't revel in tearing something like this apart. But frankly, at the end of the day, if you're charging $60 for a product and it's a broken pile of garbage, it's not my fault, okay? If it hurts your feelings that I'm mean about it or that I don't accept it, too bad. You're the one that tried to sell it to me for $60. In the same way that, like, if I order a steak at a restaurant and they bring me out a raw pork chop and it's just a total disaster, like, it's not what I ordered, it's raw, it's gonna get me sick, it's disgusting, like, it's just across the board is a failure. And then I tell you, like, are you guys drunk back there? How did this possibly come to the table? And are you seriously going to try to charge me the $30 for the steak or the $50 for the steak or whatever it's going to be? I would be like, are you out of your damn mind? You're out of, like, what happened? This is unacceptable. And I'm probably not going to be too nice about it because you tried to serve me a raw pork chop and charge me $50 for it, telling me that it's a steak. You know, like, I'm sorry if it hurts your feelings, but it's not my problem. You were the one that screwed up. So I understand what he's saying. Listen, be nice. And of course, I would never defend people who are, like, trying to dox the devs, or people who are, like, trying to get a hold of their personal information, or like death threats and things that people have been known to do. That's all totally unacceptable. And I totally agree. They should not deal with that. And anybody who makes death threats like that, at least in the US, should be charged under federal law for threats of violence and terroristic threats, which has happened before. So before you think that you can just, like, make death threats on Twitter and get away with it, just know that that's a federal crime and you can't do that. And of course, I think that that's great. You shouldn't be allowed to just do that willy-nilly. But my freedom of speech. Yeah, you're threatening to kill somebody. Shut up. Like, I don't care. But anyway, with this, I agree we shouldn't be needlessly cruel. However, if you try to sell me a broken pile of garbage, I'm allowed to be upset and to voice my frustration. I don't know if he was calling out anybody in particular. I don't know if this, I'm not saying like, I don't think this was like an attack at any one person. I'm sure he's seeing some pretty nasty stuff on social media about the game, but frankly, the game was laughably horrible. It just is. Like, it just is. And pretending as though, well, we need to be nice about it. I get it. Don't be horrible. If that's what you want to say, like if this whole thing is just don't be a disgusting piece of crap, I agree. But at the same time, I don't think that I don't think we should walk back or sugarcoat any of this. If somebody sells you something horrible or tries to get away with selling you something horrible and broken, you're allowed to call them out for it. Don't be needlessly evil and cruel, but like you should call them out for it. Put down the product and not the people behind it. I guess it depends on what you mean by put down. I think that you should, in cases of let's just use Gollum. In that game, there are design choices that are baffling, that are not even just a question of taste or a different methodology or something. They're just bad decisions. Like the example I gave of Mount Doom being in the background and putting a massive boulder in front of it. That's a bad decision. It just is. The weird basic Arial font that they use, when in previous demos and things, they showed a different font that looked way better and didn't look like a placeholder. That was a bad choice to have that basic Arial font that looked like a placeholder and probably was. That was a bad choice. So for me to be like, I don't know the creative director, I don't know who made these decisions, but whoever made these decisions made bad decisions. And maybe that's mean, but it's just a bad choice. It shouldn't have been done like that. And if the game director feels attacked, okay. But I mean, frankly, you're the one that wanted to direct this game, that chose to take it on. And as with any head of any company or business or anything, if you take on that responsibility, you are the one who bears the brunt of responsibility if it doesn't work out. If you release a book and then people are like, hey, this book sucks. And then you're like, why are you attacking me? What did I do? Like, you wrote the book. It's your fault that the book sucks because you wrote it. Like, yeah, you shouldn't be needlessly cruel or vindictive or anything, but it's your fault that the book sucks. Yeah, Anyway. If my book sucks, you can laugh at me. I have no problem with that. See? And that's, I think, the standard that we should set. If you are the game director, like Todd Howard going out on stage and taking responsibility for Starfield or for Fallout 4 or for Fallout 76, whether he was the one that directly caused the bugs in the game or not, he is the one at the helm. In the same way that if you're the captain of a ship and the ship sinks, the captain's the one that gets looked at. Like, and that's why for a long time, I don't think it's the standard now, but the standard that has long been established is that, you know, the captain goes down with the ship. And the whole idea is that the captain is the one in charge of it all. And so if the ship goes down, he's going to, at the very least, be the last person off the ship. That's what it should be. Unless you're, the Costa Concordia. or was it the Oceanic? I saw a Sunbright Films documentary about it, something like that. Accountability in 2023, where have you been? Oh, golly. In a different industry, if you make a massive mistake that loses money or ruins a brand, you'd be fired on the spot. Yeah, and realistically, I mean, if you are a game director and you direct a game that's received horribly, you would normally, get fired. I think that that's the standard. I think you aren't going to be directing another game In the case of something like, Bethesda, let's just be honest, Todd Howard, we can be like, hey, what the hell was Fallout 76? And yeah, he was at the helm of the company and he should take responsibility for it. Kind of like what Phil Spencer did, where Phil Spencer was like, yeah, no, I understand Redfall was not what people wanted and we bear some responsibility for that. We need to do better. He tried to take responsibility where he could, but should Phil Spencer be fired because Redfall launched buggy? That to me is probably not accurate. I think you should go to the person that's actually at the helm responsible for it, like the director of Redfall is responsible for Redfall just being a bad game. Like, he directed it poorly, the vision was bad, and the game sucked as a result. Pretty simple. I don't think that's controversial. Was Todd Fallout 76's director? No, Todd was credited as, I believe it was labeled a creative director or a creative. Basically, they just wanted to put his name on the box. Harvey Smith, that sounds right. It wasn't Todd. Todd was like creative consultant, basically. By the way, I insist with Joe Raptor. I agree with this. I don't know what the hell this fair game is from Haven. Not only is this like one of the cringiest trailers I've ever seen, like, eat the rich, we're gonna go rob billionaires, but like he said here, Kyle Bosman made a great point. So we are trying to rob the rich to rebalance the scales, which is the whole premise of the game. You're robbing billionaires and their compounds, like Robin Hood, to steal from the rich and give to the poor. But then we see another group stealing from the same billionaire. So you're going to find other teams that are doing the same thing. And instead of working together, we fight them as well. Yeah, because it's about stealing. Like the whole point is that it's, well, I don't think it's the point, but it's a lack of self-awareness. The whole point is that they're trying to steal. Like, they want this stuff for themselves. It's not about taking down the billionaire. They're trying to rob somebody, and they chose a billionaire because they feel better about it. But like, come on. I agree. It doesn't make a lot of sense. It doesn't make a lot of sense. Yeah, to pay off student loans. Yeah, wait for the next trailer. They'll throw that in. Oh, man. Oh, man. Give Saints Row cringe levels. It's just like, I don't understand why. Well, I do understand why. I used to be very confused about this. But I had this epiphany, or as my buddy has phrased it, I had an apothecary. Where I realized, who would write a game where the whole premise is like, hey, we're going to go rob the rich, the evil billionaires, eat the rich, and we're going to use that money to pay off our student loans while dressing like we're in a weird fashion show at a liberal arts college. And then I realized, oh, it's the people from the liberal arts colleges that are writing these things and are like designing the characters and stuff. They honestly think this is like kick-ass and badass. Like, they think that this is cool. I look at this and I cringe my ass off. I think this looks terrible. I don't really know Haven. Maybe it's going to be great. I have no idea. But I look at this and I cringe. I think this looks terrible. I think as a concept, it's cringy. I think it's laughably stupid. But the people that are like designing this and that are writing for it and are designing the characters and stuff, they think this is kick-ass because they dress like this. They act like this. So do a majority of people? I don't think so. Because if the majority of people were like that, I think something like Saints Row would have done a lot better. I think games that do this type of thing, like, Watch Dogs. Watch Dogs 2 tried to do the whole thing where they're like, yeah, we're hacker bros. And you saw like the same kind of thing. They were like young millennials that were running around and trying to be super cool. And they were dressing like your average TikTok influencer. And it just was not it. Where's the trailer? Yeah, reveal trailer. Remember this? Oh, dude, they're so cool because they wear masks and graffiti on stuff. Wow. So hip, so cool, so brave, stunning, and beautiful. Like, they thought that this was cool. And it just screams like 60-year-old boomer that's trying to figure out what the young kids like. And so they look to their art department and they're like, yeah, you guys just figure out what everything looks like and how everybody behaves. And then everybody else on the planet is like, dude, these people are insufferable. They're so cringy. I wouldn't want to be friends with them. They're so annoying. And the executives are like, I had no idea people would feel that way. I thought they were cool. I thought they were slick. You know when boomers call stuff slick? You know? Like, instead of just like, yeah, that's pretty cool. Just like, yeah, that's slick, man. I know a couple of boomers who say that. I won't name names. Anyway. Slick Rick. Rick Slicky. Oh, man. But yeah, that's why I think we see this stuff. Because it's people that don't really know, quote unquote, what's actually cool. Deciding to just follow what the young people in the office are saying they should do. Oh, man. Phantom Liberty will be at Summer Game Fest. Yeah, or the Xbox Showcase. It's going to be at one. We're going to see it for sure. By the way, somebody pointed this out to me. I saw this and it was laughable. So this was something that I put up. Basically, I did a little test. I hired a company to try and cut together TikToks for me because the last one didn't go well. This is how they uploaded to Instagram. One of the things they cut together. Now, not only, I might be wrong. I don't think that this one was approved. So I didn't even give them the go ahead to publish this. They just did it on their own. But also, they cropped it. So they rendered the vertical aspect ratio. They rendered it like at 16:9 and then uploaded that. So this is what it looked like. So like Billiam sent this to me and it was like, Luke, the video cropped wrong. I saw this and let's just say they had been difficult for a few other reasons as well. And so I saw this at like 8 at night and I told Nikki, I was like, okay, we were going to watch like a show. I was like, hold on, I got to go get my laptop. I have to go fire some people. So I was like, guys, this is not acceptable. If you put it out and it was like, oh, the views aren't where I want them, or I have to be a little more involved than I was hoping, then that's like one thing and we can work on it. We can improve it and get it figured out. But like this, if you do this level of work, we're not going to come to an agreement. Like, you're done. I'm done. Laughable. This is insane that you would put this out and then be like, what? We thought you'd like it. Come on, dude. Come on, dude. Man, not strong at Instagramming. They could use some time to practice. It's the thing, though. Like, I'm trying to hire people to do this type of thing for me so I don't have to think about it. The whole point is that I shouldn't have to think about it. I hire a company to cut clips and TikToks from live stream clips and videos that we put we've already cut them together. They just have to go through and cut it down to a 60-second clip, something interesting from the video. Relatively easy, right? And this is the crap that they put out. And the whole thing, like, they sent me so many of these things that were like, it didn't even have like a rhyme or reason to it. It would be like a clip of like me watching a trailer and then talking about the trailer for 20 minutes for the live stream clip. And they would just clip it as 60 seconds of just the trailer with like 3 words of me going like, okay, so, and then they'd cut it right there. So it'd be like some of the trailer and then me saying, okay, so getting ready to talk about it. And then that would be the end of the clip. I was like, did nobody watch? Like, what? Same thing. Like, if you're going to sell me a product and it's garbage, I get to make fun of you. Okay. And I get to be upset and I will fire you. So with these people, I relished firing them because it was laughably terrible. And like, this is after, I think this was posted. Yeah, this was posted May 27th. Okay. So 2 days ago. And they put it up. All of the stuff that they were posting was from like a month and a half before. So it's all outdated and has no likelihood of performing well. They were supposed to be publishing the new stuff, but their turnaround times were laughably terrible, even though they said they could turn around within 2 days. And it was just unacceptable, like across the board. I was like, I don't know who's paying you, like who is an actual client of yours, but they should fire you because this is unreal. Like unironically, I've shown you guys this before, and it's because I actually use it, and I've found that it works way better. Okay, way better. Let me take something like copy link address. Okay, so like this is Opus Clip. I don't work for them. They put me in a testimonial at the bottom because I actually really like their stuff. Yeah, I'm like right here. They have me labeled as a creator agency. But I use these guys, and all you do is you paste the link, you get clips for free. You sign up for an account usually. It might make you do that. Yeah, log in. I won't log in right now. But you do that, you click on it, and then it generates using basically OpenAI's stuff. They transcribe the whole video, send the transcript to OpenAI's ChatGPT stuff. They ask it to highlight like this many words, if read out loud within 60 seconds, what is the most interesting like section of this chunk of text? And then they evaluate it, and it spits out, okay, this summation, this thing is most interesting. And then they have a bot that goes and cuts the video together in vertical format, tracing your face to keep the vertical format, and they also transcribe it with like AI generated highlights and emojis and stuff. And then they rate it based on how succinct they think it is. And it's only been getting better and better and better. Like it will actually go in and find like the point where you summarize what the goal of the video is basically, and then they'll cut together little highlights and segments and put it together. This tool that's AI that nobody touches has worked way better than this company I was paying to handcraft those TikToks. It's amazing to me. Like if you are in a service industry, if you're cutting together TikToks or you're trying to do that type of video editing stuff, and an AI bot does it way better than you do, get a new job. Get out. How much was I paying? I think the cost ended up being, let's see, 14, 21, 28, 30. I think it would break down to, I'm trying to do the math in my head. I mean, it was like between $7 and $10 per. I think they produced 5 for me and I fired them. Like it was insane. Greaseball, unironically, yeah, if you can do this and you can do it better than this this Opus AI thing, and this goes for anybody listening to this, by the way, okay? If you think that you can cut together TikToks and Instagram Reels where basically you go on to these streams or you go into those like Luke Stevens live clips and you just cut them together in this same quality standard. So you have to be able to do the vertical edit. You have to make sure it's centered, whether I'm looking at gameplay or it's just me talking to the camera. You have to do the on-screen subtitles and stuff with our Montserrat font, which I told them to add because it's awesome. That's the one I use. So with the Montserrat font, and it has to be 59 seconds or under, and it has to be something that would make a good TikTok. If you can do that, I will unironically hire you to do that, okay? Like for real. I will. have a competition to see who does it best? Okay, yeah, why don't we do that? Okay, whoever goes in, let's try it right now. Send your entries. 28th Ave. Okay. This is my email to me and my team. You can also see it on my link tree, luke@28thave.com. So send your entries there. What I will say is maybe for the clips, why don't we pick one that everybody can work off of? I don't know. Let's do the PlayStation showcase. Maybe, is that going to be easy? I don't know. There's probably not much of me talking during that. Probably, right? Probably not much of that. Let's do one that was like kind of funny where there's stuff to talk about or to clip. Let's do a clip from the one where I talked about Starfield that got people upset. Not that one. This one, the creation engine. Copy link address. Okay, so we're going to use this one. I'm going to put this in chat. We're going to clip from this. Okay, anybody out there, if you can cut TikToks together like that, I don't care if you're able to cut one from each video or from that video I just linked, or if you can cut together 5. What I'm looking for is that it makes a good TikTok. So if you're scrolling random content and you come across that, it makes something good. Okay? It makes something watchable and engaging that you would potentially like and follow, start a conversation. So it has to be something you're clipping that's just easy. And like I said, I'd like it to be exported at 1080 by 1920. And you can send it to me in that email as like a Google Drive attachment or something like that. And you just send it, title it TikTok competition entry or something, and try that. I've never made a TikTok law. Do I need an account though? No, you don't. Just if you're going to cut it together with that vertical aspect ratio, 1080 by 1920, and just send the video file. Probably check out some TikToks if you haven't watched them, see what works on the platform, what, get some inspiration. But if you send me an entry and it's really good, I will unironically hire you, because I'm already paying these people to try to cut these together at like between, I don't know what the exact number is, but it was between like $5 and $10 a piece. So just imagine like if we split the difference and say like $8, and you're able to cut together like, say from a week's worth of videos, you're able to cut together like, I don't know, 20 different TikToks. Like that's $160. Like boom. Just for cutting together like 20-minute long little clips of a live stream. But that to me is worth more than hiring these companies to do it, because they suck ass. Okay. Like they suck ass. So let me hire you. Send me your submissions and I will hire you to do it. Because I've told people like, yeah, send me stuff if you get it cut together. And a couple of the stuff people have submitted, Imperium cuts really good stuff together. And he's one of our mods, and you guys probably know him. He does good stuff. And that's all wonderful. Those individual submissions are awesome. But the whole thing is consistency, because the whole goal would be to, like I said, hire you to do this for all of the stream clips. And my goal would be at least one of those vertical TikTok clip things a day that would also be used for YouTube Shorts. So we would want 7 a week, roughly 30 a month. But I mean, you think about that, if we're doing like 8 per times 30 for the month, that's like $250. And honestly, if they start, if we cut together and we're doing 30 a month, I'm going to pay you more. That doesn't seem high enough. I don't know, but either way, you know what I'm saying. I will pay you for it. So just don't go too crazy. Don't like spend a ton of time. Try cutting one together, send it to me. And if it's a well cut, like the hard thing that I can't just, like an AI is going to guess at, and that this company is apparently totally incapable of doing, is picking the section that works as a TikTok. If it's just me talking randomly about something random that nobody scrolling would know what I'm talking about, that doesn't work. But if it's a funny moment, if it's an interesting moment where something quirky happens, or like when we clipped that thing of Maddie doing,
okay,
then that could work as a TikTok. You know, it's the selection that is the tough part. So the like text showing up on screen, that type of thing, that's not as important as getting the selection of where in the clip to cut it from is anyway, that's the important part. Anyway, I'll shut up now. I'm on after this stream. That's awesome. Could you announce the winner on a live stream? I'm not going to partake, but I want to know who wins. Oh yeah. I will say, like, we'll evaluate them. I don't know how much time I want to give people. We'll probably look at it maybe Friday or something. The goal would be we'd want people to be able to pump these out like within a day of the live stream clip going up or of the live stream happening so that it's relevant and topical. But we'll probably look at them maybe Friday. I don't know. Do you take international applications? Yeah, I don't care where you live. Of course, you have to be able to accept payments. Like, you got to be able to, like, I have to be able to pay you. So if you live in, like, I don't know where that would be, like North Korea, I probably can't hire you. But if I can send you, like, Western Union transfers or something, or PayPal, then yeah, doesn't matter where you are. As long as the product is good. I'm sorry, I'm Gen Z. I only accept V-Bucks. I could pay you in V-Bucks. Like, no joke. We could do that. Oh man. Did you see the Nvidia NPC demo that went up yesterday? I don't think so. We could look that up and then call it. No, this is from 2 years ago. Nvidia Ace? I think this is it. Hold on. What the hell is this aspect ratio? What the hell? Look at this. This is the widest aspect ratio I've ever seen for a video. It's so wide, it just blows past the point of being cinematic. Yeah, dude, for real. Look at this aspect ratio. What even is this? Okay, well, let's see what it is. It's 2 minutes long. Like this. You could cut a live stream clip of this. Anyway. Okay. Convi.
We are thrilled to showcase an immersive and dynamic interaction between a player Kai and a non-playable character named Jin.
Okay.
This captivating ramen shop scene was created by Nvidia using the latest RTX rendering technologies.
Love it.
Nvidia collaborated with Convey and
reminds me of the diner that is in Detroit Become Human. Remember where they sit? It's like raining and then the detective comes in and gives you crap and everybody's being mean to the android. It's like very similar to it.
Nvidia Inception partner to showcase how developers will soon be able to use Nvidia Riva, Nemo, and Audio to Face for AI-powered speech, conversation, and animation.
Okay.
These models were integrated into the Convey service.
Yeah, dude, I have an ultra-wide monitor here. This aspect ratio, I don't even know what this is. Like, I honestly have no idea. This is like super ultra-wide. This is baffling to me. I don't know what they were thinking. This is insane.
Services platform and fed into Unreal Engine 5 and MetaHuman to bring Jin to life. Please take a look.
Let's see. I don't know what to expect. Okay, already it looks phenomenal. Remember, like, every tech demo we've ever seen looks outrageously unrealistic but beautiful until like 5-10 years ahead of time. Like, you look at those demos and tech demos that they did for the PS4 generation, and they honestly don't look very good. But we achieved them. And then some. Like, we did it. Like, hold on, let me just look it up. PS4 tech demo. The Dark Sorcerer. You remember this? This was a tech demo for the PS4. And honestly, I think we see stuff running in real time now that looks way better than this. And this was running on the PS4. So, like, granted, it was a little limited. But, like, at the time, this was, like, stunning. 9 years ago. 2013. This was, like, unbelievable that this could be running in real time. just craziness. But that's what we do. We eventually hit it. And then we see stuff like this, which looks gorgeous. We will eventually hit it. But let's see how the AI stuff actually works. Let's see what this is. I still can't get over this aspect ratio. What the hell is this?
Hey, Jen. How are you?
Unfortunately, not so good.
How come?
I am worried about the crime around here. It's gotten bad lately.
It needs a little bit of work. It's very weirdly monotone. It's like it's very weird. I don't know. It's also like a little uncanny valley. But what you're seeing is like the little microphone thing pop up. And so it's allowing a player to talk into a microphone, and then the NPC is responding. Allegedly. Beep boop, crime bad. So this is what I've said is like eventually going to happen. This is like the next frontier of NPC AI, is to be able to just have a conversation with an NPC in a game. People are going to troll the crap out of it, where they're going to like start saying terrible words or asking them like, you want to get out of here? You want to go? Like they're going to start talking dirty. And I would love to see how these NPCs respond to it. But this is where it's going. I mean, this is what we'll eventually see in a lot of open world NPC games or adventure RPG games with NPCs.
How come?
I am worried about the crime around here. It's gotten bad lately. My ramen shop got caught in the crossfire.
Can I help?
If you want to do something about this, I have heard rumors that the powerful crime lord Kuman Aoki is causing all sorts of chaos in the city. He may be the root of this violence.
I'll talk to him. Where can I find him?
I have heard he hangs out in the underground fight clubs on the city's east side. Try there.
Okay, I'll go.
Be careful, Kai.
So it's a little unsettling, but honestly, just like try to put yourself in the seat of like the player in this case. Because again, this is a demo. This is probably staged. It's probably BS. Okay, let's be real. But imagine being able to play a game where we walk up to a character like this, and instead of dialogue prompts, I have to say to the screen, hey, how's it going? It's going good. I'm a little stressed right now. Oh yeah, what's wrong? I'm stressed about crime. It's gotten real bad. Is there anything I can do to help? And then he explains all this. Like, that's another level. We didn't get any ramen. We sure didn't. It's because crime is too bad, guys. It's too bad. But how am I supposed to play the game drunk then? Dude, that would make for some hilarious gameplay videos of people just getting plastered and then trying to talk and like get the NPC to understand them. Dude. And then what if the game can detect that you sound drunk, and then it's like, I'm going to call the police, and then they call the police on you. That would be really funny. It'd be really, really funny. Especially if you're not drunk and you just talk weird. And so you're just having a conversation with the AI, and it's just like, I'm calling the cops. You're clearly belligerently drunk. It'd be great. GTA 6? I don't think GTA 6 has anything like this, but maybe GTA 7. Yeah, GTA 6, I expect to just be like a really cool open world GTA game. I mean, again, you look at GTA 5 versus GTA 4, and it's just GTA 4 with more stuff, in some cases less, which is why some people love GTA 4 more. But generally, they're the same kinds of games. They're just repackaged and reshifted. And, that's a lot of people's complaints about Red Dead Redemption 2. Where it was like very, very similar to Red Dead 1 and to GTA in a lot of ways. And so it didn't really feel that different. And I think with GTA, it's going to be GTA 5 I can't talk. GTA 6, I think, will be GTA 5 on steroids. It will be crazy pumped up, but fundamentally it'll be the same kind of game. People who are like, it's going to be all this crazy stuff and you're going to be able to talk to NPCs in real time and the AI is going to be super hyper realistic and all of the NPCs will be romanceable with their own daytime routines, jobs, homes. You're going to be able to go into every single building, go in and talk to everybody. Like, all of that, I think, is a little insane. That's a little bit unrealistic. It's still a video game. It's not magic, you know? Though some of this stuff, this AI stuff, is getting a little crazy. It's getting outrageous. Again, what the hell is this aspect ratio, though? Like, like, I didn't crop this. This is just the aspect ratio they chose to upload this in. So if you're watching on desktop, it just looks so stupid. I don't know what they were thinking. Man, ultra wide can be nice because you can get a wider field of view. But this doesn't look like a wider field of view. This looks like a regular field of view that's just cropped top to bottom. So it just looks like you're missing a bunch of the frame. It's just, man. Yeah, I'm going to submit my TikToks to you in this aspect ratio. Yeah, this is for some sort of weird hybrid phone where you stack two iPhones on top of each other and then they play. You're going to try this aspect ratio in your next video? Maybe, dude. Maybe. I love ultra wide, dude. I have the ultra wide that LG sent me here. It's an OLED ultra wide, 240 hertz. I love it. But in order to play games on it, all the games will be at ultra wide, right? And to record at ultra wide just doesn't really work super well. Like, it just doesn't work great. And what happens is, like, this monitor we're on right now is a regular 16:9 aspect ratio, okay? And ultra wide, so that monitor over there is at this aspect ratio. If you're watching on a regular screen, that means the gameplay will look like this. It looks very cinematic, for sure, but it's just not, I think, what a lot of people are hoping for. It doesn't fill the screen properly. So I don't know. I mean, I guess let me ask you guys, do you care if gameplay looks like this? Do you mind the ultra wide? Like, let me do a poll real quick. Should Luke use the ultra wide for gameplay? Let me see. Order 1886 flashbacks. Oh man, it's just such a bummer because it's a great monitor, but I'm just like, I don't know, me crying in poor. Yeah, basically, dude. If it's an even split, I don't even know what to do. Man, like very cinematic, but just not super practical, I think. I've never been to New York. Should I go, or is it just going to be underwhelming? North America. The one thing that triggered the crap out of me, though, is when I played Red Dead Redemption 2 on it. Let me see if I can find this. I played it on the ultra wide, and it was awesome, okay? Like, no complaints, other than when it transitioned to cinematic cutscenes that were in ultra wide, it, like, glitched out. I think this is it. No, this is... here. This is, I found it. So this is what it looked like when you're playing ultra wide, but watch what happens when I go to, like, playing ultra wide, super cinematic, it's awesome. But when you go into a cutscene, instead of just letting the cutscene play out in this wider aspect ratio, which is what it transitions to, watch. It will crop down to this. So it'll go from ultra wide, and instead of just keeping that aspect ratio and stretching, it shrinks like that. Why? The aspect ratio I was using is the same. Like, what's it doing? I don't know. It's really, really weird. So I'm like, okay, if we did videos on this game where it transitions to this cropped ultra wide screen every time it does that, we'd probably go in and I would have Jacob like manually stretch this back out to fill the ultra wide space, but I don't know. I think Mutahar also films, or he's posted a few videos in ultra wide. I forget what video it was, but he did a video where it was ultra wide. I watched it and I was like, oh, that's ultra wide. Oh. Ooh. I'm not seeing it. My setup tour. No, it's not ultra wide. There was a video he posted where it was rendered in ultra wide and it was super cool. Oh, was it this one? No, this is full. I don't know. You can upload videos rendered in ultra wide, but it's not very practical. 52% say yes, 48% say no. Man. Jack Frags did some Battlefield videos on ultra wide. It's really nice, and as a gamer, it's what I greatly prefer. I greatly prefer the ultra wide versus this 16:9 4K display I have. But there's just a lot of other kind of cascading effects that go with it, you know. Ultra wide looks weird on small phones. Yeah, well, and even on like if you export the footage onto a phone, it will fill it out, but it'll still have black bars. And then people are like, "What's wrong with it?" It's like, no, it's part of it. It's part of the thing. GTA 6 coming to Summer Game Fest. Honestly, my personal prediction is that they do their own thing. I think they tweet out randomly just a number 6 probably, and then, or like on the GTA account, they'll tweet out ... with like a new screenshot or a picture of a 6 or something like that. And then they probably shadow drop a YouTube video with the new trailer. I don't see the reason they need to go to a showcase. You know, because if they go to a showcase, yeah, they'll dominate the show, but they still technically are competing with all of the other games at that showcase. And why compete when you just simply don't have to? Just shadow drop the trailer on a Wednesday afternoon. The internet will still explode the same way, you know? I personally think that's what they do. I think they just drop it out of nowhere. No rhyme or reason. It'll just blow everybody to bits. They'll probably announce it in October, November time. I think historically that's what Rockstar does. That's what I would guess too, because apparently it's probably coming next fall as well. Rockstar just has to change their Twitter profile picture to something vaguely Miami related and the internet would explode. Exactly. The internet's already exploding and they haven't done anything. It's crazy. Oh yeah, by the way, I was talking about like the streams would stay like this, but it's kind of like we did a few times where the gameplay would look cropped. So the gameplay would look like this, kind of like we did a couple of videos. I think the Fallout 76 video I did like this, where I have my camera like bleeding up over top a little bit. So the video's exported in the same way. And the streams would look just like this. So I have the ultra wide. There's just more black bars on the top and bottom, which some people don't like because then there's less game on screen, which I get, even though it's technically more, it's just wider aspect ratio, but I understand it. You know, I get it. I've seen people fill in the top and bottom bars with things like social links and other graphics. Yeah, and that's what we did. I think I still have like looping social media tags and stuff like this to put up there, and you know, so we fill up the space so we can use it. But oh, there's a mod for Red Dead that fixes that. Kaguya, thank you so much. Thank you. I'm gonna look that up because, like I said, I love the ultra wide, but it's just the other thing with this monitor, and this is something you would never think until you have it. Okay, so this is about to be like the most cringe woe is me thing ever. Okay, this Sony or this LG ultra wide is so huge that I'm not joking. When it sits in front of you, the sound bounces from your voice off of the monitor, and because it's curved, it bounces back into your ears. So it feels like you are in a concrete box when you sit in front of it if you don't have headphones on. Like this is a video from the Tech Chap showing the monitor. Of course, I have the monitor over here. I can't really show it, but this is the one I have. And it's so massive that when you sit in front of it and talk, the sound waves bounce back at you and causes like an echo in the room. It's freaking weird, but it's awesome. It's awesome. And I love the monitor, but it's just, I also love his llama with his succulent. That's awesome. It's just, it's weird. It's different. You know what I'm going to do right after this stream? I'm probably going to move the monitor back and play with it for a day. And then I'm going to be like, no, Luke, stop. And then move it back. You know? Yeah, exactly. Boo, my aspect ratio is weird. Wipes tears and dollar bills. Yeah. Well, people are like, wow, Luke's asking people to become members and to super chat and stuff, which by the way, I've never asked you to do that. If you want to be a member, we did a 2.5 hour members only stream last week. It was awesome. We're going to do it again this week. Assuming there's no baby. Well, let me qualify for that. The baby might come, in which case all bets are off, but it was awesome. If you want to be in the members only streams, become a member. Pretty easy. And if you want to super chat, awesome. I appreciate you, but never feel obligated. Okay. But people were like, why are you doing that when you are buying $1,800 or $1,700 monitors, which is what this thing costs? Let me be clear. I didn't buy it. They sent it to me. Okay. I don't think I would ever have the wherewithal to order a $1,700 monitor, but then again, I did spend like thousands of dollars on speakers, so I guess I'm not the best person to ask. Was that the Sean stream? Good time for real. Yeah, that was the Sean stream. Yeah, one of our like giga patrons to the stream and to everything we do, Sean, who's very Irish, came on and we had a Discord call, and he shared his story, his life story with everybody in that members only stream, and it was thoroughly entertaining and also a little bit sad at the same time, but it was good. It was fun. It was fun. He's a good sport. And I don't know, maybe we'll chat with more members in future streams. Maybe we'll just keep it a little more directed. I don't know. But that's the great thing about the members only streams is that we can kind of goof around and do stuff we wouldn't normally do in this type of stream, you know, where things are a little more rigid. Phantom Blade I thought looked great. Muhammad, I'll be real. I thought it looked awesome. Do you still have those Red Bulls? I do. They're actually sending another shipment, like as we speak, because I'm running out. Praveen, thanks for coming by, my friend. I'm also going to wrap it up, I think. David, I'll answer your thing, David, and then we'll go. David Justin, I'm a newer viewer. Can you tell the story of how you started on YouTube? I always liked making videos. I've always liked entertaining people, and I like video games. So I made videos all through college, pretty much right out of high school. I started doing it, and those videos were terrible. I started like making videos, hyping up and analyzing Fallout 4, and then Fallout 4 came out, and it was kind of a disaster. I couldn't play it on my brand new PC I had built and spent all of my money on. And so I was like permanently scarred from that hype I felt, which is why now the channel is so heavily focused on healthy skepticism, available at lukestevensTV.com. And about having realistic expectations so you don't get totally overhyped and disappointed when something goes badly. And over the last few years, as we've been building the channel, and I've put out critiques and videos and stuff for a long time just as kind of a hobby, but only recently did it start to actually generate some decent revenue, and we've seen view counts rise on average pretty well, and so I'm very pleased with that. But as that's happened, it's been interesting how the channel has kind of evolved and shifted and stuff. It's been really, really cool to see. It was really, really cool to see. First video I saw of yours was the Horizon and Elden Ring vid. So fun. Oh yeah, David, that was a video. I think that was the very first video where I changed the thumbnail format to what we use now, which is just the frame and then a basic text in the center. And I actually did that inspired by a true crime YouTuber that you might have seen because he's had many videos go viral, but Jim Can't Swim. He would do these thumbnails. These are like re-uploads. Oh, wow. But he would do these videos, which are super simple, and all it is a frame with some basic text on. Basic text. But he leaned into the curiosity pulling you in. So I looked at thumbnails, like these are re-uploads, but because he's had videos that have been up for years. Because I made that change like last year. Also, I'm pretty sure I sold this guy, Chris Watts, a projector when I worked at Best Buy in Fort Collins. I'm pretty sure. Went on to kill his whole family. It was a whole thing. But like I would see this and I was like, okay, what if I did something similar where I took just a basic picture and I put black text over it and I just let the curiosity drive people to click it. And sure enough, made that change first time with that Horizon Elden Ring video, and that video exploded, and we made that the thumbnail format moving forward, and it's turned out to be like a channel changer. It's crazy. I started watching after Horizon Forbidden West. Oh, Prevel, really? A lot of people hated my take on Forbidden West. That's one of those unspoken rules. You don't badmouth Horizon. If you don't mind me asking, do you get significant revenue from your older videos? Like, do videos become a source of passive income, or are new videos a major part of the revenue? For me specifically, like, of course I won't like go into anybody else's numbers. I've had conversations with other creators about how much they make, kind of off the record, just chatting as friends. And a channel my size would normally make about half the money that I make. And the reason my videos generate so much revenue is because I create current stuff that pops off, like that Gollum review. But then I also have these big critiques that have millions of views that people still go back and watch all the time, almost as just like calming videos for them while they fall asleep or whatever. Whereas most YouTubers do one or the other. They either do the big videos that they post once every month or two that pop off and do well long term, or they do current stuff that gets a ton of views in the immediate term and then fall off and die after like a month. So it kind of goes back and forth, but yeah, it's a unique hybrid on my channel. So as of right now, they definitely generate lasting income for sure. First time I watched was Battlefront 2 revisit video. Fairly new here, I know. Well, that's awesome. I love hearing where people come from. This is crazy. Yeah, Unknown Exo. That's something I've heard. People find my voice calming for some reason, which is weird. I should play this in more videos and then people will stop watching.
Okay.
Maddie just exuding excitement. Do you do YouTube full time, or do you have a normal job on the side too? Casper, I used to work in commercial real estate as a broker, so selling apartment buildings, and I left that job in 2021, I think it was, and started doing this full time and really getting on the grind and trying hard. And then in the last year or so, it's really taken off. So a lot of it had to do with those thumbnails. And what was funny is I hired a company. This is like, okay, I'll finish with this. This is like maybe TMI. And maybe this isn't something I should go into, but I don't care. So I hired a company, actually the same company that like works with Tim the Tatman and does all of his videos and thumbnails and stuff. And I hired them because I was under the impression that I would get content cut together in the quality of his videos, which are super well edited, and that I would have thumbnails done to this degree of effort and quality. Like, this is what I was expecting to get. What I got instead were pretty, not to be mean, pretty amateur edits, poorly cut together things that needed a lot of refinement and swapping. And it just was not what I was expecting and not what I felt I was paying for. And so the whole reworked thumbnail thing that like changed this channel completely, that started from me being really frustrated with how poor their thumbnails were and the edits were and stuff, and me just like passive aggressively remaking the thumbnails myself and putting them on the videos after their thumbnails wouldn't perform very well. which was just funny that, you know, it started out of like a frustration, and then it ended up being one of the things that like totally changed the performance of the channel forever, which is crazy. You know, this was wild. Let's see. Yonosuke, I do the same thing actually. I do it to like podcasts on like true crime stuff. That's one of my kind of, weirdly enough, guilty pleasures for like calming me down. Like if I'm mowing the lawn, I'll usually listen to an episode of like my favorite podcast of all time. I'll share this. Unironically, favorite podcast of all time. It's phenomenal. Tom Brown's Body. On an actual case from 2016. In 2016, a popular high school senior mysteriously disappeared on the night before Thanksgiving. His remains were found 2 years later. What happened to Tom Brown in the small town of Canadian, Texas that night? It seems everyone in town has become a suspect, including Tom's own family, friends, the local sheriff, a high-flying private investigator, Acclaimed writer Skip Hollandsworth, who has an awesome voice, by the way, digs into the mystery that's torn this town apart in this 8-part true crime podcast series, which now is 9 parts because there was an update. It's fantastic. Okay. Do yourself a favor and listen to this. Maybe first go and watch the, like, I think it was True Crime Daily Tom Brown. Yeah. Watch this, the 2-part thing on the case, and then go in and listen to Tom Brown's Body, because he actually goes and like speaks with the family and does all the interviews and stuff. It's fascinating. But seriously, favorite podcast of all time. I listen to it like once every few months. It's just phenomenally well done. Tell us about the killer you met, please. Honestly, I'm not sure if I did meet him or not, because basically the Chris Watts guy, it's this dude who ended up murdering his wife and their 2 little girls. Horrible. He lived in Colorado. He killed them in like, I think it was summer or early fall maybe of 2018. And he lived in like north of Denver, a little bit out of the way, but he ended up being a family annihilator, which is very, very, very rare in the world of true crime. Like it just doesn't happen very often that people like lose it so badly that they snap and kill their whole families. But he did. And I have a very strong memory that I cannot prove. And you guys know me, I understand the standard and burden of evidence. Yeah, he's the guy that did the interview and looked so guilty during the interviews. There were a couple videos that went viral about him, but I'm pretty sure I sold him a projector when I worked at Best Buy. He came in, he was wearing like the North Carolina jersey kind of shirt thing. And I remember because my coworker said something about it offhanded. He like was a fan of a competing school. I don't really watch college football, so he threw out something and then like made fun of him for liking North Carolina. It was something like that. And so I remember that, and the guy looked, at least in my memory, looked just like Chris Watts, just like this. And it was really, really stupid because he wanted to buy a projector to shine the projector up on big like barrels or like tanks out in the oil fields while he and his team worked. Which I explained to him, like he wanted to spend no more than like $100. He wanted a little portable projector, like one of those that's this big. And he wanted it to be able to project like a TV show or a movie up onto these big tanks outside in the sun while they're working. And I tried to explain to him, like, they don't make $10,000 projectors that can do that. That's just not a thing. Like that, it's just not a thing. And a little $100 little bitty thing, it's going to look like you won't see it. You'll turn it on, you just won't see it because it's too bright. And he really didn't understand it. He didn't understand. At this point, I don't remember if I ended up selling him anything or if he just left. I don't remember. But I remember thinking, how does this guy not understand this? This really is not that complicated. Is he this stupid? Like, I remember being like baffled that he couldn't understand it as an adult. But it was really weird. And because it was such a stupid thing to not understand as a grown man, hey, the sun's brighter than this little thing, so you're not going to be able to see what this little thing does. Because this grown man couldn't figure that out, I remembered it, and it was like something we would joke about every once in a while working and selling projectors. It's like, okay, but can I shine this on an oil tank? You know, we'd throw it around at work as a joke. And then, like, I saw the videos that went viral of this guy that ended up killing his entire family, and scarily enough, shoving his daughter's bodies into big oil tanks at some of these sites where he was supposedly going to be projecting TV shows onto. I saw this and had a heart attack because I was like, I think that's the guy. Oh, God. Now, again, I can't demonstrate this. I have no idea. I have no clue. It could have just been another guy that looked kind of like him. A lot of people work in the oil fields over there, and at Best Buy, I would deal with tons of people throughout the day. So who knows? Okay. It's also, I worked at the Fort Collins store. I don't know why he would have been farther north in Fort Collins at that Best Buy. It's not, there are other Best Buys closer to his house. Maybe he was traveling in Fort Collins that day and he stopped by. I don't know. But it was weird enough that I felt very unsettled. So I'm like, I would not be shocked at all if it was him, but I don't know. I can't prove it, you know. Evidence, boys. Exactly. It's your fault, Luke Flaren. Jesus Christ. Anyway, yeah, I pissed him off. They should have had you at the trial. Yeah. Your Honor, he is a dumbass. No, he pled guilty. He didn't have a trial. He pled guilty, and that was that. How are you going to drop this at the end of the stream? I don't know. I don't know what to do with that. I don't know what you want to do with that information, but I guess take it or leave it. I don't know. If the projector is not lit, you must acquit. Yeah, exactly. Oh, Jesus. It's a terrible story. It's crazy that that was already 5 years ago, but man. Luke, end it with a fun fact or something. Okay. A fun fact. Hold on, I'm looking up a fun fact. Okay. Did you know that the fingerprints of a koala are so indistinguishable from humans that they have occasionally confused crime scene investigators? Despite their drastically different evolutionary paths, koalas and humans have evolved remarkably similar fingerprints. This is a fascinating example of convergent evolution, where unrelated species independently evolve similar traits as a result of adapting to similar environments or ecological niches. Interesting. Hold on, I'm going to Google koala fingerprints. The FBI is going to be like, what the hell is this guy doing? He's Googling murderers and then that. Dude, they actually look super similar. Look at that. Koala fingerprints and human fingerprints. Huh. Who knew? Well, there you go. I hate that koalas have been involved in so much crime. That's yeah, I know, right? Have I seen a wet koala bear? I don't think so. Oh no. Dude. They look so scary when they're wet. Okay, this one's cute. But dude, they look like they're melting. Do they not look kind of like they're melting? Okay, this guy's cute. I did see a whole thing where they were breaking down. They're like, honestly, koalas have been a very difficult point of discussion because they are so stupid. Their brains are literally so smooth. They have zero surface area on their brain that It's amazing that they have existed as long as they have. It doesn't make sense. They're like, by all accounts, these things should have been extinct a long time ago because they are so dumb. They are so stupid. Like, you can set them down, rotate them away from their food, and any animal would turn around and then go grab it again. But these things are so stupid, they can't figure out where it went. And so they just kind of continue on, and they're like, oh, well, no more food. Bummer. It's really weird. It's funny, though. Anyway. We're running, I mean, at this point, we've been going for like going on 5.5 hours. I'm going to lose my voice if we go much longer, so I'm going to call it there. I appreciate you guys. Thank you to all of the super chatters. Take a ride with me. Disco Cobra, Treble. Disco Cobra really came in with a ton of donations. Very generous. Stefan. Zach, Ham, Brandon. Stefan, Crisco, and Carl, all of you guys, thank you so much for the super chats, for memberships, all of that. Thank you guys for chilling with me. It's been a lovely time. I love and appreciate you guys so much. Stay safe. I'll be back on Wednesday with another stream and with a podcast with the one and only Joe Raptor, okay? Much love. Remember TikTok competition. Remember we're doing that, okay? I'll look forward to it. Much love. I'll see you in the next one. Hugs and kisses. Bye.